9 o'clock on April 10th for our Broker Mortgage Committee meeting. We will begin like we always do with introductions. I'm John George, attorney member.
Brian Watts, attorney member.
Latrice All, attorney member.
Ron Walker, broker member.
Christy Tatum Jansen, broker member.
Melissa Haley, broker member.
Diane McCoy, broker member.
Tony Malley, attorney member.
Candy Linton, broker member. Kristen Porter, attorney member. Mary Minor, broker member.
Do we have anybody online? Let's see. We have Commissioner Lowe with us today, our liaison to the commission. Thank you as always for attending. Okay, and then our guest. Don't mind introducing yourselves.
I'll start. Corey Connor, Texas Realtors. Kirsten Crawford, broker.
Tracy Schwarzberg.
Bernie Ramirez, tracker assistant attorney general.
Chelsea Buckholz, executive director. And Matthew Lee, general.
All right. Well, we have a packed agenda today and a lot to go over. I do want to start though by saying a few words about somebody that we lost in between our last meeting and this meeting. We had S.J. Swanson passed away on February 10th. If anybody has ever attended these meetings for the last 12 years, you know S.J. S.J. was a special person that she was blunt, she was in your face, but she really, really cared. She put her full force and effort into these contracts and has shaped them in ways that have pushed them forward faster and better and really cared. And the one thing that I always took away from SJ, one, she's the first to call me when I got on the committee. She's the first to lend a helping hand. She to me always cared and fought for what she thought was best. And her best was preserving the rights of all parties. That's one thing I really take away, besides our Oxford common love that we have together. She really wanted to preserve the rights of all parties, not put the thumb on the scale for one or the other, and preserve the legal rights. So I'm appreciative of everything she did for us as a committee, for the legacy that will live on for a very long time. And I think the best way that I will try to honor her is to ensure that these contracts remain how she wanted, which is the rights of all the parties, not giving a thumb to either side, but to make it clear and preserve those rights. So I wanted to just take a brief moment of silence for SJ and honor her. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. And SJ, we'll do our best work for you here today as we march forward. So, with
That would not doubt me at all.
Here. And I do have
That would not doubt me at all.
Diane actually was able to attend her service, and I have a copy of only one copy of her service here. She had she put on a very brave face for a long time.
7 years, I do not know.
A 7-year battle with cancer. She fought largely privately and put on a very brave face through a lot of it. So this will be available to finals.
There were over 500 people standing room only. It was very impressive.
She touched a lot of lives. And this was one small part, even though it seems so big, it was one small part of her legacy. She had did so much for so many people. It's really impressive, and that is a true testament. We'll go to agenda item number 3, which is public comment on non-agenda items. So I didn't know if we have any public comment on non-agenda items. None. We'll move to agenda item number 4, and we have reports by our working groups, and we have several working groups. I think it's not too out that I don't believe we have a report from. I know the backup working group did not meet this last time. We do have some comments we'll go over later. And then the disclosure working group, I don't believe they've met either. Okay, so that we do have comments as well that came in on the disclosures that we'll go through. But I knew we have 2 working groups, the reinstatement / expiration working group and the formatting of contracts working group that I believe have reports. So Let's start with the reinstatement / expiration, which was Tony, Diane, and Candy.
Who's leading off? Candy, go.
You, we designated it.
Oh, lovely. We did meet. Our wonderful team reached out to me and reminded us of this, and we had a good effort. So my understanding is, especially from the brokers, is that there's a number of times, whatever you want to call it, 10, 20% of the time where people back out, maybe in the option, and maybe they got cold feet, they really didn't want to, they're not sure, there was a repair that they thought was significant that wasn't, or there's a closing issue and they don't close on the Friday, there wasn't an amendment prepared, now they want to close on Tuesday, for whatever reason, let's just call it, from a legal standpoint, not necessarily a default so much as we need to start a specific performance, we need to send a notice letter of law. It's just change of heart, out of town. They just could not close for whatever reason. And they want to reinstate, revive the contract. So we were trying to think about how do we put that together. John, I understand today, after getting our report, you've given us one from another state. But we put together some language. Yeah, I did, and circulated it so we could have it to discuss just as a beginning draft. And what we have to work with as a framework is that based on case law, the expiration, the closing is going to be a pertinent term in the contract, material term. So if you don't close, the contract is over. Now, so often, y'all know in practice, you go ahead and close, you go to the title company, and I like to call it a no harm, no foul legally. It went through, everybody eventually signed the deed and money changed hands. So it just went forward and it wasn't a problem. It's a no issue. But technically, legally, it actually died. And the right way to reinstate it would be some new paperwork. And you can't just say, I reinstate, because that's a little too vague. The court's going to say, you reinstated what? You need a new agreement. Literally a new contract, a new agreement. And there seems to be for whatever reasons we can explore in more depth later in this meeting today, or maybe we don't even need to, but there seems to be a reason or a number of that the brokers don't want to go back and start a whole new 13-page contract, put in the option period, put in the asking price, maybe because they don't want to stir the pot with their buyers and sellers and people change their mind, want to do things different. Oh, let's restart this. Or maybe they don't know how to fill in the deadlines because now we're just trying to restart what was supposed to close 2 days ago. And I don't know how to write an option and earnest money when they already have it at the title company. So you need an agreement that says essentially, based on all the terms we previously had, but maybe one or two like closing date, we're going to do the deal the exact same way we were doing. And so we try to put some language together to that effect.
So I have a question. Maybe it's, I was always taught that the contract had to be killed, that date was never, and this is from commissioners, that it was never dead at midnight that day. It had to be killed. Either the broker, the buyer had to terminate, or someone had to terminate. So now I'm hearing
Closing
that
date. So I have that to clarify. Yeah. So it's my understanding, right now we don't have times of the essence as to the closing date. And there's an argument whether one side's in breach or not, right? In the case law that says it really does operate like times of the essence. But in either case, I think it's a breach, but it doesn't necessarily kill the contract with the missed closing date. I think that's one thing that we'll want to discuss later today as we get into some other things. But my understanding is you have stuff to kill it in a way to somebody say, you're in breach, material breach, and I'm not performing anymore, versus an option money termination. Right? I think a lot of these things come up in the option money where it's dead, I terminated officially. And for the reinstatement, I think we can maybe circle back to that. That's the financial legal argument side. But the reinstatement, either way, if it's killed after closing, if it's killed by the option period, that's really where we see that come up a lot. To one side, no question it's terminated. How do we get this back alive? right? And that's.
Right, but it's not terminated if they just missed the closing date, according to the contract. Right?
I disagree. I think it
And
expires upon.
there's-
termination.
That's a legal definition, and we brokers can't get into that. So the ambiguity, the opinions of 2, 3 different attorneys. Other states have had forms like this. We're looking to go forward with the simplicity that an agent can work on behalf of their buyer and seller who just changed their mind and can't get a hold of their attorney because they're on a cruise to Europe. And they're stuck with their brokers who work their tails off. And we want to make it easy. There is a request out there among the license holders that they need help.
And we can put a period on we can have that legal discussion later, so we focus on that, right? And so we can look at that legal thing separate. So there's a proposal. Do you want to walk through your proposal on,
Yeah.
the language?
You have,
I did that.
Oh, go ahead.
I think it's a great idea to have a reinstatement provision for a variety of reasons. I do, though, for the record, want to make it clear that there's a disagreement as to whether a contract automatically terminates. The case law that I've read is pretty clear that unless a contract clearly states that a contract automatically terminates due to an event, that the contract continues until somebody elects to terminate the contract. But be that as may, I just want to make that for the record. I still think having a reinstatement is an excellent idea.
No, I think John hit it right. We may, as we always do, lawyers have different opinions, but I think the goal we all have is, let's see if we can put something out there to revive this.
Yeah, the fitting
And
is.
if I could also say, a benefit of having a reinstatement addendum is so often I've seen people want to reinstate and they do a whole new contract and they miss the fact that all of a sudden they have a lot of brand new deadlines that are unnecessary.
yes.
Or you have
Okay.
brokers trying to draft language to reinstate.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
And
so,
that's the concern. Thank you.
exactly.
And having the right language comes up mostly with deadlines and events that have happened or required. When you do a whole new contract, it can reset deadlines just by the nature of our built-in language. And if you do a reinstatement, and you don't address the deadlines that you built in or that have already passed, or that are upcoming and have changed because of passage of time, people can be caught off guard. And so it's not as easy as just saying we agree the contract's effective again. There has to be some addressing of the deadlines and the events there. And the reinstatement group put together some language for us to look at. And when I received this and I was looking through it, I just did a search I haven't looked at thoroughly, but the Georgia Association of Realtors has a form. It's not the state agency, it's the Realtor Association that is the only one that I could find.
Which
Online.
obviously has that.
Yes, and we brought copies of that if you want to look at that as we go through this. I think we just pass this one out, and it being an association form.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and so I think maybe we take a minute to look at the proposed language and the thoughts. I think today is maybe we talk through the language, see if we can. I don't know. I'll let the work group decide. What would you like to accomplish today as your goal for this week?
I think our goal is to get this out there, get everyone's feedback, and maybe the working group for the next meeting can polish it. Our goal was not to, and this is, Ron is phenomenal at this, but our goal was not to sit here and really spend the next 2 hours putting the correct verbs, commas, semicolons, parentheticals, to sort of get everyone's kind of around the room feedback, thoughts on it, and then we digest that and come with a next round draft.
One of the things I would recommend for the committee to consider is either attaching the contract that is in effect so that there's an agreement, this is the one, or referring to it as the received contract and that's sitting down at the title company.
It does have that. So let me walk it through it. I wanted to mention the same buyers and sellers But I didn't want to just do, or we didn't, excuse me, we didn't want to just say seller and buyer. We feel like it's very important, as is, I'm also noticing what they do in Georgia, to restate who the buyers and sellers are, so we're very clear, so there's no ambiguity in the referral back. We are using property as a defined term, but we have a blank to put the property description in again, just to be sure, because I think those are perhaps the most important element. Who's buying what? I had an opportunity to look this one in front of us as well, John, the Georgia one. So it's very similar. And then we just say everything that we've already agreed to is the same, including any amendments thereto, executed between the parties with a contract effective date. We're trying to mirror all the language from the 1 to 4 family. We had it up so we could use the same phrasing. So any amendments to, and then what we did was we put with the effective date, and we thought not everything goes to a title company, but if you have a guaranteed file number, then that should be sort of the attachment. That should be such a exact, that contract, that property that's already there, if you already have that.
So, my question there too was, providing for the closing date here, which I think it's a good inclusion. Should that also be done in, let's say, you would say, except for the attachment? So if there's other dates that need to be modified, because you do this on the amendment as opposed to doing this in the closing date. In other words, you're not taking out any other date. I don't know if there's a need when you're restating really to change the other deadlines, but there may be.
I think there will be quite a few cases where there will need to be. And if we look at especially if we have passage of time, so has gone by, maybe it's a title objection.
We
or
talked
maybe
about
it's
that. So what I got from the brokers, and y'all jump in, but in for my perspective, when we talked about, we really did not want to. So like, let's say that it expired upon option and you want to revive it. You might not need to change the closing date. Let's say that for whatever non-legal or legal reason, it did not close, and you just want to get it back on the ground, then you need a closing date. If you have to start changing, and the line is moving, it's a gray area. If you have to start changing all the terms to make it look like, let's say, an amendment to a contract that has all the blanks, we brought that up and thought about putting this verbiage on the top of that and saying, but we're going to change these things. You really should be writing a new contract. I mean, the idea is, let's just get this thing going from where it was. But if you're now going to start changing repair dates, we want to see this, objections to title. If you're really going to start changing things up, then go put together a new contract. So we struggled with how many other contract provisions, paragraphs, sections do we want to modify with this reinstatement? Or are we just reinstating the deal that for some small reason didn't close? And we decided we wanted it to be succinct and just to revive it. And we didn't, on your notes, what your comment was. The intent of this was not to use this 3 months later, 2 months later. Now, I don't know where the line is. Is it 3 days, 8 days, 14 days? Is it after all the deadlines are blown, the third-party financing is over? So we also have an instruction here, don't use it after, I think we said 7 days.
And when I've asked to draft these documents, that's when you hit the finance, third-party finance, and then property.
Right.
That's the big one. That's 3 days before closing. And if you revive it after a missed closing and put the closing date more than 3 days out, all of a sudden that buyer's getting a new out that they otherwise would have lost by the passage of time and not having thought through that necessarily when doing it. So that's always been kind of probably the blinking light concern I have on after closing revivals to have them gaining additional rights. But I do agree with you. How far do you let that go? And how much,
Right.
Georgia has a blank where everything's the same except for what you list.
I see
That's
that.
inviting the practice of law, and it's wide open.
Yeah, number 2 on the Georgia form, for those of you who have in front of you, is scary. It's worse than special provisions. It's an open-ended, hey, whatever you need to write in number 2 on the Georgia form, just go for it. I don't like that. And form otherwise, with a lot of formatting, print name, type, date, is really the same language we have, but more verbose. But today, I know we're not trying to iron it perfectly out, but
Just for clarity, the example on the screen, if you scroll up, talks about not for use more than 5 days after termination. It's clear with the verbiage termination. The Georgia copy is clear that it was terminated by one or both parties. I'm still needing clarity because then y'all keep mentioning about the fact that if we just didn't hit the close date, which is not terminated, what form, I agree we need a reinstatement. At the same time, what does this apply to? Only to actual terminated contracts where we clearly had a termination on file for it, or for ones where the close date just didn't happen?
In my mind, clearly only those that have actually terminated. And we're kind of bottling up that issue of the missed closing date, whether it's terminated or not, to separate, so we can discuss that. But the intention for this is for a terminated contract. That's it.
So a missed closing date would not be considered
We're
terminated.
not gonna get sucked back into that discussion here. So we can go.
We don't know. We're not attorneys.
One of the points I want to bring statement that half the parties agree the previous contract in fact was terminated. That there is a need to reinstate.
as to that, I'm sorry.
To have the parties agree in this form that the first contract was terminated.
Well, I think if you do that, then that kind of fixes the missed closing. You like, let's first agree, the other one's terminated, and then now but that's okay, because now we have this. Yeah.
And Georgia kind of did that here, but you have to infer that.
I do
I
have
would
one
like to see
concern
more.
on that, but I want to get to
Well, I just also, because what you were talking about a second ago was, we're gonna keep all of the terms, everything's the same, we're not changing anything. But if we terminated early, say it was like during the option period, and now we reinstate it, say we're on day 15 or something along the process, there's nothing that says that we can't still amend the contract later. I mean, we can still do another amendment and change something. right?
Sure, you-
Like, we're just
Yeah,
back
just
under
the way-
contract.
Yeah, you revive it.
Yeah,
And
and
then
now you can do whatever you need to.
Right.
So I feel like there's
Some of
a,
that would be a situation where you want to reinstate, and someone says, we're gonna drop the sales price by $5,000. Okay, so how do I assure, do I just do an amendment at the same time, and usually accept that amendment at the same time, or do I attach it here as a condition of reinstate?
I think training, which we know is, we try to do the best. I think training is, if you're gonna start doing things other than what is in quote unquote our form, you need to write a new contract.
Well, I mean, it's in our, so in other words, I could send.
No, we don't have a form yet.
For the amendment.
No, I know that. Yeah, you could start it and then do an amendment. At some point, you gotta tell these people.
that was kind of what I was getting at, yeah.
But I have not, what if, I want to avoid having to put an amendment in here, right? And I think,
That's what we
getting
were
away
trying
from
to
this,
do.
Right.
what if there was only a checkbox to say the contract in as amended by the attached amendment, then they can use the amendment form that we already have,
I like that.
that's already there. So then it's, you can accomplish that without having to put it in this form itself. I think it's a Diana then, right?
Except in a legal two that's floating out, or maybe it's one that's out there, we were told that you can't amend a dead contract.
He's talking about, we have a reinstatement,
Yeah.
and then there's a
And
checkbox on this.
Um,
So you bring it alive along with these amendments.
and that's for you attorneys to decide if that works. We were looking to try to make it simple, but step one, you're back where you started from. Now make any changes that you parties agreed upon, be it price or anything else in those terms, so that the agent doesn't, what their concern is, I'm going to try to rework and say, okay, but there's already earnest money, there's already option fee, we're not asking for more, and it's more than they should have to handle because they're gonna verge on practicing law. So keeping it simple was the main goal. If when you all look at it, and there's something that can be added that is not going to make it complicated or complicated from the standpoint of making the agent feel like they are practicing law. Because we're always told, contact your attorney. And then the parties say, we just want to move forward with what we have. Why do we have to do that? And I've been told that some title companies look aside and just close.
Well, that's what we've been,
Well-
I've been
Yeah,
trained for
and
25
let's
years.
not circle back to that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but no, point well taken. Right, and that's, I think we're on the same page. That's where my amendment comment was to not have just write in your changes like Georgia, but instead say, if you want to make changes, you have to use our form and you can check this box through the amendment form.
What if I feel like we need to say that the old contract is incorporated into this revival, that incorporation terms, but we could say as amended with the checkbox or not.
Mhm.
And then that would allow y'all to do the amendment. With
Don't we
I
sometimes
know
have
Brian has
instructions?
a comment.
Over the years, I've done several of these for a variety of reasons. And right now, I'm channeling Ron Walker
Oh,
to achieve simplicity. The way that we've done it in the past is that we just use the amendment form and put something in the other modifications. And I could see us just taking the amendment form, adding a new check option that says the contract was previously terminated, but that termination is rescinded. Contract is reinstated as if it had never been terminated, subject to the other amendments herein. And that can be in the amendment form. It works, and if there need to be any amendments, you can use the amendment form to work with.
Late Chair, I want to get your comment. I want to throw in a concern that I've been holding on to is consideration for the revival. And that's one of
the
the,
agreement of the mutual agreement of the parties to reinstate the contract. That's consideration.
When we do get to the drafting phase, I think we need to clarify that it doesn't change the effective date, because that's the first question that's gonna come up from agents. Does this, rechange all my contingencies? So just throw that in drafting.
any more?
No,
I think this is a good start, and maybe for those that are listening or go back and listen to this video, take this discussion and send in your comments. And I think, Diane, you kind of teed it up right of how complicated or simple do we want to get. And I think simple is best, and then how can we, I think maybe this option we're talking about with the amendment checkbox instead of there, maybe a solution, or maybe that's too much. But that's the collective discussion. But what I'm hearing is there's definitely a need for this, where it looks like there's consensus at this point. Draft.
So would you say that there is consensus, that moving forward, we keep
I think
working?
everybody kind of consensus there, and I know Diane or Darlene joined us online, I believe, and also we will take a pause here too. Kenneth Val joined us as well. Kenneth, can you hear us, and are you able to speak?
Good morning. It's Darlene. So
Darlene?
I'm having technical difficulties with my Teams. I don't know what's going on, but I agree with everybody that everything that's been said.
And Kenneth, are you able to hear us as well?
Rachel.
No? Was that you, Kenneth?
Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, everybody, we have our newest member. This is his first meeting that he's able to attend. We have some scheduling and some correspondence issues before this, but Kenneth is an attorney member that was appointed by the state bar president, and we're excited to have him on board. He's bringing a wealth of knowledge. I'll let him give his background, but he's also on the state bar forums committee that does the state bar forums for the lawyers in Texas. So Kenneth, if you don't mind introducing yourself and tell us a little bit about your background, that'd be great.
Sure. I'm an attorney practicing here in Laredo, Texas. I've been licensed since 1988, and I do about half of my practice is transactional based, mostly real estate, mostly industrial and commercial, and development, some renewable energy, and some oil and gas. But I'm also a litigator. All of my litigation is real estate based. And so either renewable energy or oil and gas, or representing contractors in disputes with developments and partitions and things like that. So I kind of see these forms from the drafting perspective, but then I kind of see the ugly side of everything when people try to ascribe meanings to clauses in different form documents that over the years of practice I know are not really the meanings that the people who put together those forms intended, and not the meaning that is typically ascribed to the clause within the industry. So I was very interested in that, and so having litigated a lot of these different clauses over the years, I was very interested on being invited onto this committee.
We are excited to have you. That's the perfect resume to join in this discussion. And I always say geek out with us and making good forms. So we're excited to have you. And I know you're virtual today, but please jump in and then be part of the discussion. And we have a big agenda today, so please don't hesitate to jump in there. We look forward to seeing you in person soon too.
Thank you.
Anything more on the reinstatement before we move on to the next one?
No, but just one question regarding that. What is our availability as a committee or as the commission to get samples of other forms from other countries?
Could be.
Well, could be.
United States, Texas, what can I say? From other commissions, is that even appropriate or a possibility? I'm not sure how we got that. Georgia, it could be helpful.
I think it's absolutely appropriate. We should be guided by what's already been done, how it's been implemented, and others' uses of it. Now, how to access the different forms could be, I think, I'm not sure of a single source more than us group sourcing other documents. There's some that are, you have to be members of the association. This one from Georgia I just found online, right? So it's just available there. So that's just my search. But I think we can go maybe lean on. I see Corey back there. Call Corey out. We can see what Corey's seen from the Texas Realtor side and other associations that he deals with, and if we personally know as well other forms where I can share some of the forms that I drafted like this as well. But yeah, so I think it is absolutely appropriate that we should consider everything and put together the forms. Now, in between meetings, we have to be careful not to have a walking forum. And so for the working group, in soliciting forms, we have to be careful. It's not discussing the topic, but I think again, if we had this form handing over, I'm not sure that would cross any lines.
I'm sorry, you're asking.
About avoiding a walking forum. And so for the working group, if anybody has any reinstatement forms that they're aware of, it's merely providing the form to the committee.
So I think the best way to do that, if you have forms, just send them to me and then I can distribute those.
That'd be great. So we can get that to you. And everybody that's listening, please send in your comments on this so we can maybe tackle the drafting of the actual form that we can look at next meeting.
Thank you.
So we'll go to the next working group, which was the form of the contracts. And I know, Diane, you were on both of those, and this one involved Mary and Christy as well. And what we have here to tee up the working group, the program that Trek uses to produce the forms is no longer being serviced and is out of date. So we're having to switch over to new software. Yay. And with that presents a unique opportunity to consider, do we like the way our forms look, or do we want to change up how they look? And so you run with it.
Well, Christy and I sent an email, I'm not sure if you got it. I didn't get it. Christy and Mary and I were on the subcommittee and we received a copy of the sample form. It was which one?
Third party.
Which one was it?
The third party, and I will share it and answer you.
Thank you. As a sample of what it looks like, and I think just our meeting was kind of online. Just what is your opinion? Because we weren't really sure that with just this one sample, if the intention was this is a sample of what the type's going to look like, the logos and such, and I was doing a contracts class, and I hope this was okay, but I just said to him, what do you think about the way this looks? And they said, I love the color, I love the logos at the top. They focused right in on the Trek logo first. And also said it's larger type, it's easier to read, it's cleaner. And we had the current one right next to it, and there was noticeable difference. So I think we kind of collectively, which is just Christy and myself, and Chrissy, you had a specific suggestion about the use of bold, I think, and I definitely agree. It's kind of consistent, and maybe it does need some highlights in the headings just to make it easier to know where to go. But aside from that, thought it looked definitely a today improvement.
And this was just Amber's attempt at really getting as close as possible to the current look and feel of our forms. So it's basically the same, but as you point out, there's some changes.
What font is used?
Gosh, I don't know. I can't tell you.
I think that looks great. The readability and the largest font we can use without making the contracts any longer. This to me, visually just looking at it, seems like an improvement. It looks like it's, even though it might be the same size, the spacing, the characters, whatever font that is, seems to be easy to read.
Heading in the right direction. And was it October that was anticipated as the due date?
Yes. So we currently use Microsoft Publisher, and that is going to end of life in October of this year. So
The one thing I would just like to put on the record is we could always stay away from the California style of numbering every line. That one kills me, whether it's in litigation or their contract forms. It makes my mind go berserk. But I think this looks great. And I'm one for kind of legacy and things like this. I'm a little nostalgic, and I really think we have pretty contracts, for lack of a better word.
And were you saying, Chrissy, like the conventional financing to be bold and the?
no, what I was mentioning is I compared the contracts side by side. There was on our current TPF, there is a bolded line, I think, towards the end that was not bolded on here. But I don't know that they were necessarily looking for proofing of it compared to the other one. This is just an example. And so I just wanted to make sure that the bold was taken from the current copy to the new copies. Yeah. That was what that one was. That was more of a proofing thing. But it definitely, I printed off the old one with that one side by side. This one felt bigger, clearer, and I liked it. I did.
So, any other comments anybody like to add for the committee to look at in between meetings?
I know,
Okay.
but I don't think I know.
Well, I think that looks great. And what's the next step? Anything that the work group needs to consider?
No, I think that we'll have to eventually convert all of these. And so, if we have feedback, as we kind of go through that process, share that with us.
What software are they using now?
It's Adobe or Acrobat, no, Adobe InDesign.
Adobe InDesign.
Yeah.
And before it was Microsoft Publisher.
Publisher.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all got that message. Publisher is really.
I just have one quick question that we may not know the answer to, but as we learned the last go round when we did the IABS form, that some of our forms providers retype all of our stuff, which was problematic last go round. If we change to this Adobe thing, do we think that might solve anything, or is that who knows?
Ultimately, it's still converted into a PDF. And so for those form vendors that don't just make a form fillable PDF, they actually retype, it's going to be the same issue.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll jump into.
Diane has a question.
Oh.
No, here's Diane.
Okay, sorry.
It's kind of forms related, but it has to do with when we put out the red lines on the forms and we put draft across there. So dark you can't read the words underneath that. Can we give some thought moving forward that draft can be gray? I mean, it's still going to say draft, but then the people who are asking to give us opinions can actually read the words under.
Yeah, more transparent on that.
Yes, yeah.
Good comment. Okay, so we'll jump right into agenda item number 5, which is discussion and possible action regarding comments received on the contract forms proposed at the February 9th, 2026 commission meeting. When I presented the forms that we sent to the commission last time, they approved them to go out for public comment. And so the exact form that we had sent to them went out. There's a limited back and forth at the commission meeting. Most of it centered around the disclosures and having which we'll get into in this discussion, but about whether we should draft the disclosures, whether we can draft the disclosures, or from sunsets directed to us, or whether that should be a legislative item, which we'll wait till we get to the comments to dive into that. But the forms that went out that everybody commented on were the exact ones that we sent forward. And we have quite a few here, and I love how they start. So we actually have said, I'd like the changes. We have to mark this one in the history books. That's the first time we have to start with that. So we're going to end the meeting right here. We're done. So thank you, Barbara Colvin, for sending that in, because that is helpful. We need those that like it just as much as those that and specifically, that was for our changes to paragraph 12 on the compensation and the contributions, 21, the notices, 22, the addenda, and the page 10, which we removed the compensation and added the new broker blocks or agent blocks. So let's get into Danielle Tucker-Shepard has several comments starting on paragraph 7E, which is the seller's disclosures. Thinks that having seller's disclosures in the contract creates a counter every time. This is those check boxes that are in 4 of our forms. And we've been over this one many times in our meeting. And if they're not filled out right and they need to be changed, yes, that is a counter. But that's the counter that we have that in there to begin with. We want the buyer to be to have notice of those particular issues. So it does operate if you change it as a counter offer. But it is by design, and you can, as a buyer, check them on everything, and the buyer can change it if it needs to be changed. Or excuse me, the seller can change it if it needs to be changed. Next is a water language. We're going to have a lot of discussion today on this, and I think we maybe wait till we get more to the substantive comment. This one didn't have any suggestion there, but they were concerned about sellers not having information about water conservation districts. And that's a repeated concern that we see throughout the materials. And then additionally, sellers that don't have unregistered wells and don't want them to be disclosed. Which the whole thing of getting it out there, right? Of having it. So it's, and there's no suggestion there, but those are some repeated concerns we'll come to again. Compensation. She has issues with only one box language in terms of the flat fee or percentage. And this is what I really like to get to the brokers. Her concern is in situations where maybe it's a percentage of X percent plus X amount of dollars, and whether that's a agent bonus they're paying or 1% plus $500. And right now it has check only one box, and so it's instructing you that you can't do both, or you have to change an or to an and, or I think it's some of the other language that may be in there.
I think some of that is, I looked at it, we've been instructed to use the buyer rep agreement amendment if we're gonna get a bonus for something. So it's not gonna be in paragraph 12.
Yeah.
If they're giving a bonus, we have to go ask the buyer if we get a bonus. So that's not gonna be, I don't see it in paragraph 12. I don't see bonuses coming into paragraph 12.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen that ever as a use of, when it goes at the bottom of page 10, I think it adds to confusion, and specifically now in the language in the buyer rep agreements. That's not the time to be dealing with that.
Well, yeah, bonuses have to be in the amendment of the buyer rep agreement. Buyer has to agree that we're gonna get the bonus.
And this comes in the form of the contribution, right? So this is the seller contributing to the compensation. So the buyer rep would have to allow for that,
Correct.
that bonus to be collected. But there still wouldn't be the concern with the broker going away and having it now only in 12. If for a seller to be able to contribute the percentage plus the bonus
Where do we?
via the
That's on
contracts. would
That's on
be-
the buyer rep agreement of both, it says bonuses right
But,
on it.
but we're getting out, that's between the buyer and the buyer's agent. This is the seller making the obligation, saying, I will contribute to the, what you've agreed in your buyer's rep. You're allowed to receive, but I'm willing to give you that 1% plus 500 or whatever it might be.
Is it a substantial change and goes all the way back through if we make that change? Because I gotta think it would.
And this is one thing I didn't bring up at the beginning. We can make non-substantive changes and changes based upon comment that have it.
I mean, so you can make whatever changes you want to. Depending on the degree of the change, that can sometimes mean that has to go back to the commission for re-proposal.
That's what I was getting at.
So it just kind of depends on, I wouldn't let that stop you, but it just kind of depends on the nature of the change. How much are you changing? But to the extent they're non-substantive changes, based on comment or not, you can make those, and it doesn't require re-proposal.
In a substantive change based on comment, that still would require re-proposal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where I would want to make clear
Yeah.
if it's based on comment, whether we not get away with it, but not have to republish.
Yes, the issue or the litmus test is substantive versus not.
Okay, so we never.
So it's and/or
So
Yeah.
so maybe we
Well,
put this in the wish box of something.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking, is it, but maybe it doesn't get done today. But I get the concept of maybe there is some percentage and there is some dollar amount. Maybe it's a bonus, maybe it's not, who knows, whatever it is, right? Everything's all up in the air, everything's negotiable. But I think as a stopgap, there is the possibility that someone could say, well, here's what the percentage equals, this many dollars, and this many dollars for the bonus. They could use, the form would work.
So it's just taking out, check one box only. Taking out that statement out of paragraph 12.
This may be too simplistic, but exactly what Melissa just said. If the seller has agreed to 3%, they're offering a $500 bonus on top of that. Add the two dang things together,
Right.
put it in there, and then the broker on the buyer side, we're going to amend the buyer rep agreement to make sure that we can actually collect that money. Why does that not work?
I think that's.
And I don't think that this is huge. Most of the time when we see bonuses, that's on builder homes, and most builders are using their own contracts
Their own
anyway.
contracts.
Yep. I don't see this as being a heavy thing in our regular resale
It
contract.
might be below the 5% threshold.
Well, and like I said, it just says check one box only. She's just asking
I don't think we have to
take
say
that line out.
It's still all money coming from the seller.
Correct.
It can still be documented the way we currently have it written or proposed.
Yeah, and
Richard?
I think we rely on the responsibility on the agent to get the money right, to write the contract, to get it back.
So, and Mary, I guess I may not have been totally listening. You're talking about a situation where the seller is willing to pay a bonus that is not necessarily written in someplace else.
Well, the buyer rep agreement, because our the law is now whatever the buyer rep agreement is all I can accept. So
there would
I
be
have
a
to go amend the
situation
buyer rep
in a buyer rep agreement for the payment of a bonus to the buyer's agent.
Correct.
Usually it comes after they've signed the rep agreement, then they look at a specific home that says, well, this one has a bonus. And they have to go back and renegotiate with the buyer.
It comes up a lot with builders,
And
but
that-
that's a
and
lot
that-
in their own
And
forms
that
too.
would be a bonus that is owed by the buyer to the buyer's broker.
Correct.
Right, because
Paid
they're
by
getting
the
it from
seller.
the builder.
And that one just sort of baffles me that you would have a bonus that the buyer would agree to in their agreement. Because that's a requirement for the paragraph 12.
If the seller's still paying it, but they can't take it till the buyer
So-
agrees.
It's just notifying the buyer that we're getting more money
Okay,
than.
and we'll keep that one in our quiver. I'm sure we're gonna get a lot more comments on our new paragraph 12 language anyways for the next meeting. The next one's notices, and Brian, I know you sent in a comment on this as well, in terms of this is a request for 2 lines for phone numbers. Where right now we only have 1 line.
Yeah, I just, somebody just sent me that, what page is that on?
This one's 152, the one you sent in, and page 2 is the one that we're on.
Yeah, a non-substantive change, a lot of times you'll have multiple phone numbers, and we only have 1 line for phone numbers.
as opposed to two for email
But
addresses.
John, we talked about that at the last meeting, and you can get two on one line.
Okay.
Well, I went in and tried to fill it on zip forms, and I couldn't do the
It's their
second one.
formatting because they're putting it in that.
But that depends upon what
What
form
forms
system
provider
you're
they're
using.
Yeah.
I think it would be, we have 2 lines for emails. Why don't we have 2 lines for phone?
I agree with that. I mean,
It's not gonna make it another page long, it's one line.
no, yes, I think it gives format consistency for one thing. And then the buyer, spouse doesn't feel left out. There's a place for them too. Our partner.
I don't have any heartburn adding a second line.
I don't need that.
Let's see. Next, we have Marcus Phipps sent in a comment, and this is a repeated comment as well about paragraph 12B, our new compensation big paragraph, not 12A1B, but 12B. And suggests that we use the Texas Realtor commercial contract style language, and that it believes it's more clear and concise. I don't think it goes as far as some people think it does. I think it's highlighted a little bit by Marcus's comment saying that it allows the buyer or seller to pay either side's fees. And the commercial language that I see has only the seller being able to pay. It doesn't have the buyer being able to pay the other side. So I don't think it's quite as mutual as our farm and ranch language, for example. Our farm and ranch is very clear that the buyer or seller can pay either the buyer or seller's fees. It can go both ways. And so looking at the commercial contract language, I wasn't convinced that it's better. I don't think it's more clear, and I think it actually has more limited ability to contribute, especially on the buy side, contributing to the seller side fees. But if anybody else take a look at the commercial language,
I don't think it's
on
better. Yeah, well, and it's significantly, I mean, it takes up an awful lot of space in the contract as well. But the way that they have it written is they talk about who are the brokers, and then to your point, it's just the seller paying. There's no option for the buyer to pay, but it gives a percentage of the sales price and then a long blank. It's not in a dollar amount. It's a percentage, or I don't know what else would go in there besides a dollar amount, but I don't know.
So one that had a Maserati written in.
Yeah, right. Like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like what else? And my 2 horses. Like what else am I gonna pay to get I think that's I like ours being a percentage of a dollar amount and not being so open ended.
For the brokers, do you guys anticipate any confusion between, in the rare instance where the buyer's really gonna pay the compensation, what are your agents gonna write in there? Are they gonna assume they rely on it from representation agreement, or are they gonna get it written in the contract?
I think, well, I would say representation in most cases.
Well, I feel like it's gonna be just like with the buyer rep agreement, as far as the TXR forms, right? We're talking TXR forms, that we're not taking more than we're not allowed to be paid more than what we have an agreement from a client, right? And so if that's true, and maybe the buyer doesn't know and they make an offer and they put some amount of money that's not the right amount, just like the other direction, they're going to have an amendment to that agreement, or they're going to have to they're going to have to renegotiate paragraph 12 as they move forward to make them match. And I think that the first couple of times that I talked to someone about this, they were like, wait, what did you just say? They didn't understand because first of all, it's been usual and customary forever because of the sharing of compensation. But second, the current today market doesn't dictate that would happen, right? And so my conversation was, okay, but picture 2021. And if you were in business in 2021 and your buyer was effectively paying for both agents' compensation by paying $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $100,000 more than the list price, that changed the way our pricing works in the marketplace. And if we had what we are proposing, prices might have gone from $400 to $425 instead of gone from $400 to $500. overnight. And it would have been a substantial change to there would have been so many different changes in our marketplace, right? It would have affected us in a very different way. I like the idea of giving this option, knowing that it's probably not going to be used a lot in the beginning. But if the market shifts, maybe it does.
And I also think this gets back to a couple of things. One, we actually have used this recently a lot in multiple offers, and it's another way for a buyer to really have another negotiating point. So I disagree with all the brokers that are not experiencing this, because we are, and I know different markets are different. The other thing that I did is I contacted all the brokers in my county and had a meeting, and we got almost 50% of the people that handle all the transactions, the brokers in the room, and we went through the biggest major changes, because I wanted feedback, and presented the history, the background, kind of what we were looking at, and they liked it. They said it was clear, concise, easy to understand. And I just, also from the perspective of, why is it always seller, seller, seller in a contract, when a lot of the comments that I'm looking ahead at, some of the comments were, this puts the buyer at a disadvantage. Honestly, I think it's fear from the agent who sees changes and they're not sure how to explain it, because consumers are empowered and savvy these days. They're on AI, they're everywhere. So why are we assuming that they're these weaklings when they are actually more empowered than they ever have been? And agents need to understand that buyers and sellers are parties to the contract. Let's make sure both are represented. And why is it always only the seller who is listed as the potential to pay for something? Period.
I like the focus group. I mean, that says a lot.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
Looking at not just with Marcus's comment and everything, when I saw some of these comments, I think some of the comments, they were not reading paragraph 12 correctly. They were not reading it correctly. Well, the buyer doesn't have money to pay. Well, this is only if you have to get somewhere.
It's still writing your negotiation here.
Right.
Your negotiation's done by now.
Right. So I don't think I think a lot of those comments that we've gotten, they were really confused, thinking they had to put in the because they didn't read that it's paying towards the sellers,
And I, like Chrissy, reached out to the managers in our branches, say, have you seen this being used as a negotiating tool, the buyer contributing? And much to my surprise, 6.5%. Yes, they did. So, I think it's just maybe more markets will catch on, to your point that the buyer wants to be aggressive. And so,
And what does the market do? Is it a buyer market or a seller market? That's going to make a difference in the use of this document. And I think that agents also need to keep in mind that if you're putting an amount in here, if the buyer has, just for example, they have $25,000 and they come to you and they say, I want to buy a house. Of that $25,000, some can be a down payment, some can be closing costs, and this is just more closing cost, right? And so if you need more for your closing cost, maybe you put less down. And that's a conversation they need to have with their lender about what options are available in the loan products at the time.
So, and I agree with all that, and I throw in the short sale example. I've seen it used probably mostly when it comes across my desk on the short sale side. But when we're having the draft language to go in there. And I do have a slight concern at the beginning of buyers not understanding that they can't finance that amount, right? Because if their lender is not going to give them money to then pay for the seller side fee. So I do have a small fear there, but that's well overcome by the benefit of it, the education that will be a short-lived issue, I think, as agents learn about that. And I always like to think back to, we had the vast majority of comments by numbers for the farm and ranch language being equal. And as a big push, and I have John Holland in the back of my head, who really preaches this a lot, that make it fair, make it both sides be able to contribute to the other. We shouldn't just lean on the seller. So not only with the comments today, but from the ones of our past meetings, it really votes heavily, I think, in favor of keeping it mutual, keeping it in like that. Okay, so we'll go on to the network. We're going to try to hit this a couple times, but just march forward today to Jamie Harvey's comments. So this is a new one, and one that I think is worth a discussion. The first one is about the expense limitation language. And as we have. Comment? Okay. So the expense limitation language we revised in our drafts here, and it comes at the bottom of 12 has A, which if we largely look at, those are contributions to seller to buyer expenses. B, which is now the brokerage compensation as mutual. And C, which is the expense limitation language. And Jamie's point is that this is better, should be up, I think we're better up in the section that actually talks about the expenses that it applies to, which is A, the seller contributions. In looking at that myself, I thought I like it where it is because it also talks about broker compensation at the end of the expense limitation, saying that if any governmental loan program, blah, 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 prohibits buyer from paying these charges, then the amount in any concession in 12A shall be applied to pay such prohibited expenses and then to other buyers' expenses, but not brokerage compensation or contribution. And if we have that up in A and they stop reading right there and don't get to the broker compensation, there's already a thought right now that our current language you can use those expenses in the catch-all category for broker compensation, which isn't the case. And I think that will contribute to that issue moving forward if we were to move that language up. I think it's a well thought out comment, but my fear is and thought is it's best left where it is because of that concern. I threw that up for anybody else has a thought that it should be moved up or.
No, I like it where it is. The other question I have with her is her statement was that the agents were going in and negotiating their compensation in paragraph 12. And that I think is going to be an issue,
There's no question in this market, a lot of agents think in the mindset, even if they're getting written agreements signed with their buyers, they still think I'm just going to collect whatever I can get from the seller. And they're telling their clients that. They're asking me to draft agreements that say just that you'll pay up to X, but you're only going to pay what the other side gives you. And it's so prevalent right now. And that's that mindset that I think we just need to step out of as an industry of thinking that's how the models work. And we can't draft around that. We can't account for that mindset in our forms. And those that are doing it's just a bad practice. It's not how we should be operating and how the rules were intended to work. So that is a good point. We see that repetitively in some of these comments and in the field.
Would that maybe be more likely to be handled by TXR and their forms for buyer and seller agreements between the brokers? Maybe it's not here, but maybe it goes there where there's some level of whatever kind of checks and balance they think they can come up with.
that's going to lead the compensation between brokers.
But there's still compensation in the listing agreement for the listing.
Oh, on the listing.
And there's still compensation for the buyer agent and the
And the
buyer.
buyer, right, you're right.
And what I'm saying
I'm
is
saying the
that
extra
maybe we're not in charge of figuring that out. Maybe it needs to be between the broker and the consumer, not between the two consumers. Like our part is working on the buyer and the seller working together to figure out who's putting money in whose pocket. But it's TXR's opportunity to figure out how the brokers and their agreements with their consumer, the person who's hired them, has the checks and balances to make sure that the consumer's not harmed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, whether it's Texas Realtors forms or some other broker form,
Right.
that's
Whatever that looks like.
and that's really the fiduciary for our clients, right? At the end of the day. And then we have the new law with Senate Bill 1968 and the TRILA changes in 562 and 563 that make you spell out those things in the residential sale context at least. So
I think a lot of it's education. Because, I ran into problems. I know we're getting rid of the TXR form 2402, but I had a broker not taking it to title to execute it because he did not agree with the 2402.
Yep.
And those are two separate documents.
And the comment that's throughout here that we can, with Jamie, since we're discussing it now, is transparency. There's this question, we're removing page 10, so it's not transparent anymore. Well, it never gave what the seller was paying, right? It never was disclosed there or intended to be disclosed. In this, or they can change it for some reason if they decide you deserve less. No, your listing agreement, your buyer rep agreement sets it. It doesn't matter what's in the contract. Your buyer or seller is agreeing to pay you what you've already negotiated far in advance of doing this contract. And that's that mindset of a lot of times they never had those agreements, right? And you never were forced to. And now, now that you have to, it necessarily would have been done in advance, at least for residential sales. So I don't think there's anything we do to address that, and it's just a mind shift that needs to happen. So go to Vicki French, not a fan of the groundwater and thinks it's very confusing, and not a fan of paragraph 12B, that compensation language. She thinks it might be better to write, she provides this suggestion, the date seller notifies buyer. Oh, this is for the backup. That's my different, sorry. Different comment, sorry, my thing with you. So we have never ever that a buyer wants to put. Oh, that's what it is. In two.
Oh,
yeah.
So we just went through that. Let's go to, so Bart Stockton sent in several comments, and I think several of them are definitely worthy of an extended discussion about this. And part of it, I think, is a thing I want to form a working group on, just up front, of consistency of terms or notifications or delivery of certain items. If we start where he does here, so in paragraph H, I wonder if license holders will try to develop a different understanding of delivering notice versus seller giving notice. And it might be better simply write the date the seller notifies buyer that the first contract is terminated. So he's in the backup contract frame of mind now. And what we have on our backup form, we go to that. This is going to be on page 140. Let's see. 140, did you say?
Yeah.
140 of our materials. Let's go to paragraph H. This is when you have a backup contract, and there's the date that the backup contract goes in the first place. We have language in there. The seller must notify buyer immediately the termination of the first contract. For purposes of performance, the effective date of backup contract changes to the date seller delivers notice of termination of the first contract to buyer. And so he brings up that delivering should be seller giving notice, and the kind of the semantics of it.
Yeah.
In doing that, we have other comments in here too. I'm going to go to the high level of, we use several different terms for delivering or giving notice. One's receives, delivers, provides, gives. And I went through, and each one of those receives we use in the old backup contract. Receives in there. Delivers are title objections, the water notice language that we have, the seller's disclosure notice. We have provide in the sales price adjustment termination notice, the EM termination, the natural resource leases language has that. For option terminations, we use give, and it gives notice. And we have furnish for like furnish the existing survey. I think this is a bigger topic to look at making these consistent. And one of the issues we have is it comes from paragraph 21 to begin with. And in paragraph 21, it says effective. Yeah, effective when, and then we have three different options. When delivered to, or when mailed to, or when what's the third?
And delivered, sent by courier, or transmitted by electronic.
So I think we have to go. Right. So then we have notices, and then we have separate giving of documents. And so the notifications, we use different terms. I think we first have to, in a bigger picture, not today, look at paragraph 21 to make it, what does that state and what words are proper, given, and few words is proper, given what we put there. And can we tweak that to make it to where one word will work everywhere else for notices? Or if it's two purposely because it's different methods that we have to account for. And then from there, of looking at separate for the documents that we have to provide, it's not necessarily a notice, but we have to give you the exception documents or the survey, and trying to come up with a consistent way to state that. So it's not a well thought out comments from Bart and another person that's on that. I, as far as this form goes, I don't think, changing is necessary from what Bart says here, but I think we do look at it globally from there in
That's a
between.
great idea. And then I think it's attorneys that are going to have to be on that committee, because it's the definition that the agents are going to have to then understand, what does that mean? I don't think, I wouldn't feel that it would be my place as a broker to know what, because when we have a problem, we take it to attorneys. Now, you may still have different opinions, but I think it's a great idea.
And I would like a broker involvement on there too, to kick the attorneys in the butt and saying you're being too much. You know,
If I can make a distinction too, there's a notice where you talk about a notice being effective, given, delivered, received, whatever. But then there are other things like a document. That's not a notice. The survey. When is the survey deemed delivered to the buyer for the objection period to start? Does the notice, I don't know that notice paragraph even applies, because that's not a notice.
I hear Brian volunteering
I hear
right now.
volunteering,
That's a, would you like to be on the committee? I would like to be on that committee, subcommittee as well. So, Brian, anybody else have an interest?
I do.
Okay, so maybe 2 lawyers, 2 brokers.
Sure.
That works.
If there's any space left, that's a committee that I wouldn't mind being on.
Absolutely.
All right, we're gonna test you, Kenny.
All right. Chris and Melissa. And we'll call this the notice working group or the.
It's gotta be a good
Only
person.
purpose, no, we got to have giving committee that never notice to.
I'm not quick on my feet, Christie.
I'm not, I would say I for this.
CB day by day. Yeah, we can think about that over. We can update the minutes with the name as soon as it pops in. It pops into our mind there. Okay, so moving forward with that, let's go to James Humberland. Because he doesn't want the buyer contribution to the seller broker fee. So I think he thinks it's too confusing as drafted, and asks that this needlessly complicate the work of agents. And that's not being included. So we've already gone through that. Ivy Boland, why would a buyer include buyer agreement to pay compensation, including agents? Dave Covington, let's see, he asked about the severance of groundwater. So he has a question, and there's some supplemental materials. He sent in another email as well. There's some confusion about whether groundwater rights are severed when the property is subject to a groundwater conservation district. And that the answer there is just by being subject to groundwater conservation district regulations does not sever the water rights. So that act itself does not act as a severance. It really regulates regulates it from various different means that's allowable by those regulations. You'll see in these materials sometimes too. I know Megan Champion sent in comments as well. There's different phrasing of like a underground water conservation district. The actual statutes don't say underground water conservation district. This is groundwater, but there's several that have named themselves underground water conservation district. So their formal names have that in there, but the statutes all discuss groundwater conservation or subsidence districts. But there's some confusion in my mind. Is this something different than groundwater conservation district because it's underground? That's merely just the name of it being.
Do we know if education committee is going to focus on this heavily in legal one or legal two?
It is. We have a whole chapter in the new legal update that's out there.
That'll help a ton of them.
Yeah, and Tony helped draft that with Vanessa, and it goes into surface water, groundwater, and in pretty good detail. So let's see, Kim's comment was just a water notice, but let's see, fire restrictions. Thinks water rights is too complicated. Wants just a water. And can't public can't get much of the information out there. This is kind of addressing, I think, the general thought of it is confusing, it is complicated. And I agree. That's my big fear with this language is it is a lot. And I think we've made the determination that the confusion is worth it at the end of the day, because it is such a big right, it does have such an impact that we've done our darndest to make this as simple as we can with addressing everything that Brian Sledge, Charles Porter, and everybody's brought to us as a committee of why this is a big enough deal. And once we get over that hump, I think we spent so much time drafting this that absent Bart's comments later about the ordering and phrasing of it, which I think he has a good point in how it's phrased, but I think we've gotten over that hump of the confusion. That there is going to be confusion, we know it, and we've done our best to control it.
I feel like on some level between legal two, and by the way, it is really good because when I taught it the other day, Tony, you will appreciate this. That I said, and I come back from break, I always say, what did you guys learn the last hour? And they were like, the water rights. Oh my God. They loved having the information. And I think even with the form, maybe even that it's so confusing, it's going to literally be like, OMG, we have to figure this out. And it's going to be such a red flag in the transaction that people are going to stop and go, what do I need to do about this? Yeah.
So the other thing I had done in that meeting with all the brokers in our county, I had brought in our local Prairie Lands GCD, and for an hour and a half, they presented to the brokers about everything, and their eyeballs were about to pop out of their head around the fact that they hadn't heard it. And they loved it. Now it's our opportunity as brokers in the industry to make sure our agents are trained. And that's bringing our local trainers from the GCDs that will come out to our brokerages and do that. And that's what this is going to do. And I think that's the movement we need to start with all of this. And I think that will. And then they'll know who to contact and who to refer sellers to contact with the local GCD to help them through and navigate these pieces.
If I can make a sort of a global comment here. So when I read through all of the comments related to paragraph 7I, whatever form you're looking at, it seems to me that confusion really is between the groundwater conservation district or special management notices we typically call notice to purchaser versus the water notice that we draft. I don't know if it's worth putting an instructional essentially right down to the perhaps maybe in I3E that says the water notice that's to be given under this section 7I is not the same water notice. That is different from the notice to purchaser that we're providing, and we'll list under paragraph 22 or whatever it is, because we moved that paragraph out now from paragraph 6E to put it down in the addendum paragraph. So there's another now little movement where they're thinking, okay, I got to go get the notice to purchaser. Now I've also got to deliver this notice. So I'm kind of on the fence about this. I'm not usually favoring putting instructions in there, but perhaps a parenthetical that just says these are two different things. You have the notice to purchaser to worry about. And one of the comment was like, if you're in Bell County, you're going to provide the notice to purchaser in every single transaction. Like, that's fine. But that's different from this water. So which I think
Maybe we call it something other than water notice.
could be. But anyway, that's the distinction.
Groundwater.
I hesitate. My wheels are taking, I didn't get that much of an impression of confusion on that level, but I can see it absolutely happening. Would it be something that would be better in the actual water notice itself to say that it does not take up space in the contract, but if they then go pull it, it's blinking red light on top of that?
Yes, and I'm
that's
not,
different.
like, I'm not so where it should be, but, and I'm also not sold necessarily to put it in there other than this is just, to me, the first thing that we have to tell people if I'm trying to instruct them is you got two different notices here.
And just because you're getting the water notice purchaser does not mean you have to complete the water notice.
Right. Yeah. So, to me, that, I thought, like this one comment about the gentleman who asked about whether or not this meant if I'm in this water, groundwater district, have I severed my right? Well, that's just misunderstanding. Right. It's not clear.
Brokers? What do you think?
I think it's education. The groundwater rights are gonna be the, because certainly the GCDs are gonna be the issue. Even though we cover it legal, how many agents actually know what's out?
Should we call it groundwater notice? That, I mean, we define the term water notice.
We cover surface water as well, though.
Our form that we have says water notice, seller's disclosure about groundwater and surface water rights. That's the current name of it. What other notice are you thinking about changing that?
The notice of purchaser, not changing, but saying this is different from the mud. It's basically the notice of purchaser. The water code chapter.
And I think some of the confusion here is that we use the term water notice in paragraph 7, we abbreviate it called water notice, right? So I think that's the, again, it may be overkill. It just seems to me that where we list here in paragraph 3E there, we're already saying that. So if you read that carefully, you're going to infer that anyway. Oh, this is two different separate forms. I don't know if there's a bit of say, yes, there are two different forms.
Water rights.
I'm on the side of the fence of not doing it, but I'm with you. I'm not strong on that. That's gonna lean on.
And do keep in mind that this is gonna be market specific.
Sure.
You know, if you are in a neighborhood that has the mud district or whatever, that's what in Dallas, this groundwater, surface water thing isn't gonna have any traction at all. But the agents all know, just check my. That one's done.
Well, there were so many comments about the new form. And then I'm looking here where, we're already addressing the fact there's confusion regarding water and now the new water form. It's not even listed here. And it's 2 or 3 pages long. And it's in every single contract. And all we say is it falls under disclosure, statutory disclosures and notices, and then catch me all, the following utility, water, drainage, and other district notices list.
But that would be the mud notice, not.
I know,
not our new
and
form.
that's
but
why
our new form's not.
It's
even
not there. So that just adds to the confusion or lack of clarity with this new form.
But it needs to be in paragraph 22.
I would think so.
Well, there are, Texas is still very rural, and there are counties, like Bell County, but that's not such a rural county, is that the water districts that apply there cover the entire county. So I can see that there will be a number of counties. There will be a notice to purchaser attached to every transaction, and there very well could be this water rights notice attached. A lot of.
I like what we have.
But The header on I says seller's disclosure about groundwater and surface water. It's clearly not talking about a mud district in the header of the whole paragraph.
I think you're just not.
But it's
I'm
new.
with Christie.
People are so used to the water district notice. And now this new one, and I'm thinking of Houston where it may or may not be used that much, but the point is you have to think of the whole state and conditioning the brokers to know that it's there and how it's supposed to be used. And now it takes up 2 inches in every single contract and an addendum, so it needs more clarity. It's just something new.
We
I
can
think that's
certainly
sort of the
communicate
point.
on that point too. I mean,
Yeah.
we can communicate about what changes and from there.
Well, I like
You know, and I love
one
what
part of Brian's suggestion. What if you, the separation is, in the parenthetical, we say this is the water notice, what do we call it? Seller's water.
You're referring to
Right.
the water district.
We have to change that
Say
part.
was the mud
Or
district.
or water rights.
I like that, Brian.
But it is
I like the
water
rights.
It is a seller's notice. It is a seller's disclosure.
Sellers.
So that's why I was thinking. This is coming from the seller, not coming from the water district.
I'm not opposed to that.
I like that.
Another thing we could do, we put it in the paragraph 22 where we have all the different forms, put the water rights notice right under the utility district notices.
Wait, say that again? I didn't track.
Well, this water rights thing,
Uh-huh.
this new thing, we don't have a checkbox for that in paragraph 22.
Right, yeah, it needs to be there.
But I was
We
just
need to
saying,
do it, and if we add it right under the box for the following utility, water, drainage, public improvements, you will see that they are 2 different things.
Is that gonna be substantive?
it needs to be in there somewhere.
And
I don't think it'd be
Checkbox.
substantive.
I like that, but I really like the idea of pointing out that this is for the seller and this isn't, don't go look for some notice on some website from a governmental entity.
Seller, water rights notice.
And just a note, I believe that was intentional last time to not have it on paragraph 22, just like the seller's disclosure notice is listed here in paragraph 22. I think that was an intentional, not included intentionally.
The title of that is statutory disclosures and notices, and this wouldn't be statutory.
You know, so many of these other, in looking at this addendum for seller's disclosure, that's already there. Where do we draw the line? I think it should be there. It's taking up so much conversation space and it's confusing that I think we need to draw attention to it or it's gonna get overlooked.
What if we just call it water disclosure instead of water notice?
Well, right now I've got several suggestions. Seller's water rights notice, seller's water notice. Consider which one you like better.
I think if you break it down, it's not really so much their rights. It's not the seller's rights. It's just disclosing what water is there or they don't know what's there. So it's not really, these are my rights. So I don't think that one fits.
So what if we just make it seller's disclosure about groundwater and surface water?
You're
like
saying
the
take
word.
off the water notice.
And take off the
right,
word
and
rights.
right.
What's the name? Take off the first 2 words and the last word on the name of the form.
Just name,
Just
what the actual
it's called.
name is.
Well, you'd have to write that every single time we were trying to abbreviate that.
Yeah, you can almost call it just seller's water notice.
That's what I was thinking, seller's water notice.
The whole goal of putting
Or
this
water
is to let,
disclosure, seller's water disclosure.
we're trying to make sure the seller realizes that they're supposed to do it, don't go look elsewhere, and it's not the buyer's job, so seller's water.
So we talked about adding that into the following utility.
You know, above it, the checkbox above it,
But
below
for
it.
the-
I like above it.
I like above it too.
On paragraph 22.
I think we were
I think we're in the action, paragraph 7.
We're gonna put it
Yeah.
together.
Yeah. Yeah, we're at 7 right now.
7 too, but it also needs to be in paragraph 22.
Well, does it?
That's the next, let's do 7 first, and we go look at 22, because there's a couple different concerns.
So F has 3 options. They have received the notice, they have not received the notice, or they don't have to give the notice, right? So I don't, is it a part of the contract?
And that may be why we left the seller
That's why we
disclosure
Yes,
notice
that's why
off.
you left the seller disclosure notice off of that, and this was the same conversation.
And the rationale was what, again?
The boxes that are in the contract itself say you received it, you haven't received it, but it will be provided or is not required. So it's similar to the SDN.
Well, that's a good rationale. Because that's why we did away with 60/12.
So it's
Because
the,
it's duplication.
so we're gonna change, in 7I, water notice, and that turns out the water notice, the seller's water notice, and to make conforming changes throughout 7I. Is there, in the notice itself, does it use the term water notice?
Yeah.
Well, water notice, yeah.
Brian, we have Brian on the screen. I don't know if he's wanting to say something.
Hey, Brian.
Brian's
Look at this
frozen.
picture.
He's frozen.
He's frozen water.
You're frozen, Brian.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good morning. I just wanted to make a show because in case, I wanted you to know I was here in case I can help.
So, and I'll just say, to make conforming changes in the water notice as well.
So you're just saying change the title on I?
It's defined.
The defined term, that
The parent level.
Okay,
is what I mean.
Just
right, the
parent-
title or just the term?
Just the parent level.
Okay,
And call it seller water notice.
Seller's water notice would like to look at possible.
when did this go back?
Make one.
May 4th.
Or we can even say seller water disclosure.
We have water notice, seller's disclosure about groundwater and surface water rights as the title of the actual form right there.
What, well, it's seller's water disclosure.
Y'all like that better? I'm okay.
I like seller's water disclosure.
That
I
matches
like the
our,
word disclosure.
The form is page 149 of the packet.
Is there any reason why the form's name could not be in I instead of having 2 separate statements that create a parenthetical? And it's the same word that's moved around? Yeah, I realize that, but it's also the beginning of the form's name. So it's seller water.
Yeah, I'm okay with the name.
Water notice. Paragraph 11.
Oh, do you want to?
On the actual form, would you want to change it and not say water notice? at the
Yeah,
beginning?
Right.
Just strike the word water notice
Yeah,
at the top of the form.
I think so.
yeah. And do we need to strike the word rights at the end or not?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so then it's done, did what I was saying. Yeah. There's some. This is W and the end then become lowercase. No, it's- Seller's water disclosure. So.
trying to find, there's a comment from Bart in here that I think would be good to pick up now about the rewording of that paragraph 7 in the contract. There's one item of confusion that he points out that I've heard a lot, or how we currently phrase it, especially in the 3rd subsection, where we say seller will not deliver the water notice because all the following are true. And then it goes, seller is not aware of the water well, seller is not aware of this. And, it's all, we say, because all the following are true, then it's stuff that seller is not aware of.
This is the one on page 17.
Except E, yeah, it goes in different. So it's in all the forms, right, that we put it in all the forms. I'm on page 69, but this is in the 1 to 4. But it should be the same in all the versions of it. And he had a suggestion of how to reword it to where it is simplified up front, instead of having that at the back end, but putting it up front to say, and I don't want to butcher his comment, I won't find it in here, but essentially saying, the actual comment.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I saw, yeah.
Page 17 of the packet. He's the first comment on the page, and
There
it
it
starts off with paragraph 1A, groundwater.
And he has a separate comment where he actually lays it out. I think he had a couple page actual.
Another one.
Yeah, that had it spelled out.
Oh, that's page 27.
22.
20, it starts 27, where he wrote the whole like email.
Exactly.
Yeah, that starts on page 27. And goes into page 28 where he reworded it on the bottom of.
Yep, there it is. So, what I've seen is there on 28. From what I could tell, and I didn't do word by word thing, but he kept, from what I saw, our language that we had in there and reworked for the most part of where it falls. And so right now we have the lead up sentence, and then we say the buyers received it, they have received it, they will receive within so many days, or it will not be delivered because of X, Y, Z. He keeps the beginning portion of it, but then the first section is seller is not aware of any of the following and list it out. And then the second one is if seller is aware, seller shall provide water notice. And then it tracks kind of what we did with the SDN. It has received it or has not received it and will receive it within so many days, or it's not required. So it moves what we have on the back end now to the front end.
Yeah, I liked what he did. It was easier to read. It was more positive.
Yes, that's where I took it. It removes that issue of confusion I've been hearing from everybody on not aware, and it is true or not true, whatever that might be. So I actually like what he had. So it's on page 20, 28.
In blue.
And he doesn't like it in general, right? And he has the same problem that I have and those other commissioners have of how this came about. And some of it, mostly the seller's disclosure language mixed in with a little bit of this water disclosure directives. But getting past that, he made this recommendation. I think keeping our language that we have, what I can tell, and I would want to keep our language, but the reordering of it, I did think it was a much better way to present it.
Help me with how he dealt with 2C. Because 2, he says they'll give the water notice, then option C, sellers are not required to give the water notice. And that condition in 2C is one of the items that we have under 3.
So if it's not aware up here, the seller is aware of the conditions, they shall provide water notice. And I agree with that, but that's kind of checking the box. If you're not aware, you don't have to provide it.
Well, I think the problem is that you have to be provided by only one of those, the water has to also be a condition there.
Oh,
That's the
He
problem.
also didn't put the box one that's in the form now, buyer has received.
That's 2A under his.
Oh, kind of got hidden.
I like it being broken up so that we eventually get paragraph 2. And then we say either that they have to give the notice and they either given the notice or they will give the notice. I'd like that. How can we move 2C up into paragraph 1?
So everybody see what Brian is saying there?
No, we're going to 2C, 7I2.
I think he's looking on that.
I'm looking at the proposals.
Proposals.
Yeah. At the top though, like this fourth bullet point
Yeah,
is
I
not
see what you're saying.
currently in any of ours.
That's what he said.
He says additional trigger not in current form proposal.
And I'm not sure we go there. That would definitely trigger a material change.
I mean, I like his idea. The first question is, I'm not aware of anything, let's move on, rather than wait until
Yes.
the third to determine.
Well, I think what I like about our draft here is that you've gotten the notice, you're going to deliver the notice, or you're not going to deliver the notice. You're checking only one of those 3.
And it's comparable to how we handle seller disclosure notice.
Right.
That
Yeah, on his,
I've
you would
gotten
have
it,
to
don't
check,
have to give it, or I don't have to give it.
Right.
yeah.
And so, while I don't have any problem moving the order of those things around, I just think that that works. And so to me, it's just a matter of getting more comfortable with the form. And then once 2 or 3 transactions happen, you're going straight to 3. So,
Yeah. The seller's not aware is the language that decides to hear about so much in the way that it's formatted here, the confusions. That's really what's so enticing about this is it made it a way that clicked. And in my mind too, between the 2 forms, of just being a better way to make the same soup.
well, the other reason I like our form a little bit more is because in the first version of this going out, all of these have to be true. And I think it emphasizes more that these are each one, I'm not aware, I'm not aware, I'm not aware. As opposed to, I'm not aware of this whole laundry list, which someone might learn or.
So we believe we like the way we have it.
This isn't a hill I'm willing to die on, so I take any direction on this. It's going to be confusing one way or another, right? And it's how do we best analyze it, and we work really hard on this.
But I'm going to go back to my comment earlier about this is going to really be market specific. Agents are going to know for their locality whether this is required or not.
If not, it's an education piece.
It's definitely for education.
Regardless of what we increase, right?
So any strong feelings?
I kind of like Brian's point of it being, and Ron's, being consistent with the way the language in special, in the seller disclosure notices are. There's so much that agents are having to relearn, this being one. And if the format, I wish we would have thought of this sooner because it's easier to read, but maybe when we get around to making the whole contract easier to read in our lifetimes, then we can do it then. I don't know.
Now, one thing we could do is we could change the wording to be comparable to what we do in paragraph 7B about the seller's disclosure. And it says the seller is, 7B option says the seller is not required to furnish the notice.
Well, he's not on the law right now.
Exactly. So, but we could say seller is not required to give the water notice because, rather than saying seller will not deliver, seller is not required.
Just say seller is not required to deliver, period, remove. will not.
Instead of will not deliver is not
It's not
required to
required.
deliver.
Because.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
In fact, you can break it up. You can say seller is not required to give the water notice to buyer, period. A seller is not required to give the water notice if all of the following things are true.
Which is somewhat what he's, go back to Bart's, kind of how he teed it up.
Yeah, right, you did. And that is, again, consistent with the seller's disclosure notice, at least the language of it.
I don't have a big objection to saying it's not required because I think the contract is what's going to require this or not required. When I hear the word required, I immediately go to the law.
Is there a
You know,
law?
I don't have a big heartburn about it.
Well, it doesn't sound like there's a big,
But I mean, should we make that change for the minutes on here or just leave it alone?
I think the change was that we were gonna do seller's water disclosure instead of water notice.
I have that down, but I'm just talking about this last one.
Mhm. Oh,
That's wrong.
seller will not deliver versus seller is not required.
Great.
I prefer sellers not required.
I do too.
That's us.
Okay.
Because. Christie, do you prefer seller is not required because all the following are true?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I think we specifically started every sentence with seller is not aware for a very particular reason. We discussed that, didn't we?
Mhm.
It doesn't mean that it couldn't be true that the seller just has no awareness of it.
correct.
And saying seller will not deliver makes it sound like it's his choice. Where saying the seller is not required is saying that there's a rule, law, or something out there.
I know. But unfortunately, there's not. We just been asked to do this.
Oh, one day.
Okay. Since we're on the water language, to the best of our ability for all the other comments we remember. Because that way we don't have to revisit it every comment that we get to. There's one comment that had come up several times about a gap with a well that was not in use but not abandoned. That was in the form itself, not the contract. If we turn to the actual form,
What page?
yes, yeah, and I personally don't think we need to make a change. If we go to the water form that's on page 149, this is in number 2. When it asks about, first you get the number of wells, where's the total, so in 2B, the seller aware of one or more wells on the property, yes. If yes, the total number of wells known to the seller is blank. And then it breaks down that total number. And the comment that has come up a couple times is there's nowhere where it breaks out the wells that are not in use but haven't been what's under number 3, capped, covered, plugged, or abandoned.
It was a
But
big
fifth
topic.
grade
in
arithmetic.
the
Yeah.
I remember that.
I thought if it had been capped, that's what we'd say abandoned. That's what is meant by
I think so
that.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in there you can deduce too of process elimination, know the total number, you know all the other numbers in there. You can figure out that even if there was confusion about it.
Clearly it's not in use, and there's one of these reasons why.
And so to me, it came up a couple times, so I wanted to bring it up for discussion again, but we talked this out quite a bit. As was part of that.
They had some reason not to. Change it.
To me, this is just something that just hit me, and this may be going into too much detail, but if in 2B1, it asks the total number of water wells, do we need to then indent 2 and 3 and have them as different numbering so that we're clear that the sum total of 1 should be 2 and 3 added together?
You mean like a dent would be 2 and 3 and make them like A and B?
Well, and it won't necessarily with this whole issue we just discussed on the two, so there won't be,
They won't always.
they won't always
equal.
add
They won't
up to
always
the.
equal.
It is a fair point, but do we then take 1 to little a, or 2, 2, 3, and 4 to little a, b, c?
Well, 4 would
Four
be,
would.
4 would be, it would just be 2
Oh,
and
no.
3 to A and B.
Just trying to reduce confusion on what seems clear to us after talking about it for 2 years. Maybe clear, do they understand it?
I think that's a bad change. It may say bad change. It's maybe a good change.
Fine.
And now here, what if they want to try to make it match up? Won't necessarily. Like if it's a dented, will they think I need to make sure
Yes,
They
probably
will.
does?
They will.
I think this is providing good substantive information that should be sufficient. If in practice it turns out that it's not, we can always revisit the point.
All right, Brian says leave it.
I did. You're welcome.
Formatting question on this. I noticed that we have parentheticals under the large E, under each of those numbers. Is that a formatting change? We put parentheses around the large ABC on this subparagraph. I don't know. You want to fix that?
I'll check, yeah.
Okay.
Before we
I
move
think-
on from this topic, to your question, the discussing about it all at one time,
Mhm.
why is this, and this was raised in the comments, why is this paragraph 7I in the condominium contract that applies to high rises, for example?
On the water wells,
Yes.
because the individual condos don't have water wells, but I have a lot of developments that are feeding off water wells that are condos. Instead of platting, a lot of developers are going to the condo format. So where it would normally be a platted lot, that is the platted unit, you get the house plus the area, and there's water wells that feed it.
And in that kind of style of a condominium, do they have a lot and block, or do they have a percentage of ownership of the land underneath?
It is, when you look at it, it looks like a lot and block, but it is actually a unit, and you have a general common area, which is usually the road, maybe a pool. And then the water well, I've had it multiple different ways. One is where the water well is a common area. I've also had it where the water well serves condo.
So is it a percentage of ownership of the land underneath, or is it a lot and block?
It's units, but it includes the land underneath.
It looks like lot and block for non-technical purposes, but it is labeled as unit within what is there. And it's really popular here in Austin.
It's a condo.
Agents make a determination based on which contract to use, one for family or condo based on lot and block or percentage of ownership.
It will say unit. When you look at it'll have a condo regime, and on the back of it, it will say unit 1, but unit 1 will include the house plus the yard.
So
I'm lost. What is this connected to?
So this is whether,
In the condo contract.
Oh, in the
why
condo.
is this paragraph
In
in
the
the
condo.
condo? My question too might be, is this a 5% issue? When you have thousands and thousands and thousands of high-rise units, how often does this happen?
and that's a fair discussion point. We know there's the condos out there that exist, and where we're sitting right now probably is at the center of having condo regimes set up like that. But I haven't seen that to a large degree in other parts of the state.
Hey,
Brian?
other question. Can we take the link off of Brian where we're just watching Brian walk around? He's chewing gum, he's in the bathroom. Can we get it off of Brian?
Hey, Brian?
Yes, I hear you.
The question comes up with regard to the applicability of the notice in condominiums. And so we put this in our condominium form, and whether it's appropriate to condominium. the whole issue with regard to the water notice, or is that just something that the, is considered part of the HOA disclosure that a condo owner would get? As a POA?
I think the members of the committee were driving the issue on what to include with regard to the condo. And I admitted on the front end that I don't know much about that, but to the extent that it's run by a water well and someone's purchasing it, I guess depending on how large it is, I would think they would want to know that. If it's on groundwater, I doubt there's any condos with surface water rights.
And I think the issue more goes exactly what Diane was saying. It's the 5% rule. It definitely is a concern for the condos that are structured that way and are fed by a water well. But how many are actually there?
I would think the overwhelming majority would be that is a common element run by the association. So it doesn't need to be in the contract.
And I believe we had a discussion that some of the committee members were aware that folks were starting to use the condo structure more and more frequently for smaller units like quadruplexes and duplexes, which is exactly where we need that groundwater information, because who's responsible for it and all of that comes into play pretty regularly in my practice.
Maybe it needs to be in the condominium resale certificate.
Yeah, that's your legislature issue.
We can wait another year and a half.
I'm, as we go through this, I know why we did it, and it is a very important issue for this, like Brian highlighted, for that exact reason. When you're sharing joint wells, this is the one-off situation where an old landscape well on the property has been subdivided or anything else. It is a big issue, but it is a small big issue. And I do fear confusion in the vast majority of cases there. So maybe it is something we look at pulling out of the condo.
Is there an opportunity for,
Keeping it in everything else.
is there an opportunity for in the Austin area, local board of realtors who creates their own forms through their MLS to maybe have a form that's specific to this geographic area? Clearly, it wouldn't be on us, but would that maybe fill the gap, I guess?
They could.
Well, and keep in mind that the individual condominium declaration is going to be specially crafted by an attorney for that particular unit. And I would just think that if that is a unique fact for a particular condominium, that would be something I would think the attorney drafting the condominium declaration would address.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the few that I know
that
that do mass quantities of these may not.
Well, if there's confusion on it right now, maybe the safe thing to do is to take it out of the condo form, but monitor this issue and see if we can address it later in the subsequent change just to the condo.
I think that's, can we do that in, this isn't driving the boat, but I have to go back and ask.
Yeah, I think we have the position you can take stuff out. Taking stuff out, you're just reverting back to the current form, so it's not.
I'm in favor of doing that based upon the comments in this today's point. It's a small, well, it could be important, but it's a very small number that it would ever apply to.
Only the condo, take it out.
Is everybody okay with that?
But only in the condo.
Only in the condo.
Yeah.
Okay, what if we take a 10-minute break? Are y'all good with that? I'm going to
That's my.
but try to march through the rest of agenda item 5 here.
Okay, where are we?
And I'm going back to see where exactly we left off. We start on parts common, I believe, right? Okay. So it's the resume. We tackled a lot. So, okay, so we'll get started here with confused severance. Are we in 4 or 5? Let's see, 4. So we just did Kim Sherman's, right? And she doesn't like the seller contributing to the seller's fees. We talked about that. Julie Matten thinks 12B is still confusing once it's mirrored the commercial contract. Going to page 5, Candace Lauderdale.
I
Combination
didn't
of,
get this one.
so I think this, an AI, there's an AI model out there that use generators as tying in I think she's thinking like an AI generator,
Right.
not like a physical generator on the
Yeah, she
ground.
misunderstood the word generator. Yeah.
I read that down. What are you
Yeah,
talking
I
So-
had to go Google like the AI 3D, what, I was like,
And we
oh.
get past the concern because one has to be built in, right? So we are describing built-in items. This generator sheet is discussing it's not built in. And then also the software is not controlling the generator, right? So when how she's talking about it, there's multiple different ways that I don't think that needs any further
I
discussion.
don't understand. I didn't understand that one.
Google it in
Have you
or
Googled it?
AI and it will tell you about it.
Well, I mean,
It is a thing that she's talking about, but it's not a thing that's.
So
relevant to-
instead of generators, do we want to do whole house
well,
generators?
Oh,
or-
no.
Because it only charges half the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here I think she's thinking of it generating things out of AI, right?
Yeah.
Of
Electric
electric, but it's not built in, and it's not actually
I just don't understand why she did that. I misunderstood the word.
That's because she's one of the ones in her twenties.
Yeah.
I don't know, I think it's something.
well, I mean, I don't know if there's other types
The
of
other one.
I just like that.
Yeah.
water generator.
Oh. So
I
Ron's
think we
generator,
I think we were talking about electric.
we
That's
were,
what I think. about.
So
Yeah,
why don't we
that's
just
what
say
we were
electric
talking about.
But there are possibilities of other types of generators.
Bring it to us later. We can consider that.
They're
later.
not fraudulent crypto.
No, I'm just saying, do you want to put in
electric,
Let's
just
say
to
electric.
bring it
That's
back to
what
electric.
Well, the
Not
thing
based
is,
on
some
this comment, but
generators are
it's
gas, some generators are gas.
Generating.
They
electric.
generate
generate
gas.
But then
You
you
really
got
have
gas
to
and
make the generator work though.
that's a good point.
And what-
We'll see if it causes any other
Yeah.
confusion. Okay, so Marcus Phipps, Switchy conversation with Texas Realtors commercial contract. Talk about that.
Same comment came through like 3 times from him.
He's
Holly
trying.
Fitzgerald, good job, no complaints. Thank you, Holly.
That's my girl.
That's two.
Let's see, Jeffrey Williams, yeah, let's keep track of that.
I
It's a
think
pretty
that's
short
right,
list. Maybe
Frame those.
need to remove 12B. 2, doesn't like the buyer paying seller's commission, has never seen it.
You're right, you have it.
And let's see, recommend changes. I think the rest of this was recommend changes to Texas Realtor forms. That's how I read that. Let's see, go to Ivy Boland, that's confusion on 12B2. We talked about Rick Martinez, check for buyers. Let's see, for buyers walkthrough form or make it required. Now that's not one of our forms, so we wouldn't include that, but that is a request. It's a reasonable request. It's not part of our forms.
That is an interesting topic, however, because there isn't any contracts that even talk about the potential of a walkthrough. And so oftentimes the seller is thrown off guard when it is either put in the contract in special provisions that they're requesting one, or they get a call, oh, we're gonna do a walkthrough. Is that something that should be under property conditions somewhere along the line to say and to prompt the parties to know that there could be a request for a walkthrough? It may not be anything we can do now, but just kind of on our list of things for the future. Walkthroughs have a lot of,
So like 7A, maybe a tagline to that of saying,
Exactly.
including a walkthrough before closing.
somewhere
it,
right up there in
versus
7A.
Seller shall permit buyer and buyer's agents access to the property at reasonable times, including a reasonable time before closing to perform a final
Yeah,
walkthrough.
even to do a
Including the
pre-closing
walkthrough.
walkthrough. Yeah,
I
that's
feel
right.
like some agents do a good job of just communicating that.
They don't.
I never had any issues.
Oh, we do all the time.
Really?
All the time.
I've had
Like
it
the property assessment.
Oh, really?
The only time I've had a problem is when the seller was a lawyer.
Right.
Reasonable amount of time, you don't have to come in and measure for curtains right now, that's not needed, you know. They
Well,
really
let's put it
took
on
that
the list.
very.
I think that's a rather good point.
They put that right in there.
I think somewhere along the line, and I think perfect access inspections, 7A is the exact right place to put walkthroughs.
Reasonable times, such as inspections, measuring for drapes.
I know, yeah, it was a little easy. That's their argument. What is reasonable time to measure grapes? I'm like, oh, wait.
So we'll maybe, in between meetings, put thoughts on things so we can clarify in addition to the walkthrough. Next meeting, if anybody's watching this, then send in your comments on the issues you see and how we can address it there.
And I would just like to comment, thank you for both you and Abby mentioning the fact those watching that think that we can make all these changes now can't happen for the reasons that you explained it. And it may even be necessary to restate if maybe join late, but so they don't expect that we're rewriting the contract between now and May when it's given to the commission.
We've worked on changes for a long time and with cycles and the rules of us meeting and go to the commission, then out for public comment, back to us is where we're at now with the current changes, and then back to the commission again. So it's a long process, and this is, when we talk about these items for future, it's getting them in the process. And if we made it today, the process, every meeting, it would be a never ending cycle. Now, we don't want to change our contracts up, like, every meeting, right? And have to retrain. But if you look at contract changes, they're generally no more than a year that we make a contract change, and sometimes 2 years between contract changes. And we're a pretty big gap in what we've actually done outside of the necessity because of statutory. Very good point. So let's see, that was.
That was page 6, Jeffrey Williams.
Jeffrey Williams. So go to Ivy Boland.
Oh, sorry. No, it was Rick Martinez. It was Rick Martinez.
Martinez, okay. So then Nick Klein likes the changes for the broker information page. They'd like it to be 2 columns. And this would be a good time to bring up all the comments we can remember on there. And there's a couple of them that came in. So he likes it as 2 columns, thinks it's easier to read. There's another comment later about the intermediary section and some other comments I've had about it in general. But if you can turn to that page, I have a concern I want to throw on the table for the intermediary section as well. So we're on 75. Maybe we look at this top down a little bit. Let's start with the 2 columns since that's the column. Brokers.
You have, the nice thing about this is you have more room.
Well, and it also, agents get confused, even if we're in intermediary, where to put it when it's on the 2 columns. They always put, even though they're in the office and they put it on the buyer side and it shouldn't be on the buyer side. And I like it how it's broken down.
Well, and I think part of our discussion about changing this document, this page of the document, is that we were getting rid of that little blurb at the bottom about page 10, how it had that little notice about the fee and the broker compensation, and making sure that people were like, oh, this form is new. This page on the document is new. Trying to kind of be more radical, if that makes sense.
This was a page that I took to the class I was doing and asked them, what do you think? And they liked it because of the clarity on the intermediary. I would say that my only comment might be, if intermediary could be bolder, it's kind of hard to focus to know what the difference is.
And I'll throw in a couple of things with the intermediary too, maybe finish to the top part and we can go substantively there. So I do have some substantive things that may change up and impact that. So one of the comments we had just in general is the use of the term broker firm. When you have an individual broker, not everybody's a firm, if you will, and there's a substantial number of just individual brokers, and comment there was that doesn't really fit. You know, that's words and semantics, but it's,
Broker slash
Well-
brokerage.
Do you even need to differentiate a broker's broker, if they have one license or?
How about designated
And I-
broker?
According to Rome, now they're BBAs.
well, then that would be, even if you didn't have a designated broker.
Yeah.
But right now,
Or
we have
BBBs,
brokers.
whatever.
Right, and that's what the question was, well, I'm an individual, I'm not really a firm. I may sponsor 1,000 agents in my individual capacity. It would be Wild and
I
crazy.
think that's.
to do, but there are so many just
We
individual
could, you
brokers.
could, in the parenthetical, you could say individual broker or firm.
What did we say before?
Other broker.
Was it a firm or is it
Same firm, yeah.
firm or brokerage?
We don't
Individual or
really,
brokerage?
at Trek, we don't really use terminology of broker and firm. You're a broker, you can
Yeah.
be an individual, or you can be a business entity. That is how we recently updated the IBS to reflect that in the parenthetical. Like you're a broker, individual, or business.
See, and that's the other
Why don't you
question,
just
you actually
drop
put it as a
firm?
business.
So you would just drop firm with that?
Right, and I think maybe why firm was in there is we don't want an associate broker saying, you know, putting their information there. We wanted to make sure it's the actual broker representing the client in the representation.
They just have to read down, they say associate,
Yeah.
Right.
read.
This is.
No, so there's,
This is
there's
pretty
a couple.
basic. They ought to understand that.
Yeah.
Or go back.
Isn't the code BBB for the broker firm, for the entity?
Well,
Business.
there's the license that we use, that the acronym we use in Rome is BB for business entity license or BIN for a business registration. But I don't know that that has any.
I'm just
bearing on
wondering if
this.
you just put in there BB.
Well, that's what we don't want it to be just BB. We want it to be.
I would take out,
Broker. I think maybe we just go to broker
Well,
to
just-
make it.
delete
Well,
the
they
parenthetical
think it needs to be
entirely.
the broker's name versus the brokerage name.
Right.
And there's, I would say
Mm.
there's,
Why can't it just be broker slash firm?
Well, our
Brokerage
listing
name.
agreements say broker, and the agent fills it in. So broker should be sufficient. That's a term they're used to.
Well, but they're saying if I'm an individual broker, do I put Mary Minor there and I don't have an associate with
I
Mary
think
Minor?
that's in the word.
what they do before.
It's gonna be
I
confusing
know it
either way.
is.
It's not gonna fit either way completely. It's gonna be there. So it's a matter of, it kind of release all evils.
Yeah, we're already
wills.
used to it.
Yeah, we already
What
had it
Abby-
before.
Hold on, hold on.
What Abby was, the IBS now says, and I always say caution, but the parenthetical is licensed individual for business entity. That's on the IBS.
Choice.
Does the IBS have, what does it say regarding
Yeah,
broker?
this is.
Is
Well,
this
on
a
there, it's
broker?
sponsoring broker, name of
Go back
sponsor.
to broker.
You know, from a liability standpoint, if we don't put broker firm and then the agent fills in the broker name, just potentially put liability on the individual broker versus the firm, where this at least gives them direction to list the firm if it is a firm.
So the IBS
It's
says what,
one of those things
broker?
of either,
Well, IBS says,
It says the top is name of sponsoring broker, and then parenthetical is licensed individual or business entity.
But that's because right below it says they have designated broker or licensed business.
and these have been a couple one-off comments. We
Right.
haven't had a lot of that. Maybe we.
That's what, because it's a one comment and I'm like hardly any, and we just took the information pretty much off of what it was before, and there was never a problem or comment about it before, so did they ever really even notice what it said before? Just, it's been brought to their attention because we
So
revised
one of the
it.
comments that we had with the person that was mad,
Yeah.
was that we do not list a designated broker on
That's a
there.
licensed
And-
supervisor.
It's, right, exactly. So that was my thought on that
That's the
comment
word.
was well, you delegated that authority to somebody who is, over them and, but that will go to this broker firm thing, right? I don't think we need to make that change. So, but that's throwing that on this heap as we're discussing that. That's the last comment I think on the top part is whether that needed to.
And
I
that
think maybe
comment,
stay the same and see.
if the broker is the licensed supervisor, because head brokers do delegate to licensed supervisors who do need to be listed on. The licensed supervisor is the broker of the firm, that's where they would be listed.
Yeah, I just think, given the fact that you have all the detailed information below, it should not be confusing to what you put in at the top.
And they've had
But although I would say we could make it far simpler, just say blank is broker for seller only, period. Don't say broker firm, anything. Blank is broker for seller only. And then any place where it says broker firm license number, just say broker license number.
I think agents are going to get very confused and put the actual license number of the broker. Because when you look at the IBS, it has the brokerage firm, then you have the main broker, you may have licensed supervisor, and then you have agent's name. And
But you have places down below for the associate's license number and the supervisor's license number. Say the broker's license.
we did, but I'm just using this as an example. Our agents use our corporate license number,
Mhm.
not our broker's license number on our contracts. So I don't need my agents going in and putting broker's license, individual license number versus our corporate license number.
Let me throw another thing on the heap here, and moving to the intermediary section. Mike, I have a couple concerns with this. Of course, there's two types of intermediary, one with appointments and one without. We don't address what type this is here. And even in the intermediary without appointments, you theoretically could have associates that are helping different parties out. Right? You could have either one, so we don't designate that here. The other concern that I have is doing a proper intermediary is a two-step process. You first have to get consent, and the consent has to state the where the compensation is coming from, and that's typically done in the listing agreement or buyer's rep. Then you have a notice of, that when intermediary comes about, I'm appointing X, Y, Z, or this person here and this person to use, that notice of the appointments. And so my concern, and one thing with Texas Realtors form that a lot of people use, that notice they have to put a blurb in there saying this doesn't satisfy the consent part. And I don't think we're worried about that here. I'm worried about this being used as the notice part, or thinking it satisfies the notice part. And I don't think it will. One is we're not agents, our parties to this. It's behind the contract to begin with. But I'm worried that it will be attempted to be used for that. So my thought is we need to do something to say whether it's intermediary with or without appointments, one way or the other, and then maybe a cautionary blurb that this doesn't satisfy the notice requirements.
I think if you say with or without appointments, they will think it's a notice. I mean, this is just, telling me that we're worked together and she's a number one and I'm a number three. I think if you put with or without appointments, they'll take it as you're notifying them.
But with these, then if you don't put without appointments, and are you thinking of, well, you're assigned to me, so you get to talk and give me advice?
Say your name.
Because what did we do before, when we had the broker page the way we had it before, it didn't specify.
And this is where the situation where they're not putting both, right? If they're two people in the office, it's still the same broker, they've been showing the houses, different listing agent within the same brokerage. And they're going to be then putting themselves in a position of what really should be with appointments, but they haven't made the appointments properly.
With appointments is on the notice.
I don't think
With appointments is on the notice.
This we don't do anything.
And this is exactly what we've done always. It's just.
Well, it definitely would refer to the discussion that needs to take place. If I'm filling this out and I should have made appointments and I haven't made appointments yet, I have a pause.
Well, that's the broker.
Yeah, I agree.
You don't have the
I
right
agree.
form here, people.
I think it's good that it happens. And if no appointments take place, I just put my name twice.
And there's still a piece that, that's not intermediary, there's some representation, but we didn't have, I don't see that we had a problem before, because all we did was rearrange it, and so I'm curious if, just because we reformatted it, do we think that we're gonna see a problem with people not providing notice? Because did they not provide notice when we did intermediary on the former broker?
It's always a separate form. The notice is always a separate form.
It'd be interesting to watch. You're the fair points to watch there. I'm concerned about that one. We can put on the watch list. It doesn't seem like there's a big concern there. I guess circling back with that then to the broker firm issue, the point on that, same thing, we just want to watch right now, because it serves a purpose for why it's in there, and it's almost better to have the confusion from the, not doing the designated broker thing by making sure it's the firm, as opposed to leave a broker and having designated broker listed. It fosters the worst thing, liability thing.
It's certainly not no worse than what we have now.
Yeah, it is.
It's exactly what we have.
So, I mean, I wouldn't hesitate though to maybe add something on intermediary saying this is for information only and is not a substitute for compliance with legal requirements.
That would be, I would do that at the top of the page, not just.
Put it right where broker information is.
Yeah.
This is all information only.
Is it solved by just putting the word contact in there, broker contact information? We make it clear that that's the purpose and it's not for any other reason.
Broker contact, yeah, I would broker contact.
And that's it, it's sole
I like-
purpose.
I like that.
That's what it says at the top.
Do you want to say
It's
something?
a minor
like,
thing, but it could be that.
That's the whole
that-
point.
yes, exactly.
This information is not a substitute for compliance with other legal requirements.
That's a phrase that I told my wife to add. She'll kick me about saying you're being too much of a weird. I don't know if that adds, because, if we reference, I think if you reference 559 or 1101559, if it's not satisfying, they're not going to know what that is tied to if they're filling it out wrong to begin with.
Right,
Without a direct site to where it comes from. Maybe it's the legal stuff. I would love it, but I think that's practically maybe not helpful.
So we're gonna leave it like it is and just keep our eye on it.
I kind of like Latrice's idea.
let's throw contact in there and just make it real clear that's the purpose.
What do y'all think? This at the top, just having
Oh,
contact.
broker contact info.
So it's like not for disclosure, it's not to replace what has to be done.
It's a minor minor change, but
I mean, I'm not mad at broker contact info.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's fine.
By the way, why do we put license numbers on the page? Is it necessary?
Back in my,
Back in my- Chuck,
so way back, it was actually an enforcement matter to track who was there. You had all different types of DBAs and stuff like that. So that all made the purpose maybe no longer needed. But by tying the license number, unfortunately, track.
that triggered my memory of another comment we had, I believe from Bart, that in the intermediary, you got different offices with the same broker that go by different DBAs. And just wanting something to distinguish, something in there to highlight that it's the same broker, even though it's by different names. I'm sure we can.
Wouldn't the
Yeah.
corporate number be the corporate number?
The corporate number would be the corporate number, because you can be a broker over different ones, but you're not an intermediary if you have different corporate
Brokers.
license number, and that would be the reason for listing the corporate license number, because that's not intermediary if it's under, if the person on the other.
I don't think you referenced the fact that the number is in there, it's common either. So that is the solution. It will reflect the same number for both, even though names might be different.
There was also back in the day, the brokers would use it for MLS purposes for tracking who got credit for the transaction.
I'm not saying we need it. Well, I'm definitely not saying it's needed for litigation, but using litigation working in reverse, it seems like I can think of one right now that says Coastal Dream. That's their DBA. I can't find it in the Trek website, but having the license number allows me to figure out, oh, that's so-and-so and so-and-so LLC doing business as it. Coastal Dream's in it, but you have so many, by example, another one was like Remax, but it's Remax first choice, second, third property, whatever. You're like, oh my, I can't figure out who it is. And then when you look up people's names, Jane Doe, there's like 70 Jane Does that just work in Austin alone. And until you get the license number, you really can't connect who's who.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, good point.
And we call for license numbers on the IABS, but tracking somebody down, it's impossible, even when you've got the license number, when there's contact information. information.
So I like broker contact information and also like Diane's comment about bolding intermediary.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So, what are we voting?
The word
Intermediary. Just that one
intermediary.
word.
Just the one.
Is the
So-
contact information coming back?
Someone else, or maybe even someone else's,
It-
had a comment about it's duplicative to have it here and to have it in paragraph 21. Should we have that
Oh, yeah,
discussion
let's-
now while we're here?
Let's address that.
What?
And so our new paragraph 21 language has a section to list the agent's contact information. And we did that because our new language allows notices to be effective and delivered to either the party or the party's agent that is listed. And it's to give the information at a particular address. I think we need it in both places. One, because it could be a completely different address that they want to get notices at. It may not be tied to their business address that's at the end. And even if it wasn't, I still think because of the substance of the information, it needs to be right on. And if we cite down to the back, they may forget that, hey, this is where party agreed to get notices at. And up here. So for a couple different reasons, I think it needs to stay at both places. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I just thought we better go ahead and have that discussion since we're on the discussion and it's gonna come up in another comment in a minute.
Anybody else have
Might as well handle it now.
Slow down. Anybody else have any thoughts on that, to the contrary?
I like it both places.
I like it both because they missed one of them, isn't it?
Yeah, and if the buyer agent doesn't know the contact information, they're not putting it in either place, and somebody somewhere, it's a better catch-all that we're gonna have some contact information somewhere.
Right.
I have a very important question. You want to keep the underlying for intermediary?
I thought about that, but I didn't open my mouth. So,
Just bold, no underline?
what does it look like?
It's currently under.
Well, I mean, like,
underlined.
it would
Yeah,
change
well,
May,
If
or,
we go with just bold. the
I think
top
bold's
is
fine.
Only bold. Whatever we make it.
Should the phrase at the very top of the box, the brokers to this sale are also be bolded?
Yeah, I was thinking that, and also, when somebody was saying this is getting a little confusing, each place where we say represents seller only as seller's agent, bold that, represent buyer only as buyer's agent, bold that, and then represent seller and buyer as an intermediary.
But
bold
this sure
that.
would help.
That
Mm.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That's just.
Yeah.
I
The way
like
you-
bold in all of those, I think.
That's just the visual.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to
and they
read
need
it.
And that's what we look at.
All right,
We look at
you
the-
ready?
We're ready.
Okay. We're gonna bold represent seller only as seller's agent. We're gonna bold represents buyer only as buyer's agent. And we're gonna bold represent seller and buyer as intermediary.
And done.
And we wanna bold just
Thank you.
Good job.
Glad you're.
I got my work here done.
That's a wrap.
okay. So, moving on to Lori, so Becky's comment. It's about the water language that we've gone over, about things that's confusing in paragraph 22 as well. I think we'll get to those addendums later. They love that we broke out paragraph 12, but to be realistic, we'll see a lot of buyers paying the fees. So we've gone over all that. Christopher, I'm on page 7, second comment, Christopher Gonzalez. It goes on that second comment we talked about earlier about being consistent with the phrases and when we give notices. And so he did a good job of breaking out several of the different places we put it. So I think we have, of course, our working group on that. Look at paragraph 21. I think we throw this to the working group too about expanding 21 to include delivery of survey, title policy, self-disclosure. Let's see, good question. Should the agents, should the revised paragraph read all notices for one party or their agent to the other? I think we need to look at that. I thought that was a good question, and I agree. with the or instead of the and. This is in
Brokerage
paragraph.
that paid twice.
Agree. It's just
Anything.
more common.
Where are you?
We're on
Page 7.
7, the Christopher Gonzalez's comment, the last one there, should the revised paragraph, talking about paragraph 21. Read all notices for one party or their agent,
I like the one.
adding that or their agents in there.
I didn't think it up.
Right now, it just says all notices for one party to the other must be in writing. We should say all notices for one party or their agent
To the other.
to the other or their agent.
It would make sense to go with the last sentence where we talk about to the other party or their agent. So then we can send and receive, not just receive. Because it's kind of worded where we just receive as an agent, we don't ever send.
Mhm.
I'll that finally read.
This right here.
Yeah. But the and or, but the sending and delivery, is that being addressed now too?
Right, all notices from one party
Or
or their agent to the other must be. And then we receive.
Good comment there,
I like that.
Christopher. So, good. This is an example of off the wall, one-off comments, and nobody has commented on that. It's right in there. So.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Christopher's talking through my phone. That's weird.
Are we gonna suggest making that change then?
Yes, I think
Yes.
everybody's
Yeah.
pretty
Okay.
confident on that. Okay, next one, Jennifer Wasserman is concerned about the war and other events, maybe of adding a force majeure addendum. The force majeure is generally tied to things beyond your control, acts of God that would suspend the party's performance under the contract. And we've never had one in our contracts. They are very common, it's common clause in a lot of other, in other contexts, but we have a casualty loss provision already that deals with a lot of the casualty events, some of which would be covered by force majeure clauses. Force majeure has a historical connotation, but Texas law is clear that it matters what the clause says itself, not the historical meaning, but what did the parties actually say. And I don't see a big enough one here. She cites to the COVID addendum that is now no longer available to Texas realtors, but more war related. I don't think we need to add one at this point for the context that we have. Vicky French does not like the water language, not a big fan of 12. Thinks to be an issue for agents that don't read, and I agree with that.
Which can be all.
That's
You don't read, you don't get it.
so Daniel Tucker Shepherd. I think we've gone through these as well. Better idea. Second paragraph. Agents cooperative compensation. Listen.
Those are repeats.
Yeah, those are the water language. Same comments. Gordon Pate.
I said we're going backwards, I don't understand.
Yeah, most buyers, I think this is kind of as an industry, right? Is that the one where it's more, a lot of people are upset about the industry moving away from cooperative.
That's a hard challenge.
That's, not anything we're doing on our committee. We're facilitating, any method. And we've never done cooperative comp in our contracts except for farm range, which hasn't changed. So I don't think that has any, I think we've gone through that. Proposed changes backwards. Sherry Staggs, same. So yeah.
Here they go, these are the
Keith
duplicates.
Staggs are all duplicates. Moving to page 9, Susanna Boyer. This is one we've talked about a lot. I don't think we take any action on today, but about defining escrow agent. We've gone through that.
She knows better.
and
I'm
it's-
sorry, I know her, she knows better than
And
to argue that.
we teach about it a lot.
We
continue to be education.
For 30 years, we've been teaching about it, and it's still the same mistakes. And
She's
why
an
do we
instructor.
have to say agent? I know we've talked about it before, but we need to think about on our list of things to do to get away from the connection in the agent mind of a person, not a bricks and mortar entity. There has to be another word.
Well, the problem is it can be a bricks and mortar entity and it can be a person. And it's whoever's holding the money. And the vast confusion is a lot of people write in their escrow. And it really should be
That's what happens
title
when name goes.
agency, but then there's a big understanding of what's the difference between title agency and title company, which is, direct operations can be the agent as well, but they're the TC title company, the underwriter, is really the title company as we define in our contracts and how it's used in the TDI regulations. So there's kind of a three-way misunderstanding: escrow agent, title agency, title company. That would take, I think, in words in our contract, a lot to spell out to do the water type of language that we do. I agree, it's a big issue. I think we said that it hasn't caused issues so much that we've seen.
So she's asking about a definition. I'm wondering if we could have, maybe it's a Texas form that does the definitions, just like they came up with the date thing that I just saw. They have that sheet that talks about all your dates and then their dates, critical dates. Have a definition. This is what an escrow agent
Is
is.
there
This is
already
what.
a definition of escrow agent potentially in the general notice and information the buyer and seller will do?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You have
But
to
that'd
read
be-
it.
That'd be a good
That's
place
the
for it to
sad
go.
thing.
I'm thinking of
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Right. That's the way to do it. You just- She
Or
has a
maybe
big
an
broker.
FAQ for sure, if we don't already have one, correct?
I think it might be in one of the, like, the broker responsibility.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I was just gonna teach about it.
that is, what Trek has been doing last couple of years is phenomenal with their FAQs and the articles that are written, but the majority of the agents don't know it exists. We send out emails, you can sign up for it, get it, or click on this, but yes.
And the sad part is on this one, I would venture to say the vast majority of boots on the ground title professionals don't appreciate the difference either. As my interactions with that, I think of those in management and at the chain do, but unless they're expressly taught in the contract, because there are a lot of times I hear them say, right, and that's an individual as opposed to, I'm sure you'll see that all the time.
You want us right then?
Yeah. To write the right part, you get the title, well, it gets to the right title agency. Yeah. But it is fair running thing. It's been a long time running thing on that. So maybe one day we can.
This group will fix it.
That's it. So the next one, Phyllis Young doesn't like the overall comp changes. Thinks buyers are being left out, but I think I don't agree with that they're being left out here without protection. But I think it's largely duplicative after that. Let's see, Megan brought up the issue on, well, this is one we haven't exactly addressed head on. There's a gap that I've heard from several people, a couple comments here and then outside of this, of the situation where you can answer true to everything, so you don't have to provide the notice. But there's the property's actually still in a district. So it's where the you're only receiving water from a city, but you're still within a mud district, let's say, or excuse me, groundwater conservation district. You wouldn't have to provide the water notice in that case. The seller's disclosure has, listed on there, is it within a district or not, and you have to list it out. But they bring up, and she doesn't hear, but Bart does later, that there's a lot of transactions where you're exempted from having to provide such disclosure notice. So there's a gap, and Bart describes it as being a huge swath of transactions. I don't agree with the number of transactions. I think it's a much, much smaller number that you would both answer yes to everything to not have to provide the notice, and then fall within this small thing of the exemption that you don't provide the SDN, and therefore there'd be no disclosure.
I think she was referring to the water district or notice to purchaser. She's asking, where do you put this? That's now over in the addendum paragraph.
She's brought it up a couple ways. So if you, seller can honestly answer true to all the statements in 7I3, right? Which is, water is only provided by the city.
So the water notice, our drafted water notice is not given.
Right.
All right. But she says it's located in an underground water conservation district.
Right.
And then she says we've removed it, which she's referring to as paragraph 6E. And we've moved it to the back of the form. And so she's asking, where do you put it? Now you put it in the back of the form.
Well, that's a different form though. That's the mud form. This is, she's talking about the.
No, if you go to,
Right?
I think if you go to what, the page 9 there of the contract form, it says, statutory disclosures notice the following utility, water, drainage, public improvement, and other district notices, list all that are attached. We moved that from paragraph 6E, whatever it was, 6E 12 or 13.
It was at the bottom and now it's in paragraph 22.
So all we did was move it to a different location. She wanted to know, where do I put the fact that the county water district.
So maybe hers and Bart's were a little different on that. I see what you're saying there on that. So we did, for that purpose.
Yeah, it's just a different location.
Yeah, and so then Bart's goes into the other one that I was reading, Megan's, and I think it may have been a conversation with Megan too, separate from that. Because I know that was, Bart's comment was also on her mind there, of that gap of not having to disclose, even though it is in the groundwater conservation district.
This was where I was coming from in terms of confusion, is that we moved 6E to the back of the form, and now we refer to water notice, but I think we solved a lot of that problem in the prior discussion. So I think it's just a realignment of where things are.
And this would be a good point to bring in. I know that you had a concern too that Bart expressed on, we removed 3 different places where it said, if this applies, use the attached addendum, and use the addendum by correct in 6. Because we have the admonishment at the end, but the thought is for a lot of people read to the end, and to keep it up, to have it in 2 places essentially would be still beneficial. And I know Dan raised it, and then Bart also said comment on it. Is that a concern? You know, I guess teeing this up, you look in paragraph 6E, and I'm in the 1 to 4, so it's, we have like Tidewaters, and we had at the end of Tidewaters, and it didn't contain notice promulgated by track or required by the parties must be used. Same for pits and propane gas. It was a repetitive statement, but there's concern about taking it out here. It is such an important issue to provide. There's termination rights tied to it if you don't. And people may forget, since we only have it at the end.
And I totally agree with his comment, and I know that I brought it up at one meeting, and I know we voted to keep it in. And then when I saw these, I looked at the minutes, and it said we voted to take it out. That had to be a subsequent meeting, because I know that I'm the one who brought it up, and I know what the vote was, and it was for that reason. Just what he said, education purposes, reminders. The same way we tell people in the water issue to look at the water code. And now with holidays, look to the government. We have to remind people when it's something agent and consumer, when it's something that important. It's not taking up any space. It is directional. I don't know why. I know I wouldn't have voted to take it out. And I don't know how that happened, but it's.
I went back to
I
the video
remember
to
it
watch.
taking out. I remember us saying.
It was
let's
a
not-
secret meeting.
Well,
Just kidding.
I listened to a couple hours of the meeting, and I was trying to skip as I was preparing, and it ended up in the minute. I saw it in the minutes in the background as we're discussing other things. I could never find where we actually put it in the minutes, so it wasn't up on the screen at the time. But I didn't, but I wasn't able to get to the vote part of it. So it got in minutes about mid part of the meeting or mid the beginning part, but I'm not sure. The discussion about it.
I went through all the minutes. I was going nuts with that. And I went to the October, which does happen to be good. And it wasn't it wasn't marked out. But I remember the conversation coming up because it's education. We keep saying education is important. Not every broker educates every agent. if we can remind them, if you're doing something that you don't usually do all the time, there's a special addendum for that. HOA, it is bold and underlined. That's an addendum because it's important. And these kind of things affect the public. And I think that they should remain because they're educational and informative. Protects the consumer. The agent doesn't know.
And so what we have now in the current drafts that we have with that crossed out, there's that on page 10 or 9, has that notice, in paragraph 22, that's just below all the checkboxes. We have a statutory disclosure to notices, a bolded notice saying seller's failure to provide applicatory statutory disclosures and notices may provide buyers with remedies or rights to terminate this contract. It is different from the language we had in the contracts itself, and addendum should be used. Right? That's a little different. We're not saying we don't have that direction. I guess it's not completely duplicative. It is a direction to use it versus an admonishment. If you don't provide it, what might happen? Feelings from anybody else on this one? I mean, they are important rights. I go back to the important rights. The big things are when you have termination rights, and we spell it out that there's a termination right. And I can get on board with having an instruction to use it.
Well, I think this was taken out on the last meeting with Lee and SJ and stuff, that we were doing redundant stuff in the fall.
So was
This
that
was
the last
taken
one?
out this fall. It was the fall one.
Okay, so I missed. That's why I didn't see the video.
The other thing I think is this is really a two-step process. A bigger question, I guess, a global question to ask is, are all these notices in paragraph 6E the proper place for this? They're not title notices, a lot of them. So the questions that I think we had before, if I recall correctly, is we ought to really look at these notices out altogether and rethink the formatting of the form. So I think we leave things kind of the way they are now, then we can talk about, you know, should these notices all be lumped together, or should they be more scattered throughout the form?
If we stay the way we are now, it's in there now. We're talking about taking it out.
Well, the stuff in paragraph 22, where all the checkboxes are not these notices. The notices Diane's talking about that's in paragraph 6, we're talking about a Tidewater notice, we're talking about, well, the PID notice maybe, propane gas system service area, and if you go to page.
Those are all there under the statutory disclosures and notices.
What's the first one? No, under, yeah, Tidewater's not in here. It's a checkbox, there's no, but it's in paragraph 6 that we say you gotta provide, you see what I'm saying?
But that is encompassed within the
Property.
coastal area and the addendum. So you have those two. It's not titled Tidewater.
Right,
so
but it's,
something different.
oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, never mind. I get you. Okay.
But
I was looking in the
I
wrong one.
recall a short discussion of we remove 6E and reorganize this. I think the discussion was, no, we don't want to do that right now.
Well, what if you just change the name of it from title notices to just notices?
Yeah, probably maybe it's part of bigger discussions. We can go through the. They are kind of things that come together, you know, right? And moving it, that's a bigger thing that we can get done today with everything else we have to get through.
So my question would be, if it's there right now, why? What is the justification rationale for taking out an informational education statement? It's doing more harm than good, in my opinion.
Well, it was last October. I know, it was
Yeah.
SJ, Lee, and Amy. And it was their last meeting when we decided to.
That doesn't matter.
No,
Let's-
but it should be in that
Let me,
minute. but why
let
did
me,
it get taken out?
let's, over to lunch, let me go pull the video and get that, because I was looking at the wrong video. I can go quickly and.
Yeah,
switch
it was that
transcript.
one, because then we decided not to move anything till November because we knew we had other things, but that was done.
Let's do
on their
that.
last
So we
meeting.
have the benefit of our collective knowledge before reviewing them, we can see what otherwise.
I like that.
Let's see, 12, let's see if we can work through a few more. Seller's disclosure notice, Amy, it's got done with Megan. So Amy Henry wants to keep the current order of paragraph 12. She thinks about moving it to a whole new section that she's got done training on. B equals brokers conversations, C equals concessions. I don't think on that basis we would make any changes here. That was a clever one. What's checklist, everything explaining why.
That's not in the contract.
Yeah. Okay. Christopher Dean, 12B comments, things changes, brokers underlying agreements. This is where he believes there's paragraph 12 changes what the underlying agreement between the client and the brokers are, and that clearly doesn't take place. It's not negotiating on deal by deal, and this is a mindset thing, I think, of you have your agreement with your party going into the transaction. The contract doesn't change that. So I think that's just a misunderstanding there. Jimmy Wharton,
Same thing.
same thing, confidential negotiating position. See, not addressed in listing agreement seller paid. Yeah, so there's a misunderstanding of how that operates. There, let's see, Sherry Staggs. As a repeat comment on paragraph 12, saying that Judy.
The thing I don't get here is that the buyer can't pay me.
Yeah, and this Judith Doyle, she was one that was very mad about the broker information page. And then we failed again on paragraph 12. She did provide a suggestion, buyer and seller agrees will apply blank towards buyer's closing expenses, which of course leaves out a lot of our defined term and how we have it structured there. Herschel Manley thinks paragraph 22, let's see, check boxes. I would like the suggestion that the intermediate relationship notice be added as a checkbox. Of course, that's not one of our forms. Marcus Phipps, typically comment on 12B, Vicky French, water notice is confusing. Marcus as a duplicates. Marcus again, farm and ranch, language duplicate commission. We haven't really addressed the farm and ranch contract itself, but there's 3 different places it now appears compensation in farm and ranch. 12B, page 10, the broker to broker, confirming the prior agreement that was made between brokers, and also which is the ratification part, and then the direct agreement between seller and buyer to pay fees to buyer broker. It is I guess teeing up for those that do farm and ranch or others. This has been brought up not so much in terms of confusion, in my view, of the ones that are actually using these forms, but just the fact that it's duplicated in many areas. Is there a way we can streamline it? I think the ratification of fee is in its own category, not duplicative. That's broker to broker compensation being agreed to, right, and affirmed in the contract, because a lot of them do the handshake deals. Where it is potentially duplicative is the actual agreement where buyer or seller agrees to pay so much of the other fees at the bottom of page 10 in paragraph 12. So paragraph 12, they're doing contributions for the exact same thing. And there are 2 separate types of agreements. So if you add one and both, potentially adds together, give you the total. Now, from the farm and ranch side, I haven't heard a lot of confusion or mistakes being made for whatever reason, but it's been brought up as being duplicated. So I'm not sure we've changed anything there. I mean, the options would be to take out the agreement at the end, or to take out paragraph 12 is really the solution if we wanted to make a change. I'm not in favor of making a change personally. I think it hasn't presented itself to be a big enough problem yet. And if we did make a change in the future, I would think we'd get more grief by taking out the end of the page on 10 versus paragraph 12, but the consistency, I think, is important to have 12 the same in all.
Well, do you want, in the instruction there where it says do not sign if there's a separate agreement for payment of broker's fees? You want it to say or if sessions are stated in paragraph 12.
Where? We took off 10.
No,
No,
the
the
instruction
farm
said-
ranch.
We took that off.
Not farm and ranch.
Oh, not on farm
It's
and
a
ranch.
separate, and that's the only agreement where there's an enforceable agreement to pay the other side's fees. It's like a separate commission agreement, or compensation agreement. That's not a bad idea.
So, I mean, is it likely that you would have a situation where you would want both? I can't imagine that's the case. It's going to be one or the other, right?
Since it's in the same document. If it was a separate 2402, that's likely going away, and then potentially want to add on. So that would have been negotiated up front.
Right.
You can add more to it. Fine. Let me see if I can find that exactly.
There's another form, I know it's a Texas Realtors Fund, but it confuses me, and I wonder how it's going to deal with all this. A 2406 has been brought back up exclusively for farm and ranch.
That's true.
And there you've got brokers sharing compensation, just the way they were before, but it's specifically for the farm and ranch contract. And is that, I mean, I just don't know how that fits in. I was surprised to see it because it's coming from the realtors
Is
talking
it
about
being required?
No, it's a new
It's a
form.
new form. It's bringing back 2406 wording, but specifically for farm and ranch. It's probably got to do with the confusion in the contract, I would guess. And because it does talk about in ratification fee, broker, seller's broker has agreed to pay buyer's broker, which is exactly what our listing agreements aren't supposed to do anymore.
It's
So I'm confused there.
titled compensation agreement between brokers, farm and ranch. It's the new title.
Oh, that's handy. Gee, are you behind me?
Yeah. We did discuss
Thank
that
you.
significantly. It had to do with coming back to going away. And we were concerned that there would be, and there probably still going to happen handshake deals, but they're not going to have in writing that agreement. And since it's in the contract that there is a ratification of an agreement, we wanted to be sure that there was actually a written agreement there before they start putting in this, ratification of the agreement. Because I understand things are done a little bit differently with farm and ranch. So that was the reasoning for that, is to fill that very small niche to make sure there is a written agreement for that ratification.
And with that and the fact we say this all the time,
Right there, you go. Yeah.
can our attorneys explain why is farm and ranch is different? They, all of these forms are public forms. A buyer and seller could go out and use any of them. Why are we looking away from farm and ranch and letting them be so special? A condominium is a special kind of transaction. I'm just wanting to understand, because I don't want to be saying that in a class that, well, they can do things differently. Well, all the rest of this are rules. Help me understand, help everyone listening understand why is farm and ranch treated that way.
Well, first,
Good.
just to interject, I think, and I'm going to echo some SJ sentiments because she and I are always on the same page.
You two were always on that page.
Farm and Ranch wasn't special. They were the ones forgotten, since 90% of transactions are residential and everybody's doing residential transactions. You have MLS, which Farm and Ranch traditionally has not been on. You have more TAR forms dedicated to residential. So that last crafting of the language, put that in there, was to throw a bone that way. But I don't know why. I mean, we may open up a lot. I don't know why we can't adopt some of the same concepts across the board, though.
And we tried to bring actually some farm and ranch over as much as we could to residential. Now, the law on the legal side, starting there, has now, at least as of recently, treated it differently. So we have the DNA of our lawsuit, which largely doesn't impact farm and ranch. Right? That's really the residential buyers and sellers. We have Senate Bill 1968 now, that's 1101, 562, 563, that 563 written agreements now is only to residential buyers. You know, it has the definition of residential, right, which largely would include apartment, a lot of apartment rent properties. So the law's treated a little bit different, and I think we try to, as best we can, tackle the entire state of real estate, but the custom and practice a lot in the sophistication levels and both sides. You can argue both ways on, you know, who's more sophisticated in different sides of it. But it's just different from how they approach it and their customs. And we like to standardize as much as we can, but we know practically if we didn't have those little differences, we can create a lot more confusion, a lot more, you know, with our statutory director, but making it efficient and reducing controversy kind of tackles it as much as it'd be great if we could all put them in together thing. And I kind of somewhat agree with Tony's. They do get the afterthought a lot of the times more than the direct thought, but it happens everywhere too. Go ahead, Chrissy.
I was gonna say, when we do farm and ranch, with a predominantly farm and ranch company, even if we look at putting compensation in paragraph 12, they always want to move it to the ratification. And the ratification does not reference a separate written agreement. So we don't have to use TXR because it has a place here for buyer's broker and seller's broker to sign. This is the actual agreement here, and here doesn't. You don't have to use the TXR form. It's great if they want to create that. But I'm just saying, in practice, they always, even though my agent's like, well, isn't this the same? But they want to go and they want that ratification in there.
And this is broker to broker, is what the ratification fee is. And one of the unique things, especially now with the law that's out there, that broker to broker agreements don't have to be in writing. You go to the very last section, literally the last section of 3 deals with this and exempts agreements between brokers. And this can be referral agreements, between broker to broker compensation that don't have to be in writing. And so when you get to that, a lot of handshake deals, and these are granted its ability to ratify that deal. Most residential contexts, if we had that ability and gave them the vehicle to do it, I think there'd be a lot more disputes and some harm in terms of some of what 563 is trying to accomplish is setting out, you know, for residential purchases, these specific things. So there's not a perfect answer, but it's kind of where we do you have language on it?
Yeah.
Or most of you?
I was just gonna say, just because it is an afterthought, to Tony's point, that doesn't mean that at some point into the future and down the road, there won't be a lawsuit that has to do with that is the same thing that caused it for the other side of the real estate space, right? And so someday that might be affected.
And broker
We'll have to
just
deal
to
with
make
it
it
then,
clear,
for
if you
sure.
hasn't been out, right? Broker is still available. It's just not going to be.
Right, it's not
Its
illegal.
use is not going to be facilitated by.
Right.
But the forms everybody uses are local by everybody. A lot of agents use for Texas realtors. So. Let's see. And this is for the bottom section of the ratification.
Not the application. But the only thing that I really adding here is
I think that removes the duplication there in a very simple way. That's our action. I like that a lot.
Without that much, like,
well, it's an instruction, so I assume this is not,
Assuming that there's not a group of people who would be doing this frequently, like such that would be a big change. And I'm hearing that it's not. And I don't think it's substantive.
yeah. I think it's just an instruction is what we've already substantive. Should be considered verification.
And that's gonna be on the last.
So we're modifying the
It
amount
could be
of time.
126 of
Yeah,
materials.
just the first sentence.
Down at the bottom of 126. So this is not, we're getting away from the ratification to the actual agreement that's only in the farm and ranch for the payment of fees.
We have it all capped and bolded.
Okay. Everybody's good with that. We'll march forward there. I see it's 12. It's lunch here. Just as a matter of, how's everybody feel at this point? You want to march forward a little more and see how the grounds, how loud the grounds are? You want to break for lunch?
I'm on pork cookies, so I can.
Okay, let's see. The remainder of these here. And we're getting a lot of duplicates now. So, okay, whose comment did we leave off on? It was Hirsch,
Vicky French was a duplicate.
Who was that one?
Vicky French.
Vicky French, yeah, then Jason was duplicate.
Be sure. Oh, got that, perfect. Okay, Danielle. Duplicates, remove ratifications since B2B is going away. Just talked about that for Jason's. I'm on page 13. Alexis Thompson, doesn't like comp in 3 sections, so we just dealt with that. Shalana sent in comments about the HOA addendum. What it means when we say actually received. This is also in Bart's comments on the next page. So if we skip over to Bart, we can look at this together. Bart makes a comment that consider changing buyer may terminate the contract in 3 days after buyer receives or is due to receive. Instead of information in prior to closing, whichever occurs first. Regardless of the definition of receive, I'm certain that the parties will get crosswise when the buyer hasn't actually received the documents, but is deemed to have received them. And so, has that ever been, issue with deemed received?
If that's the case, buyer should check that box or sign that.
Yeah, the HOA.
Figure that out.
We're on the POA, yeah, the POA addendum, is, you want to go to that, it's on page
142.
42.
This is it's somewhat different from what we talked about on notices because this is something being provided by a third party.
That's true.
So shouldn't the wording, just as we're reading it, be the same in 1 and 2, the received versus deemed received? If they're getting it from the HOA.
Well, paragraph 1, this is a document for the benefit of the buyer, but paragraph 1 puts the burden upon the seller to obtain it and deliver it. I think it's appropriate in 1. In 2, it's the buyer's obligation to obtain it.
So he's already gotten it, so you don't have to have days.
Well,
No, it's
Yeah.
not, they have to order it,
Yeah.
but the buyer has to pay for it.
And so the buyer has to obtain it. They're obtaining it from a third party.
And we're cutting off, since they're the ones in control that they're going to get it, we're cutting off saying we're going to use some of the days to get it. And your deadline to object is going to be when you actually get it, or the whatever the number of days that are run. We're not going to allow the buyer to.
That's on the buyer.
Right.
So the distinction is appropriate.
And you do see them often say, I don't want to order it until my options complete. So I think we got to keep the time crunch in there.
And the concern was brought up about the actual receipt, what that means. But to me, the concern's mitigated by the fact that the debt cutoff, right? The X number of days, right? It's not open ended.
So where it says, the third line down that's being added, on the date of actual receipt or date specified in this paragraph, whichever is earlier. So are they saying if that says 10 days, that is going to be
10 days
what that
max.
is?
This is
No,
like the
10
wording
days
we
max.
have for surveys.
Whichever is
Right.
earlier.
Right, so what if they say 10 days in that blank, but then they actually receive it on day 8?
So then.
Which one's earlier? Day 8 is earlier, not day 10.
Right.
And we copied the survey this year, so we haven't had this issue come up with the confusion on the survey language. So this may be a little getting ahead of potential issues or thinking about issues that may never turn out to be. I don't feel the need to make any change.
I know it's heartburn. I have thought about this before. I just thought about simplifying this, basically just giving the right to terminate for 13 days. So you gotta get it, and you have the right to terminate all of the next time. But it's a complete rewrite of the paragraph. So
And not even have, it doesn't matter when you get it, just you have this number of days.
because I don't think most buyers tell the sellers when they get it.
I like that. Yeah, exactly.
And then
Well,
some future.
And that's title that's largely going to get that, which has its own issues, like on third parties. Or you may not do it.
Did Ron have wording to simplify that?
No, well,
No.
it would be a substantive change, so I don't think we should pursue it. Maybe next year.
It's on our little list here.
This next one actually was an interesting
Just mark
comment.
it. Or
It's in
mark.
parts again, and I think it does even brings up to maybe 5% rule. But there's a material changes paragraph that we have. That seller becomes aware of any material changes. The seller has to promptly provide notice. And if they do, there's the rights of the buyer. What's this exactly? Those are promptly provide notice. The buyer, and it's over the draft. That thing about making drafts. Buyer may terminate the contract prior to closing, given the notice if any such information.
Okay.
It's not true. It's like
I didn't, what I understood him to say was that you only got the right to terminate as a buyer if the seller gave you that information, but I don't feel like that's how it's worded. It just says the buyer may terminate the contract by giving notice to the seller if any of this stuff happens, no matter how you found out about it. Even though the first part of the paragraph says it's also, there's an onus on the seller to provide it. If they know about it, they have to tell you, but if the buyer found it another way, wouldn't they still have the right to terminate? I think that's what he was
That's
getting
a
at.
good point.
I do agree with it. I think it's 5%.
Would the buyer give notice to the seller, then the seller gives notice back to the buyer? But no, I think you're right, Melissa, in reading that it's just been an obligation for the seller to bring it up if they become aware of it, but the buyer's right to terminate is not directly tied to it.
Right.
It's easy to
They find
read through that,
anything
but
for
that's
any
good.
reason, which is kind of what he was saying, like, what if they go to an HOA meeting or they find out some other way, they still have the right to terminate.
Yeah, I think that clearly
Yeah.
takes care of the issue there, or the concern. Okay, that's good. Okay, lights are, let's see, paragraph C changes. Then, let's see, paragraph D. I've thought about this one quite a bit. So in D, we have the second sentence that begins at the end of the second line. If buyer does not require subdivision information, but the title company later does, then you allocate who pays for it, whether the buyer or seller should pay for it. And that impacts A, 3, and 4. It doesn't impact 1 or 2. Right? So we have that here's the buyer has received it and does or does not require an update upon. And then the fourth one, when buyer doesn't require it at all. And so the problem I have with moving it up, which is what Bart suggests, let's move this up in A, it either has to go in both A3 and A4, or it has to go at the end of A to begin with as a 5, but it's not really a separate option. I haven't seen this present itself as an issue, but
Isn't that bolded section under 4 basically talking about the title company needing to get their own copy of the documents? I always wondered if that was duplication.
No, that's talking about the upfront cost. But I do think it's a 5%. We probably don't
I
even see it
agree.
on 1%.
Or is he just saying
This-
he
this
feels
was a-
like it
this was a non-board.
has a hard time training to the fact that if you check box
D,
A1 or A2, you don't even need to do paragraph D at all. But agents always are like, oh, there's a box to check, I gotta check a box.
but she was. concerned
As
about
opposed to
the updates.
saying paragraph D only comes into play if you check box to look at the door.
I think that's,
Because I think that's pretty common, right? Somebody checks that the seller's gonna buy it, but then they still check something under
A lot
paragraph.
of times
All the
buyers
time.
and sellers really don't want because of the cost of it. But I don't think they said, yeah, but your lender's requiring that we get this endorsement. And you can't get that endorsement unless there's a lease necessary. Right. Sorry.
so with that angle, what do you think, or does that bring it out of a 5%? What you're,
Well, I
You
mean, I
see all the
it all
time.
the
So
time.
they check it all the time when it's not necessary.
Right.
Right, but the instances of when we actually ever need to use it, where people have checked for, definitely less than 5%.
maybe we just watch it. See.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to hurt anything that we've checked a box that doesn't protect.
Right.
Okay, let's see, please add a note. The next one from Bart's about the financing addendum. Add a note reminder that changing the sum of financing, basically the 1B, does not automatically change any financing addendum.
On the amendment.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
just
changing that.
Right. Is that an issue that's, projectors?
Oh, he's talking about the option money on the,
Additional,
on the addendum, right?
because they always ask why if we give option to title at the first time, why isn't the additional option money given to title? And what title explained to me is hopefully it's out of, it's past their time, so just give it to the seller. So
Well, and
do you get additional
Oh, that's a
options?
separate thing, yes.
Yeah, first he's talking about paragraph 1B, saying if they change financing numbers in the amendment, it doesn't change anything else in the addendum. I don't ever see an amendment where they've done number one.
well,
Never.
where we see pose a problem is that the money is usually a small amount, $10 to extend the time for the parties to make some.
Yeah, we're doing
Wait,
something
okay.
else.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
not talking.
We're talking about in the amendment, if they change the actual sales price.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They were under contract for 500,000, something came up and they're changing it to, 490.
Yeah.
When they change all of this in here, just because they change their sum of financing does not automatically change the approval process in the third-party financing, that they have to get approval for this amount.
Right, it doesn't affect the
It
third
doesn't
party.
affect the third-party financing, and I think he was just making a note to say,
He wanted to add
This is an
those,
FYI.
a reminder that.
like, remind people this, right?
Yeah, and so I don't think we need to go that educational route with the contract itself. Then he goes to the next issue that everybody was on there. Specify that additional option fees payable to escrow agent or a checkbox to give the seller or escrow agent. Right now, we say it's paid to the seller, and it's been a common comment that we've had in many meetings before.
Also, where we say has paid.
And so I would put this in that field that we continue to monitor, but not necessarily change.
I love it that he says, I've preached it to be paid to the seller until I'm blue in the face, and I think it's more than an educational issue.
So we're,
And he's tying it back to the additional option fee under the backup addendum that is payable to the escrow agent.
I think he's saying.
On the
He said
backup
it's gonna become
addendum,
especially relevant. Under
Well-
the backup.
what he's asking is, if we're paying option fees, who are we paying them to and at when? Standardize the payee for the option fees across all forms or make them negotiable.
Yes, I think he's saying in the backup, we say it is paid in title, and then in the amendment, we don't say.
Right.
Yeah, remember we say
Right. And he's wanting some consistency.
right, and so he's getting more ammo in his quiver to get a
Right,
change
right,
in here, but I think we monitor that and continue to see more comments come in. Bart needs to get others to send some in there. Not a fan on 12, okay, this was a comment, but oh well. Jamie Connell, let's see, SDN.
Age and the
The suggested addition to SDN should contain the age of HVAC. This is my fear, right? HVAC with the water heater, we're trying to add things, and it's just that slippery slope. I mean, I'm not, I'll give my spiel at the end of this and my thoughts on all that again, but the legislature, you know, doing the proper route to change these things will prevent the slippery slope. Well, it should or shouldn't be there.
Right.
Well, we'll wait for that later. So, like to change, we got another one, Lori. So Lecky, I like the changes and items addressed in training rationale will be helpful. That's 3. I'm marking that down. JB Harvey, seller's disclosure. Ask for more things. Also needs to whether it's part of any CO2 leases. This is, what's that?
CO2.
CO2 lease.
Water lease.
CO2 is carbon.
Carbon dioxide, is that where they inject it into the ground?
The carbon sequestration.
So the pore space is actually owned, it's just a unique area of the wall. So the pore space under the ground is actually owned by the landowner. And it's done via a surface lease, not a mineral type of lease. And so it's a little quirky. So in seeing this, I'm going to do some quick research that I wouldn't 100% count on, but that part of the ground is considered that. So I think she's highlighting that here. It's not a mineral lease, so it's not, you know, lenders are not wanting to lend on properties because of the leases, because they lease all the surface rights. I'm not sure that exact issue she's saying leasing all the surface rights, but it would be a surface lease if you own those pore space underground that you're, from my understanding, injecting the CO2 into. So with that, it's covered I think it's covered too, somewhat in the general statement in the 1-4 contract, paragraph 4. Because we say there's no leases here unless they're specified in the contract, not subject to any leases. The farm and ranch lease farm and ranch contract already has a lease section, surface lease section. So with these being 4 leases, being surface leases, even though they're technically underground, I think we're covered in the contract.
It might be a natural lease.
It's, there's injection, the right to inject CO2 into the ground as opposed to reduce carbon emissions.
Okay, yeah, for the CO2.
Yeah,
So then it'd be leasing the pore
sequestration.
space, but it'd be a surface lease, pore space.
And you're just injecting the carbon down there so your emissions out.
I think here, we already have representations the sellers making that would cover this in both the 1-4 and the farm and ranch, because 1-4 is saying there's no other leases unless they're in here. And farm and ranch already has surface leases that have to be smoked.
Would that happen much in residential, 1-4?
No, I was just trying to think of all the different
Yeah,
sides
that's
that
where
would come out. I haven't seen it at all, this comment.
Is it surface lease or farm?
There's that surface lease section, right?
No, I'm just asking the question, is it a surface lease?
Well, it's owned by the surface owner, so that's where I was thinking it would be a surface lease.
Not our point.
Slow them down.
But interesting thing, to learn something new every day. Vicky French, okay, only use TXR, seller's disclosure.
Saying she doesn't like ours, she's just gonna stick with the TXR.
That's
Statutory.
Okay.
The sled-based paint one from Bart again has come up a couple times. We've decided not to make changes. Does anybody have a strong feeling?
I thought we had to follow what the EPA, it's kind of like our seller's disclosure, we had to follow exactly how it was written, and isn't that how this is that there's some requirement for us to follow exactly what's required by law, and the way it's written is written.
We don't have to follow it word for word. It's and I'm not sure the footnote that he references in there about, I think he references it, about the brokers only have to sign it if they're receiving compensation. I didn't see that in the actual regulations. I did see where he put it in the footnote, or I found the footnote. But it's not, doesn't have to be word for word.
In my head, I just thought we did.
So I don't see anything that's changed since our past posture, keeping it the way we have it to make this change.
Well, lead-based paint's becoming quite that ordeal in the property management.
just.
If you have little houses.
Anything that's built before 1978, right? But I don't see it as much on the sales side, but on the property management side, it's just becoming a really big deal.
With the language that he's highlighting, any particular concern on that?
But I recall all
Well, I think
Leases
for the
for the
purpose
property
of,
management side or sales.
on
we could defer
leasing when
this-
it comes
defer
to
discussion on whether
EPA,
they-
like if I'm a property management company and I have a EPA, I have a
Let's do that.
1978 before
No,
house. have to have an
I was
EPA
trying to find that
certified
those
certification.
things that would concern me about there, and I couldn't find anything that
You and your painter never.
they were trying to make a distinction without tying it to the statutory provision as and so it's worth further investigation for that particular side. So what we're talking about is deferring this to another meeting, not just
Yeah.
addressing and putting down, but defer to the next meeting so we can look more.
I agree, yeah.
Through here, Christine Carr, it's water notice concerns about the overall complexity, recommends simplifying the language. Dave Covington, which we actually talked about this exact issue here about Bell County. And so we, Candace Lauderdale, property rights are beyond the scope of standard residential real estate transactions. No, they're not. That's rights supersede ownership. So I think no action there. Lori Selecki, I respect the need, but would like more definition and clarity. Let's talk about the water notice at the end. Bart, let's see, groundwater. So his first comment here about groundwater also includes natural springs and flowing artesian wells. It's captured before entering the water course. That is an accurate statement. We don't have that in there now. If you recall the last time that we went through the revisions to the language, we took out water course. That one is true, and it doesn't necessarily give me any heartburn to add it. In there, we're already not complete. We say the definitions are beyond the definition, or for purposes of this again, we're not going to exactly use, but that's one of the other ones I'm more opinions on. But that one to me, I wouldn't mind including it, but I'm not sure if that's necessary.
Well, Brian's back up on the screen.
Brian, what do you think about that tagline for groundwater on adding natural springs and flowing artesian wells captured before entering the water course?
Yeah, no, I would leave that alone. Once it gets to the surface, it is surface water. Some folks intercept it while it's still bubbling to the surface, but it's going to become like our issue that we decided to ditch, like, do I have a water course? People have seeps and seeps and leaks that are sometimes there, not other times there. There's no hard and fast definition for a spring, and springs are not included legally in the definition of groundwater. So I'd leave it alone.
So again, and we're not going for precise here, we're going for disclosure and to start the discussion about these important issues. So I would agree with that. It says it also does not specify the water course or impoundment might be periodically or typically dry, but again, we took out the whole water course language to begin with, so we don't get into that. He doesn't see the underflow of a river addressed in any category. Pumping the water from the underflow. I think this is described as the same thing and getting too much into detail. That this concept, or these concepts are discussed in legal. I think whole chapter on groundwater. It goes into actually this underflow pipe and who owns it and that side. But I think with the simplicity, adding that in doesn't help our overall purpose.
I just don't think it helps the seller much, John, because there's no, if you do have a seep or a spring on your property, it doesn't really create any legal obligations for you. that the seller needs to know about. Unless you've got a water well stuck into it and you're sucking out, in which case you have regulatory responsibilities that the seller needs to know about. So I just.
And this last comment was about the underflow being part of the surface water. And so Bart was wanting to add the underflow component to it.
Yeah, which is a complex legal component, but because we ditched the water course, I don't see that there's any need to know that here.
Paragraph 3B, why does this not address any other water courses such as stream or creek? Can we take it all out? Notice this additional notice about the Federal Clean Water Act and WOTUS, or the waters of the United States. And this is something that does impact properties, and there's its own separate definitions and what applies. And Brian, I don't know, do you think that rises to a level?
Yeah, that would be a quagmire of complexity that would dwarf anything we've discussed to go into waters of the U.S. Whether, because every presidential administration and change in the Corps and EPA, we have different definitions and competing U.S. Supreme Court definitions. If I had land on the wetlands down in Houston, and I had land adjacent to that, I'm on that. There's no way these people could decipher that stuff. I would leave it alone. It has nothing to do with water rights.
The whole adjacent issue, and looking at that as I was trying to prepare for today, it got complex very quick, trying to understand it. All this is complex. So I would agree with Brian on, for this is beyond the scope of what we are trying to do at this point.
Yeah, I would have to refer that question off to another lawyer.
Did you mean to skip this comment on paragraph 2B about wells?
2B, no. So that 2B does not address wells currently in use, actively producing, but not necessarily abandoned, capped, covered, or plugged. Yeah, so this is that and versus or. So if we look at that, actually was I think we did that by design. So let's go to paragraph 2B. So this is this is where we discuss in terms of if you by the math argument, you'll be able to tell by not it doesn't add up, right? So what was in 1 needs to subtract what's in 2 and 3. There will be something left there. I think we intentionally excluded it from 3. We didn't want it to be in there.
John, the way we structured that, I think as it is pretty good, because the answer in response to that is if you have a well that's not in use, it's supposed to be capped, or it's required by law to be capped or covered. And so if they answer that they have 3 wells and then they can only come up with 2 that meet any of the other categories, that's good. That's good knowledge for a purchaser. There could be a well on this property that I am supposed to have capped or plugged, but it's not. So I think it's great. I think it gets everybody in my world what the information they need the way that you have it structured.
Okay, so I think that gets Bart's comments taken care of. Let's see, or part 2B4. Actually, 2B4, I think that's a good comment Bart had here. Because, for example, I have a well on my property, but I'm grandfathered in and exempt from registration requirements. And as we have that drafted right now, it's a definite statement of identify the registration or permits from a groundwater district for the water wells on the property. So if I don't have one, never been subject to the requirements, even though I'm in the subsidence district. And so what Bart's suggesting there is just add if applicable.
Or identify any.
Yeah, I think that's there are a lot of the groundwater districts when they got created, especially for household wells, they didn't want, because people are worried about Big Brother and the government knowing that they have a water well out there. So they never require them to be registered. So I think that's a registration or permit number, if any, would be a good change.
What was your suggestion?
It was identify any registrations or permits.
Oh, yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Simple.
Instead
Issue.
of saying if applicable.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's move on to overreaching. This is about the water disclosure rights, whether not necessary, infringe on consumer landowner rights. I don't
I don't get
believe
that.
so, because you're transferring property, you're transferring rights.
Are you on?
Danielle's comment on
Okay.
7B, not necessarily actually causes concerns. I think we've been around, talked about all these issues.
Mitch likes it.
Mitch likes it, support of support, so let's mark that down as support. Water notice, so he goes into several things. So he has a company that has done a lot of work, and it sounds like in terms of creating a database of wells that are in existence. And he brings up a few points that their data shows that the address gap makes compliance difficult for a significant share of wells. So this is where one thing he's asking for is a requirement for the registration of the well when it changes hands to take place as part of closing, or some kind of requirement built in there. And I may be butchering that a little bit here, but he's saying a lot of times people don't transfer their wells, so you don't have the accurate information in the databases where it needs to be done. And Brian, I'm sure if you have more insight onto that in terms of the registration of wells and the requirements of how big of an issue it is when people don't do it, which is one thing that's raised here. I'm not aware of the requirements to begin with. When you transfer a property that has a well on it, what are the regulations generally or specifically about registering that well as the new owner?
Well, obviously, or not obviously, but I'll point it out. If it's not in a groundwater conservation district, which a big chunk of the state isn't, there's no obligation whatsoever. But the seller does need to know if he's inheriting a water well. If it is a registered well, almost, I'm not even aware, I want to say almost every, but I'm not aware of a groundwater conservation district that doesn't have a requirement that you, either the buyer or the seller, and that differs from groundwater district to groundwater district, have to file a change of ownership form with the groundwater district once it happens.
Does that cause problems in your world? He highlights it here. Mitch does, is saying a good number of the properties here, and I think he says more than a third of the wells in some West Texas counties don't have a usable street address. Or, people haven't done the right filings. There's not the ability to go find information, or I guess find somebody that might have information. But does that cause an issue in your world, or how do you see that impact?
I'm sorry for being dense, but I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Mitch states here the problem is concentrated in rural counties where real estate transactions are also happening. In some West Texas counties, more than a third of wells lack a usable street address. Even among domestic wells, the category most likely to appear in a residential transaction, tens of thousands have no street address. And that we should consider guidance or instructions acknowledging that state records may be incomplete as to the street addresses, and that sellers are not necessarily able to self-verify through public databases information about their wells, presumably. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around this whole registration database issue to determine, for us as a committee, do we need to put something else in our disclosures about either the need to register, the fact that the information that's out there may not be great. I'm not sure we need to do anything.
I think this is mission creep here.
Well, we're disclosure.
I mean,
about not going to find information on it that could impact what we do. But I don't know.
John, I think to the extent this is kind of talking about like the discussions y'all had on your special districts things, what database can I go to determine if I'm in one? If it's what database can I go to in a rural county to see if I have a groundwater district or a water well on a property? If that's where we're going, they're absolutely not going to be able to do that virtually, you know, in 3/4 of the state. They're just going to have to get their information from their client, the seller, on whether they have a water well and whether it has a permit or a registration. And even if it doesn't have a street address, there's a water well on this property that is the subject of this contract.
So the concern that has been raised to me from brokers, and one in particular that I had stayed for an hour and a half going through some of this water stuff after the class. And she had a well on her property that had to be registered, but it wasn't showing up in the databases that we could find. Mine that I had is not registered, so it shouldn't be there. My neighbors does show up, and we're trying to find if it's like I get notice there's a well on there, go try to find information on it. Where do I go? Right. So it's that same kind of thing about the mud districts that we talked about a little bit, but I think it will be an issue in terms of, okay, there's wells, I'm gonna go try to find something on it. They're saying they don't know anything, can't say the condition, when it's put in, how deep it is. There's a lot of stuff questions that are gonna come up as practitioners that we're going to start to get, or as people become more knowledgeable and it sounds like the answer is there's not a good database, so there's nothing we can,
Yeah, and if there's not going to be, I mean, the records historically from the pre-groundwater district days and the old water well drillers board and reports from, the mid 1900s are real scattered. Those bases, there's a database that's now housed by the Water Development Board, but it's not reliable. If I'm in rural Texas and I got a water well, I don't know the street address, but I'm inside, again, if I'm not in a groundwater conservation district, there's no registration to talk about. If I am in one, I can call the groundwater conservation district and say, do you have a water registration for John Doe? I don't have a street address, but all the groundwater districts are going to be able to look that up and tell you what the registration number is. It's just contacting the groundwater district.
So good information, keep top of mind once we go through this, whether we need to add something later or not. Ours hadn't presented an issue because we've never even talked about registering water wells.
I took from it that he really was kind of like, get me some more info so I can fill up my database, right? Yeah. But I did like that he wrote this one sentence that said, disclosure is step 1, but transfer is step 2. And somewhere, somehow, maybe that just needs to be part of the education. We're starting with step 1, but at some point, are we going to need to start telling our clients? And there's an obligation to transfer.
To me, it's almost like the HOA, right? If you don't do the transfer docs with the HOA, you're going to get penalties. You're not, you're subject to all these. Those that are dealing with the case right now, that's over that exact issue. And I'm just not familiar enough with these registration rules to know how much of an impact it's having. Obviously, we haven't ever had it on this committee before, so it tells me it's maybe not that big. But now that we know about it, and it's going to be top of mind for a lot of people, does it then become something that can be not necessarily corrected, but facilitated somewhat by just having some simple language about you need to verify. I do agree with some of the underlying motivations, but the registration part, if it's a legal obligation to do it, and it's not being done.
Well, my question around that is, with what 97, 98 GCDs in Texas, wouldn't each of them have slightly different governing rules on what all of their registration processes are? And some may have grandfathered wells, some may not. And so it might even just be a note, check with your local GCD around any rules around transfer and registration. Period. Yeah.
That's exactly where my mind's going. So if we did do that, maybe we just put that on the list of
for future.
Hey, John, if the thought, again, and I don't have the best audio connection, I apologize. If the thought is, could we throw in some helpful information to the parties, to the buyer and seller, with some sentence or something that says buyer or seller may have a legal duty to notify the groundwater district regarding a change in ownership of the well registration or permit, something like that, because they may, and the way it works in the real life is there's civil penalties for failure to do so in most groundwater district rules. They'll get them somewhere between 60 and 90 days. And again, the duty changes from district to district on whether it's the seller's, the current well owner's duty, the purchaser's duty, or many of the districts I represent have joint and several liability on that for somebody to notify the district within, or they're subject to a fine, of $100 or something. So throwing in a notice that they may have, a buyer or seller may have a duty to change the ownership records with the groundwater district would be very helpful, I would think.
I mean, we already have the notice saying rules and regulations of groundwater districts regarding water wells differ from district to district and should be reviewed if the property has an existing or potential future water well.
Yeah, and then
That may be enough.
my only concern there, of that tagline of registration, adding a specific thing, rules including registration requirements, is that it goes to that kind of that HOA thing. It's something that has to be done, not necessarily regulations that may or may impact what I want to do with the property. It's a specific, absolute thing that you would, sounds like you have to do in some cases, not all. But maybe in between meetings, I can go and do a closer analysis of what the registration, excuse me, requirements are, and come back with a proposal of adding a tax line.
Yeah, I would just tack on that I would say probably in 95% of situations where somebody's just purchasing a property for somebody else that has a household well on it, their only duty is to do the change and with respect to the groundwater district, is to do the transfer and ownership. If they're going to continue to just use the property as a residential or whatever it is, and continue, that's usually their only duty. So it may be a duty worth highlighting, is all I'm saying.
Let me ask one last question. This, I know we're spending a lot of time on it, but in anybody that's handled transactions that involve wells that have monitoring requirements, because a lot of these districts require the filing of reports, whether it's monthly or some even on the residential context. And have you ever had that come up in a discussion in your transactions?
Not monitoring, just the registration and transfer, and we guide them on where to go with Prairie Lands to get the transfer paperwork. It's all out there, and who to talk to in regards to the requirements. I don't know of any that require, we haven't had any transaction require monitoring as well.
Okay. Because some districts have, where you have to do your monthly usage reports, you have to monitor what comes out. A lot of it breaks down to whether it's residential, commercial, or how much you're using. Certain, it's all over the map. But
there is some of that depending on what the purpose is. Ours have been household on different operations.
Well, I'll look in between meetings, maybe we'll come back on that issue.
Put your tally up though that he likes it. He said it's meaningful improvement.
There we go.
There's another
There we go.
positive.
Okay.
And here comes Vicky.
Let's see what page is up.
19.
20, loved it. I love this form. Is that another one or repeat? That's on the buyer removal of contingency for the backup addendums. That's seemed to be liked again by Bart as well. Let's see, what else did Bart say? Could the headers all the voluntary? There's a bigger thing here about the headers of the forms. Being consistent, one, and then if could the headers of all the voluntary and mandatory forms be standardized. For example, the non-realty item says approved for voluntary use. The lead-based paint addendum says approved. In the proposed 62-0, our new forms is promulgated by Texas Real Estate Commission. I think that's more of a, we can do consistency checks, maybe just not as me, but that's how we can look at that issue offline and see if we can make that consistent. Vicky has another comment that looks great. Thank you for that same form. Danielle, let's see, the name is ambiguous and does not adequately address to the consumer what is happening. See, I would recommend changing the name and form to be more user-friendly title. Perhaps calling it a notice to buyer or an amendment to the contract.
The name says seller's notice to buyer.
Yeah, an amendment would be required both parties to sign too. It's like a true amendment. So if you go on from there, Marcus Phipps says, I like the form.
We're up to 9.
We're getting close to double digits. Todd, what does Todd say? This is on fire removal. That's a suggestion. The current problem is very difficult for the buyer's agent and the buyer to determine what the closing date to put back on the backup offer contract. His suggestion is to add a section. He provides a section there that would be optional use that says when the closing date is changed to. So basically saying how upfront, it's hard to say a closing date up front when I don't know if I'm going to go in the first place and all these other things might happen. And so is there ability for us to add in an optional clause to our form that allows them to adjust the closing date?
It'd be the same thing with selling the property. You just estimate it best you can and you go back and do it later on.
I agree.
Yeah.
That is an
That's
interesting
how it's worded
suggestion,
today.
but not sure enough to make that change. Okay, all right, we'll take a lunch break there. We need 30 minutes for lunch. Okay. We'll come back at 1:35. All right, we're back on the record at 1:37. We had 2 or 3 supplemental comments come in on agenda item number 5, which we've already addressed, I believe, but we had one for Dave Covington, which is in regards to the water notice. Let's see, water rights have been severed, so that's about the confusion about if it's in a water district, conservation district, is it a severance of the groundwater rights? It is not. One from Lawrence Henry, 2 cents worth about the legal holiday. We had a couple comments on this about liking the legal holiday change, but wondering if it could be more clear by spelling them out, or his case was about listing it, tying it complete to the federal holidays, right? Federal holidays and adding the Friday after Thanksgiving.
It would be that much.
We had that
Let's
conversation before.
Specify what they are.
You think to specify what they are?
I think we should.
It'll be agreed.
So, is everybody here? So we may have a little more substantive conversation on this than.
It's not a substantive comments. It's
No, a conversation, I mean, in terms of discussing it. So this has been a theme for everybody likes spelling out the legal holidays, but they question whether we should do it specific, not just a statute, say what the holidays are in our contract itself.
Can't they just put it on the truck website?
Or how hard is it to Google?
See, such a.
Copy it,
Yeah,
paste
I
it, Google it, it's right there.
Yeah, or you can chat now, like, why don't we just start doing the contract?
Yes.
I mean, every meeting, we're like, can we make it even easier? Like, why don't we just do it for them? You turn them in, we'll just get them all done.
Okay, so I agree that Googling is real easy to do on this one in particular. Brian had thought of spelling it out in the background.
I also thought, didn't we say you guys are gonna put the legal holidays on the website?
This is what it looks like when you print it out of the application. I'm sorry, I gave this to a class and I thought, nobody is gonna read this, nor understand it.
Print it out. You literally put it in there, it pops up and it reads right there. Out of occupations code. Now, I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying it's also
I'm just saying,
not
it
hard.
would be very easy to say legal holiday means New Year's, President's Day, Martin Luther King's birthday, Memorial Day. And just say it.
I agree with you, Steve. You don't think it's even just a subtle, kind of condescending that they can't figure it out by looking it up?
You look at this.
No, I think it has a link to not the whole code. I think it's
Confederate
like,
Heroes Day is a state holiday in Texas. Well, we
Yeah.
But that one-
This big ones is only the.
But this, that's true, but this is the number of what it says in the contract. I put it in and out came this.
And I guess I've never seen a contract just in broader context fill out the exact holidays. I mean, we're every single one through the entire year. That's kind of atypical.
You'll get people upset that we didn't.
Every time we have
Do
a
another one.
statutory code reference in a contract, we now have to spell out the entire statutory code is my only question around it.
I'm not getting a strong enough feeling to take any action today from,
And
on
as
that one,
a,
but we can
No.
have that in the background, see.
Yeah,
if
we're
we
gonna
can
see
do
how
that.
we as a broker, I will make sure all my agents have exactly what they need to reference inside our office.
And then let's go on to Barbara's, comments. Most likely see conversation, confusion about compensation, buyers who can't pay us, and therefore on to other homes. Compensation much better,
It's gonna take care of that. We're gonna take care of the buyer compensation.
and SDN, loves the SDN changes, much more organized. Like to see, question, is the seller aware of any possible proposed changes that might affect the property or the immediate area and neighborhood, like eminent domains, ... This is that slippery slope that we talked about there, and so I'm not sure we're in a position to go forward with anything new there at this point. With that, we'll go on to agenda item number
Actually,
6.
we've got some more comments
Oh, more.
for agenda item 5. They're just not part of the spreadsheet. They're
Oh,
the-
gotcha.
Which one?
There are letters that are still part of 5. Right, yeah,
Is it item number 7
It's still five.
supplements or, oh?
No, not
back to the
supplement.
main one?
we're going back,
So now we're back to the slide.
page 22.
Gotcha.
Um, and Brian has sent in a letter, Brian Sledge, who has been, of course, in our meeting today in support of the language that we revised and thinks it strikes the appropriate balance between providing meaningful information and avoiding unnecessary complexity or burden. And so he submitted a letter for the record on that. We go to Avis Woodash sent in a thought out email here, and she echoes a lot of the same concerns that I have. This is a task that we took on, changing the seller's disclosure notice under the direction from Sunset Advisory Commission. Unlike she points out several factors that should weigh in the commission's decision whether to do this or not, including unlike other disclosures, requirements of Section 5.008 of the Property Code sets out the language required in a template form. Historically, the TREC has not promulgated seller's disclosure notice, or has promulgated seller's disclosure notice that mirrors that language in compliance with state's minimum requirements. It provides a safe harbor, protects license holders. And that's strictly with what the law requires. Now, she does point out it's a voluntary form, and there are, of course, other trade association forms out there. And once we deviate, it's our biggest concern from the historical position that we've had, that there's no statutory version readily available for license holders to access to if they want to do the bare minimum. And this, for all practical purposes, will eliminate seller's choice to only give minimum disclosures required by law, thus, in effect, usurping the legislature's authority as to what minimum disclosures should be. She goes on that sellers, of course, have a choice between the forms they want to use as long as they meet the statutory requirements. This notice by sellers and assistance from license holders, so that license holders are not unknowingly brought into a lawsuit for failure to disclose. And as fiduciaries, as sellers are fiduciaries, as such, they have an obligation to inform seller to give buyers seller's disclosure notice. And seller has options, as which notice they will completely sign. A seller agent has whatever choice to make. My seller should not decide which seller's disclosure notice form to use or to expose them to litigation. Now, this is one thing too, as our fiduciaries, we do have these changes to approve. We need to let them know there's the statutory requirements, there's Texas form, and now there's Texas realtors or other forms available. The full gamut, right? It's no longer just association in association directs in the statute, which we can't have them draft. So that's another change to potentially consider when discussing this with our clients. You know, she has a recommendation here about moving forward. If the commission does go forward to add some language to the bottom of the contract about the form, about Texas property code containing minimum statutory requirements, and this form contains 7 additional disclosures at the end of paragraph 9. And it can be used in conjunction with contracts. Some language here basically calling out that this is more than that. I'll say again for the record that when we sent this forward last time, we didn't say whether the commission should do it or not. And that's not in our position. We were asked to draft language, and if the commission wants to do this, what it would look like. I echo the concerns about usurping the legislature's authority and stepping in this way and using the administrative process to change things instead of going through the legislature. But I unfortunately feel bound to follow through on something that's not our decision. Our decision is we've been asked to draft. If we're doing our statutory duty, following the directives from Sunset to provide a form that the commission can consider.
Question for clarity. We were advised to draft it by Sunset, which is a legislative committee. We put it together. Now this, if we keep it in here and do what we're told to do, not saying that we approve it or disapprove it, but we're just putting it out there. What if commissioners, and when they make a decision on move forward, if they decide that this is not our place to do that, they have to turn our entire package of changes down or not?
I think they can just not push forward that one form.
Yeah, it would just be the one.
Because I wasn't sure, I thought we had been told in the past that it's an all or nothing typically with commissioners.
They can't make individual changes on the form, so if there was something that they didn't like on a particular form, they couldn't say, change this, but we'll adopt everything else. They would have to send it back. But if this is just the seller's disclosure, this is the only changes.
So they could say, we're excluding that seller's disclosure notice and pushing all the other.
And the way to look at it too is each form is its own rule. So it's being sent up as a rule being tied to a form. So we can't take stuff in and out, or they can't take stuff in and out of the form because it's tied together in one rule. But each form is a rule, so they can say, we approve this rule and go forward, but we don't approve this rule and send it
Thank
back.
you, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
I was at the last commission meeting, and some of the commissioners expressed concern about this exact item, and maybe I'm misreading it, but I got the impression that they were like, well, broker lawyer sending it to us, like they were taking it like it was our recommendation. And I think it's probably important that we make it clear that it is not a recommendation from this committee to do it, that we were given this charge to create something in case they choose to do it. I think that's important.
And I think I said that in my comments too, up front, and then circling back when Commissioner Lerner in particular was asking about, is there anything that prevents the committee, or are we authorized to begin with to do this? And we are. We can do this form, we can do others. We're authorized to do that. But I think circling back at the end to reemphasize what was at the beginning as well.
And I was just going to add to that. So that conversation, we had that conversation with them. That was also in the material that we presented to them. That this is essentially that a broker lawyer takes no position on whether you should adopt it or not. But if you choose to do so, here's the language they would suggest. And also keep in mind they've heard that before because this was originally proposed and then pulled back, withdrawn, and then this was a re-proposal. So we've had this conversation.
Okay.
But yeah.
So Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Lerner asked several questions, and I think everybody's taking a close look at this for the broader issues, but it is, I think, beyond the scope of this committee for us to take a position on as opposed to draft language and ultimately it's the commissioner's decision.
So you're saying this notice we shouldn't do, it's up to them if they want to do that?
Well, I think we can look at putting this notice language in there. My fear is making a comment like this. It struggles me to see this in the form, but I'm not sure I'm in favor of adding this minimum +7 language, but something like that. I mean, that's the discussion from this comment. What we'd like to see.
I feel like if we put that in there, you're gonna have people fill out the seller's disclosure and go, but I'm not gonna answer those last 7 questions. I'm just gonna not touch them. And then we're gonna have a somewhat incomplete form, right? Because that's the only way that they can provide the minimum required by statute, is to just fill out this form and let them to create their own. And there's not one already out there, wouldn't they just say, well then, great, this says right here that I don't, this last 7 are just extra, so I'm just not gonna do them.
But there's a case on point there that involved a floodplain notice, I believe, or flood notice of the 1414 that
Where they
it
didn't
wasn't
provide
provided and wasn't a complete disclosure. Now the court ruled that ultimately, for purposes of solely that case and those facts, which was specific, that it satisfied the statutory requirements still. After some back and forth, but it's solely on the facts of that case. But still, it points well taken.
I think Avis is borrowing the language from the realtor form at the top of the realtor form that states that additional disclosures over the statutory language. So I don't have a problem if you're putting down there in that box that says this is the statutory form with some additional disclosures. It's not a big deal. I don't think it'll stop anyone from using it.
Without highlighting exactly how many.
I don't know why she wants to say plus 7.
That's where my mind, that I like that general thing where we're not putting.
Well, but one of her comments though was that by doing this, we're taking away the option of a seller that only wants to give the bare minimum according to the statute. We're not providing a form for that.
Well, they can go get the form.
I know they can go do it themselves.
But then they have to go get the statute.
Well, just to take the next logical step that may not be logical at the end, but let's have 2 forms. We can say we're sticking to the bare minimum, be available, and here's one that's beat up.
Or
I would
voluntary.
suggest that.
I wouldn't say that's what I'm suggesting it, but I'm just saying that's the. I mean, if we want to take it.
But that's the logic why we should stay with the bare minimum statutory form. There are plenty of forms out there that go beyond the statutory.
So I'm looking at Avis's language here. I think with your changes that you said, that's actually a good addition.
It would. I don't have any problem with saying additional disclosures. It takes additional disclosures that was required by statute. I don't know, plus 7 sounds like a plus size.
So what do we look at adding that language to? What it look like?
Yeah, so I think there at bottom just say, says this form was prepared by Texas Real Estate Commission in accordance with the Texas Property Code, Section 5.8B, and contains additional disclosures. I think that's simple.
Above the minimum statutory requirements.
You can put that in there if you want. I don't think it need to be that wordy. It's just a little box there that probably is not going to be read very much. So the real form says this form complies with and contains additional disclosures which exceed the minimum disclosure required by the code.
Yeah, there wouldn't be proper language if it's prepared in accordance with, even if we make this change, that's an incomplete statement at best right now.
I mean, the fact that it says in accordance with doesn't say that it's the exact copy. Right. So I think that's probably okay with the way we have it working. I'm okay with just leaving it like it is and sending it to the commission. The commission itself could change the disclosure here. It's their form. They can make this change on the
Yeah, I don't think I'm not sure where the footers originated from, but I think
we can kind of just change them.
This is not what
I'm okay with that. Okay, thank you, Avis.
He's still going.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, here's another.
Is that
separate one.
September 1st, 2023 date still the right date?
That's
In the
the
order.
that's the last legislative change. That was from legislation.
So Avis sent in another comment here on paragraph 12. And this points out that the listing agreement by the association contains provision where its sellers could agree to pay a seller's broker's commission. Where a seller could agree to pay a seller's broker a commission amount shared with the buyer's broker. So it's a broker, which is being removed by all accounts coming up. And so the void situation where sellers inadvertently obligated to pay double commission suggests the addition of some following language. And I think the fact that it's coming out now corrects the thing that she's trying to correct here. So I think we can wait on there. I do love when, and we all know, love Avis here too, but highlight if she sends in suggested language is really helpful. If anybody makes comments, in addition to saying what you like or don't like, if you make suggestions like this, it's really helpful. So because it's being removed, I think we can not add this additional language here, which would clarify, attempt to clarify whether it's reduced or not. Okay. 27. See, I think we've done most of the part.
Yeah, it's just basically those notices that we took out.
Right.
He's saying put them back in.
Yeah, so do I. Did you?
And I wasn't able to find, I was searching the thing, I went through 2 prior meetings, it may have been one prior to that, so I wasn't able to find where exactly we took out.
Oh, I know it was Lee, SJ, and Amy. I do know they were here when we did it.
So I've been, this was my 3rd meeting before that.
Yeah.
And I think my first meeting was October.
So it'd probably
So
be the
before
August
that.
one then.
I'll go back further to.
Because I know it was, those 3 were here.
We'll put that at the end of our agenda here to circle back to that one.
He also put in there about the mold remediation.
Yeah, on that one, so his comment on the mold remediation section was that we should qualify that it's for remediation that's done by a licensed mold remediator. That's what the statute applies to. There are some even more nuances to that, whether even if it's done by a licensed remediator, there's situations where they don't have to provide a certificate, from my understanding. It's under a certain amount and various factors that would go in. And I don't believe it's drafted in a way right now that says you have to go get one. It's just if you have one, you have to if one was done in the last 5 years, you have to provide it. There's a question here on whether you don't have it, whether you have to go get it. That's an open thing, and there's nothing in the statute. We follow what the statute says, and there's nothing in the statute that says penalties for not providing it exactly. It just says you have to provide it within the prior 5 years. So I think what we have drafted most closely matches what the statute requires. And by adding licensed remediators, I'm not sure it adds much clarification to it.
Does the statute say the size of the mold? Because I'm having a builder argue with me right now. He's saying if it's not 75 linear feet, then it does not have to be disclosed. It was a leaky air AC. They fixed it. It's all done.
There's 2 separate things there. The disclosure is not necessarily based by statute in terms of a material condition that has to be disclosed. So it could be a bit of mold and potentially have to be disclosed. Now, the mold remediation certificate is triggered by, I believe, a size requirement. What's 25?
What?
I think it's 25 square feet.
25 square feet. Whatever he's saying, he said it. You should not have to disclose any of this because we fixed it and it does not fit that.
So there is some trigger depending on what the words we're using in particular circumstances would apply. I'm not sure we need to make any change to our language to add the fact that it's a licensed remediator that we can cover.
John, what about the word must in 11? if property has been remediated from mold, seller must provide to buyer. And it doesn't say what happens if they don't. And the conversation thus far has been kind of like, you should. And the New Texas Realtors has a form that explains it in more depth. 2507, if you want to look at it, it's very detailed. But to the contract, which is what we're here for, is the use of the word must, making it sound like the buyer could have an issue if the seller didn't give it, and they did have mold, and they do have the certificates.
So it's, let me pull up the exact language here. The one thing, the statute doesn't set out penalties for not providing. So that, as far as that part goes. And it does say that it must be provided if you have receiving certificates within the past 5 years. I'll pull up the exact statutory language, but when I reviewed it, it matched, in my view, what was in the contract itself. And if you don't have it, this is the biggest question I learned from our prior discussions on it. It says you must provide it. Well, I never got a copy of it. So does that mean I didn't have to go get it? And there's no case law, there's no guidance anywhere out there that interprets that provision in that language that would tell us what the answer to that is.
So we added that. Why did we add it?
Sunset did a review of all the seller's disclosures that are required by statute. And this was one that was required by statute, but not in our forms. And so we added to the forms to be complete after that Sunset Commission review pointed that out. It was a.
Did it pose any risks for the transaction? Because it says must, it doesn't happen. I can't see this.
Well, I just Googled this statute. I just Googled it to see what came up. And the AI Google, now it's the AI Google, and says if you believe a violation is occurred, you can file a complaint with the TDLR. So that's where I'm sure it references back to, but just to give me enough information.
That goes back to the inspector who did the inspection because he didn't follow what he was supposed to do.
No, it's the Department of Licensing and Regulation.
Yeah, that doesn't affect. I think that's the inspector.
The mold inspector.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, only a mold inspector can do that and provide that. That's what that article, it's a folder, the Texas Realtors.
And not every mold remediation requires a licensed remediator to do it, and that's some of the size requirements that are out there. But when one is required, the statute in particular, not later than the 10th day after the date on which a license holder completes mold remediation the license holder shall provide certificate of mold remediation to the property owner. So it goes almost in there. If the property owner sells the property owner shall provide the buyer a copy of each certificate issued for the property under this section during the 5 years preceding the date the property owner sells the property.
So that's delivered the certificate, but I think the question is when do I have to use a licensed mold remediator? And that's in 102. So the person is not required to be licensed under this chapter for mold remediation in an area in which the mold contamination affects the total surface area for the project of less than 25 contiguous square feet. But then you don't have to use a license. And of course, the license remediator is not going to do your certificate. It becomes an remediate where you're remediating yourself. You're not doing yourself right.
And here, the preface of our contractual language, the property has been remediated from mold. Seller must provide a buyer each certificate of mold remediation issued under that particular provision.
But if one hadn't been issued, then you don't have to provide it. I think the wording's just fine.
It's qualified by the fact that for each one that has been issued.
So the mold remediator has to, but now this is in the contract that is saying that the seller must provide to buyer.
But that's in the statute too. So the statute also says if sellers, if a property owner sells the property owner shall provide to the buyer a copy of each certificate issued for the property under this section during the 5 years preceding the date the property owner sells the property. That's where it comes in. It's
But if
making
no
the
certificate was issued because they were exempt, then there's nothing for the seller to give them, and you're in compliance with paragraph 11.
So I think if you wanted to be precise in 11, and I'm not suggesting we change anything out around, I think you would say, if a mold remediation certificate has been issued on the property in the last 5 years, then you must provide it.
That's it. We'll take out the, if it's been remediated from mold. I'd like that to put that, maybe we defer the bigger rework than just the word for that. So. Yep, that gets the correct preface to the.
Is that, are you saying to do that?
No, later.
No.
Later,
no,
okay.
later. Okay. Water, 12B, 12C.
You said there's
20B is new. It's talking about the fencing on page 29.
So fencing, in our, excuse me, materials, this is a good time to tee this up as well, we can address. Fencing has been vacated, at least temporarily, by a federal court in East Texas, Eastern District of Texas. It's the Flowers title case, which is in our materials. And what the court held there is that the fencing, which is a government bureaucracy or bureau, says that let's see, that they didn't have the power to do it. And they looked at a couple different ways that it came about, and one of which is allows FinCEN through the Bank Secrecy Act, if I'm recalling correctly the name of it, to regulate suspicious activity. And what FinCEN effectively did here was, and what the court pointed out, to say they lumped all, essentially all non-finance transactions into being suspicious. And the court said that goes too far. That you can't just say, as a blanket statement, that every cash deal is suspicious. That's too far. So the court, the FinCEN therefore did not have the authority under that section to do it. They were too broad. Now, and they attacked it from another angle of there's another part of the act that allows the FinCEN to require internal compliance reports or reporting requirements, but it's having more internal compliance. Keep your records and keep notes of stuff that you think is suspicious, but not so far as to make those reports where you have to give us the reports, kind of a broad scope thing. So it's attacked on a couple of different angles, but we just checked the docket sheet over the lunch break. No notice of appeal has been filed that we have seen. So this was issued, the government can appeal it, but so far the court has not done anything to what I'll stay their order, to have FinCEN stay in effect until the appeal is done. So until something like that happens, the FinCEN can't be enforced. The rules will call vacated. From my understanding, most title companies are not collecting the information anymore. Some I understand still are. Have you heard any?
We're saying you're still charging them.
Some have built the infrastructure up around this that leading to that. There's companies that are doing independently these reports, and so you have some business models that may be tied to it. But we don't know what the next steps are. The next steps could be it's appealed, and the appellate court, the circuit overturns it, and the rule goes back to effect. They may choose not to appeal it, issue an entirely new rule, and then we would be looking at a new rule. Or they could do nothing at all, and we could never have a rule that's related to this topic at all. And so we don't know exactly what's coming down the pipe there. Now, one of our language, or the language that we added to paragraph 20B, it discusses government reporting requirements and allocates the cost. And it also contains a, for example, that's, for example, the FinCEN, in references to FinCEN in particular. So we need to decide what, if anything, we want to do with that language. And taking in Bart's comment, to a broader level, his concern, I believe, is the trigger points. That it may be fine and dandy now that all we have is fencing that we decide is triggered really by the buyer and the nature of the buyer's purchase being cash, and if they're an entity or a trust or something that would trigger it. But there could be things in the future that are triggered by things the seller controls. If we have broad language that any governmental reporting requirement that's triggered and the costs associated with the documents for reporting is tied to the buyer, is that going to unfairly prejudice buyers in the future? Should it be a seller side issue? So that's staying at the kind of dual tracks. We want to still specifically mention fencing or remove that parenthetical, and do we still want to have it broad, considering this trigger point issue of being the buyer's obligation for anything that comes up, even though it might be triggered by the seller?
Could the sentence just end at reporting requirements, drop the rest, and leave it as a catch me all for anything we've been said to come back?
So put the ended where?
I think the concern is that if it's something the seller.
Before the parent
the buyer.
There are a couple of different things going on here for the comment was. First, from a hand, first, from a housekeeping measure, I think we do need to title it government requirements as opposed to federal, because the last time we purposely gave a broad provision so that if the state, for example, put in a requirement, that this would cover that as well. So I think we need to change federal to government. And by the way, as the realtors are well aware, the Attorney General is coming out with his own proposed rule about policing whether improper foreign persons are buying property. Yeah, so anyway, that's number one. Number two is, should we take out the reference to FinCEN? FinCEN's not dead. And I, something's going to happen with it one way or another. I would say that is what we know about. If FinCEN does go away, it's no harm, no foul. We don't. It's surplusage language, but I think this is educational in the sense of this is why we put the provision in, is because FinCEN is out there, and FinCEN does have other requirements that it may do if this thing is changed somehow. So I'd say go ahead and leave it in. It's nothing bad to have the parenthetical.
I think the public is talking about it,
Yeah.
at least the realtor public.
Yeah.
And if we don't react to keep it timely while we have a chance, I think it could look like we're not on top of things.
Yeah.
I think it's premature to take it out because we don't know what's going to happen.
And then the next point that he made is that this is a buyer expense. Well, that's true. It should be a buyer expense with respect to a FinCEN reporting requirement. But he says, well, but what if there's something that's linked to sellers?
Well, that's why I wondered about that first sentence, because that covers.
Pardon me?
The first part of it does. It is vague enough. Seller and buyer.
Frankly, at this point in time, it's still, the government appeal period hasn't even passed. I mean, they have 60 days to appeal it. And so something's going to be happening. But FinCEN, in some form or another, is probably still going to be around. And if there's no reporting requirement, it's no harm, no foul. If there is a reporting requirement, we ought to have something in there.
So I think what Diane's trying to say is not take it all out, but to just, that first part, to just say seller and buyer shall promptly execute and deliver any statements, documents, and information requested by the escrow agent required by governmental reporting requirements, period. Just saying they're gonna do it. And then take out the reference to FinCEN and take out the fact that it's a buyer's gonna pay, because between now and whenever fencing gets worked out, to somebody else's point, we might get another governmental requirement.
Or do we
It
say
might not
something
be a
that-
buyer expense.
Yeah, because like some title companies will charge for FERPA documentation that has to go. So
Sure.
we've eclipsed that. It's not included. So maybe we do need to say something about the party triggering and reporting ASP.
Okay, let me
I
ask,
think it would be,
if we change the obligation to pay, whose obligation to pay is substantial.
yeah,
So,
Maybe we kick it.
either take it out completely or leave it as buyer.
because it's insufficient to just leave it that they're going to deliver the statements, to execute and deliver.
No matter what.
We
the
can't,
issue might
you're
be.
saying we can't tell them, well, I have to execute and deliver unless we tell them who has to pay.
I think it becomes, that kind of why we included it the last time is because it's an argument point post-contract of who's gonna pay for the fee, and title companies are charging very.
Well, if we're taking Vincent out, we're not talking about anything specific. And in this case, it was buyer, leaving that first sentence, two lines in, we're just talking about buyer and seller may need to respond. We're not even talking about payment. We're just putting them on notice. There could be something that one or both of you are going to have to provide documents for.
The
Period.
checkboxes where it's just left for them to check seller or buyer based on how they check it.
But that'll be.
Yeah, so I think for
Yeah.
getting this through today, I think that may be the bigger issue to look at, but I am interested on because the first issue came to mind. I was trying to think of what other requirements we out there, and it's really hard
Yeah,
to think of
some
as
part of that.
regular.
Well, so would FERC to fall under this the way it's worded? Because it just says, for example, fencing, or
Yeah.
not written in, for example, FERPTA. Does that make the FERPTA always the buyer's responsibility, and is that what we intended?
Yeah, I mean, I would say for now, we keep what we have and then we, speed it up the next go round, because we will have more information about what's actually happening with Vincent then.
If that go around could be 2 years from now.
Could be.
Or do we just take it out and put it back in later, I guess is the flip side, because if Vincent's not around and it'll be used for FERPTA purposes of transferring those payments, and do you think that's fairly few that are charging for that? Or do you think it's
I think it's probably
Depends on the market, but 50/50
The FERPTA only comes into play where they are a foreign
when the seller's
person,
triggered it.
and there are various forms that need to be filled out. And that by law is not a title company responsibility. That is an additional obligation being undertaken voluntarily, as opposed to Vincent's mandatory.
It's also under the 5%.
Well,
right? But when it's triggered, will this be used in those transactions in which, so we are doing a small number, and then we have a percentage of that are actually being charged or not. But my fear is if we leave it in, then really the only thing that would go out there in the market to change anything right now is those type of
I don't
charges.
know that FERPTA is gathering and reporting information. That's FERPTA. FERPTA becomes relevant where the seller is a foreign person and you are paying a certain piece of the seller's proceeds to the federal government.
We take it out, it's not substantive, so why not then just take it out and pin it for later?
That's almost my thought of, because we can quickly put it back in, and if it comes out, we can have that as a standalone change if we're still working on everything else. We're not changing a lot of different stuff.
Let me tell you one concern is that the title company will charge for fencing. And what if the buyer says, I'm not gonna pay that? Title company's gonna say, well, then, I'm not, you guys better work it out. Who is gonna pay it? Because I have a charge for $125. It's gotta be paid.
I think that's a
I think
separate,
that's a
Pardon me?
separate discussion.
But you.
No, I don't want
you
to
may-
do anything about a FERPTA.
You may be creating but by not having it, you may be creating a dispute between the seller and the buyer about a charge.
So you're saying,
For sure, but.
you're saying we probably don't need it in there, but
That
the
happens all
title
the time.
company's gonna charge, we're just gonna create a conversation, And then everybody's gonna say, well, our buyers are so good. Who's paying for that charge? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Well,
we think
or
it's
somebody's
figured
gonna say,
out.
I'm not paying.
Then they
The
don't
hell with
cover it.
you.
Yeah, I mean, then we kick it to the realtors to finish negotiations, and I don't think that's gonna be a huge number of them, because we're still looking at, it's, if it goes back into place in its current form, cash.
If we have to
residential
spell out
finance.
the holidays, then we need to worry about who's gonna pay the $80 or the $12.
Should we vote?
Shouldn't be our.
I'll start it. My preference is take it out because we don't know right now. It's
Yeah,
unknown.
I
We can always
totally
add it
Now,
back.
when you say take it out, are you talking about taking out all of the?
All the.
All of the,
All of the,
Not just the last two lines.
you need the
It's a
first
very
sentence.
general statement in the first that could
You need the
have
first sentence.
lots of good stuff afterward.
But what happens if they don't? We're telling them they shall, but what if they don't? What's the penalty?
You also
Well, we
have.
don't know, but now that, if this is called government requirements, and it could be something the state of Texas, because we know there's those things going on, I think it's just alerting. I mean, I don't really care one way or the other about the whole thing, but I think that the last, fence, any reference to fence ought to go, even as an example.
So, Ron was just pointing out 9B3.
Yeah, that's.
It is required for the closing of the sale and issuance of title policy.
Now,
That
this
is
is
not
not
necessary.
required for the closing, right?
Yeah, I think
But that's,
I think at a minimum,
That's different.
we have to have the language of the first sentence up until the parenthetical. And there's no problem with that.
That's what I want to clarify, what we're striking. I don't have a problem leaving in. I don't see that that's.
You're just saying ended at requirements.
Well, no, I'm saying keep it all in.
I have a-
Yeah.
I have a question though too, because if it's said, if we just keep that first sentence, that the seller and the buyer shall promptly execute and deliver any statements, documents, or information requested by the escrow agent required by governmental reporting requirements. Is, like we were talking about earlier with the water, there's this requirement from a governmental reporting, there's a governmental reporting requirement on a groundwater conservation district that you transfer the ownership of this well. Does that count?
Could.
Especially if we change it
And that would
to
be a
federal
big change, wouldn't
to.
Yeah.
I'm saying if it's pretty open, we have to be careful about saying for sure the buyer's gonna pay for all of this.
Right, no question about it.
Because,
We're not talking about the payment sentence. Let's
Let's
so
leave
you're
it.
thinking just the first two lines.
Let's just talk about the first sentence.
Yeah,
Stop at requirements, stop at priority requirements.
Well, I like the parenthetical being in there, because I'm
Think
telling
something
you,
else.
something's gonna happen with FinCEN. But
So,
if, I'm not laying down on a railroad track over it. Okay.
so we got,
I think it's a big thing to keep in, but
You think it'll come back this year?
let me tee up, see if we're
Very
close
well
enough to
could.
tee up a vote on.
it could be that they appeal to the Fifth Circuit, and as part of their appeal, they go to the Fifth Circuit and they say, please stay, which is put in abeyance the trial court's order, judgment. And return us to the way where we were. And that could happen next week, and the Fifth Circuit could say, you're right, keep FinCEN the way it is. We're going to keep going with FinCEN until we hear the appeal. That is a possibility, okay? So FinCEN might come back next week. Ask me, do I think? No, probably not. But I'm just saying, FinCEN could come back if the Fifth Circuit accepts the appeal and stays the judgment of the trial court. Because there's a conflict now, because there's another court in Florida where they said it's perfectly legal. And they won that one. Okay? So you're gonna have conflicts between courts as to what is and is not going to happen. And so it's very possible that the Fifth Circuit might say, hey, another court said it's okay, keep going with FinCEN. So
Why don't we just leave it?
Maybe this is one we vote on. I think we talked through unless somebody has anything else. Yeah, I'm at in a couple different, I have to tee it up, but
You could broaden the parenthetical in terms of its application. You could say, for example, reporting to the Internal Revenue Service or the U.S. Treasury. You don't have to say Vincent. You could say the Internal Revenue Service or the U.S. Treasury. As examples.
IRS, part of the treasury.
Right, but so you just say U.S. Treasury if you want to. But it doesn't.
what do we say that in the U.S. Treasury? So,
Or its agency.
Does that change it to
Yeah.
substantive?
The U.S. Treasury or its agency.
Yeah, it's okay, okay.
I mean, you could broaden it if you wanted to. And then just leave it as like it is.
right,
But then you got the question about fire.
right. I think we have to remove the fire pay in light of the bigger issue. And then I'm okay. I was on team remove parenthetical, but I could be on team U.S. Treasury parenthetical.
Same, yeah, that's good. So with the
And
vote,
keep the buyer shall pay.
No, I take that out. Take out the last sentence fire. So it would keep in the first line, and the parenthetical will be changed to remove Vincent in particular, but just sites such as report to the U.S. Treasury.
and then striking that second.
And then striking.
Let's vote on that.
U.S. Treasury or its agencies.
Like work agencies.
Is that the right agency? Is
That's what I don't know is at the right terminology, but I think.
or its
Bureau, I believe I saw Bureau when I was looking at it. So I was wondering the Bureau or agency, and they're overlapping in some cases, but I believe Vincent is considered Bureau. What is it? I believe. Yeah. And 20, I think in place of federal, we were going to put in governmental.
What do you think, Abby?
I have okay.
Are we within bounds, Abby?
I think so.
Have you say which way?
You're good. I think you're good.
Hold on, I'm gonna do a what is.
It's a network.
Is a bureau of the U.S. Department of the Treasury.
It does
It's
say
networks, bureaus.
It is a bureau.
Bureaus and
Networks and services.
Do you want us to put anything, these are negotiable in there or not? Just leave it.
That would start to get substantive at this point. Okay, so is everybody comfortable with that?
Yep.
All right. Let's take what we have and move on.
Thanks, Mark.
Just to let everyone know, there will be a trouble.
Thank you.
Okay, 22. Let's see, on 22, yeah. Let's see, we have those. So the concern here was that by adding the checkboxes we have, does it turn certain forms into actionable representations that are incorporated into the contract itself, basically, versus, being outside the contract, which theoretically could give different legal rights, right? It's being brought out here versus being incorporated in. I'm not subscribing to that. I'm trying to think through each particular one. But when I was looking at his comment, I think we broadened it enough to say, we had it in notices, my different language, statutory disclosures and notices itself.
Yeah, that's required.
Yeah, we did
That's the one that we moved down into paragraph 22.
And it says at the end of that, list all that have been given or are attached. So it's not necessarily incorporated in, right? It's been given in advance. And our language before was essentially the same thing of the six. I don't know, for the lawyers in the group, does that rise to a concern?
So he's worried that it's a representation, right? But we say addenda and notices. And so I think you'd have to argue if it's a notice, you'd have to argue that this is a notice from the self, if that's what it's concerned. But it's not necessarily a notice from us. At least that's what I he's just providing a copy of notice. It's actually coming from our special district.
Well, it actually is required to be signed once it's over, right, by the seller. So it is, whether it's representation outside the contract or incorporated in, I think it's
still
part of the same.
Right.
Why don't we just say addenda and other documents?
Well, I think the argument still could be the same. Of what,
It's really not any different than what we had in 12. In 12, we said it was given or are attached.
right.
And we still have or are attached.
It doesn't rise to the level to me of a,
I like the fact that he's thought about it, but I don't know about
broker information. This is the intermediary with the different assumed names that we went over. And receipts. Please give us additional occupancy receipts section. And
Well, definitely if it's going to title.
Yeah, because the amendment says has been paid, so there's no receipt to give.
okay. We addressed all of those. Okay, and then any other ones on 5 that I missed? I think that was all the in item 5 items.
Do you want to do a motion now for the?
Push those through.
Yeah.
There is that one hanging issue that I have on the paragraph 6.
Is that what in your actual what?
Exactly.
That was the June.
It was the one this in January that we did that.
Really?
That's what I couldn't find the. I saw it pop up in the minutes there, but I couldn't find the actual.
Well, remember, it was taken out and then it was put back in. Because of the creation and essentially adding all of those things to paragraph 2.
So it was taken out when Lee and FK and everybody were here, and then it was put back in.
Put back in, and then our last thing that was taken out again because of the creation of all of the.
I stand here and sorry, I swear I know I would have voted no.
I'm sure
No more.
Catch all the something.
A lot of good.
4 or 5 we get. There's someone 7, I believe, or 1 on 7. So I did see it, and I didn't see the discussion on it, but I seem to recall the history that you said that, but it did show up in the minutes. I know I saw from the January meeting. So with it already taken out, I think that's kind of, I know Diane has a very strong feeling of having it in there.
I would think all educators here would too. I'm surprised.
That's where I'm on the fence about being instructed to be there or not. With everything we have, but I think I'm going to fall back. A close call for myself, and on the having analyzed it before, and not on the meeting of staying with that for now. Unless there's a that's just mine. This is a close one, and probably for a lot, but of falling back on that stuff. So, any other feelings strong either way? So mine's a weak feeling. I think it's strong one.
I just had a quick clarifying question. We're talking about 6 where we have the addendum containing all of those. What were we talking about in regards to 12?
Well, it's
Six, they're talking about the line.
It's the under No,
just
4,
wanted to make
7,
sure.
and 9 to have the little.
I'm not strong either way. But I do believe we had struck it for a reason.
And I think it's
We took it for redundancy.
Was that
We took it out because
It
of
was
redundancy.
redundant, but I don't think that it harms anything to have it in here.
It
And I think we
does.
talked about that last time.
Did.
And just decided that it was just redundant.
Right.
I'm good either way.
I'm good either way.
So without a strong feel, I think we may rest on what we had on our last meeting, and then, let's see, go.
So for the minutes, we're not making any changes to what's been published, or we are?
No, I think
No.
that's.
On 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, stay on 6.
6 is staying the same.
Or stay same from what we decided at the last meeting.
Yeah, we'll probably one more that was published in the forums. We're looking at the comment sections.
What form is it do? So the people who don't remember.
Yes. So now we do a motion for what's in our, do we want to look at the minutes of what we're voting on? Now, press board,
Yes, please.
Well, have we done all the comments?
all for the
All
ones
five.
received on the last ones and the,
On the proposed changes.
Okay.
so we have 7 go through 2, but those are new, different items.
I'll look at mine.
Does that cover any of the agendas that we have to look at?
Okay, let me,
On 7, I mean, we can,
so these are what I wrote. We decided to add a second line going over to paragraph 21. Decided to form a working group to address notify, so that's just. And then in the paragraph 7I, we're changing the term water notice to seller's water disclosure, and then making conforming changes throughout paragraph 7I. And we're going to strike title in the form itself from water notice to say, just striking that.
Yeah,
And then, right. Then we're making that change, will not deliver to, it's not required. And then we're removing all that from the residential condominium form. And let's see, that's the walkthroughs.
That we deferred that.
Deferred. And then we're changing the word broker information in the last page of the form to broker contact information.
it's missing an I there. The first broker information.
In F, we were bolding represent seller only as seller's agent, represent buyer only as buyer's agent, and you added comparable language for on the intermediary paragraph.
Represent seller and buyer.
Intermediary capitalized.
No.
In the,
Not another.
You have to say the phrase.
Oh,
Not read, you have to read twice.
Okay.
Typo.
The bolding. And then,
You got a typo there.
You have
Oh,
to
type
type
of
phrase.
the committee decided to add for their agent after all those in one party, paragraph 21, contract forms. And on the ranch form, we added essentially this language right here to that statement about the sign here. Okay. And then, let's see, deferring. 2B4 in the water disclosure notice. We changed identify the registrations to identify any registration. For maybe changes in 20.
there's one comment I don't recall us having discussed directly, and this is something that I think was more the formatting. There was a phrase that is duplicated in the changes that we had. I believe it was in paragraph 12, where it literally was the same phrase back to back. And maybe we don't need that in the minutes because it's more of a, I believe it was a typo. I don't recall us having discussed that, but I remember reading it.
So, let's see, I think we've always authorized staff to make spelling corrections.
And I'll make sure I have the list to call out, but that's somewhere in here written.
Okay, so we need a motion, I guess, to adopt those changes. How do you want to phrase that, Abby?
I think we typically just give a motion to approve the contract forms as amended for possible adoption by the commission.
I motion that.
Yeah.
What she just said.
I move for, as amended, the Trek forms to be approved by the Texas Real Estate Commission.
Second, yes.
I thought I didn't.
Did we get a second?
Yeah, we did.
Second, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay.
What about the addenda? Do we have to include that? The addendas that are in our material?
The
Or are we
addenda.
talking about the contracts?
Oh,
We use contract forms.
Globally.
Forms.
Oh, we haven't even looked at them. Is there anything in any of them? which is-
are there any comments?
Backup, addendum.
Everyone likes the backup addendum.
Yeah, everybody loved those were all the light comments.
Yeah, and the.
And the
well,
actually
okay.
received, or
Anything from. Well, so then, no, nothing, I don't have anything. That's not why I'm bringing it up. I just was questioning if there was anything that anybody on the committee wanted to reference, and apparently not.
we're good.
We're still at item 7, though, right?
Yeah, we still have case law and item 7.
And I did have a question.
Quick break? All right, we'll take it, a 5-minute break here, so 2:48. 2:50, we're back on the record, and we'll begin with the discussion on the backup contract language before we move on to the next one about the language in the new notice provided on whether the receives language tied in with the amended effective date, and Diane was discussing
Would just
that
like
terminology.
to have some input for clarity's sake for agents working in the field when they are asked about the date that is put in regarding when the amended effective date, which is so important to the buyer and the seller, because everything is moving forward. So item number 3 makes reference to when the seller notifies the buyer that the amended effective date of the backup contract is a date. Then a definition. Insert date when the notice is delivered in accordance with paragraph 21 of the contract. There's no date in paragraph 21. It's referring to when the agent is notifying the other agent or the parties. And how are they notifying it? Because if we're connecting that date to prove why that date is that date, I think it's getting convoluted.
Don't you think they do it with,
It
as
doesn't-
documental?
It's one and the same thing, right? So the date, we've made it to where the date that it's,
This is page 151.
151.
And then 140 is the backup contract. So we modified the verbiage in paragraph 8 of the addendum for backup contract that the seller delivers notice of termination of the first contract buyer, and that is the amended effective date. And the reason we had insert date when notice is delivered is because this is not a mandatory form. They could send notice by email or some other, so it's the date when the notice is delivered from seller to buyer, and that's the date that goes in that blank.
So it's one and the same date of when it's delivered versus that's the amended effective date. So it's defining it as the amended effective date is when it's delivered. And then the delivery is tied specifically to paragraph 21, which has the definition of it's effective when, and has the 3 different options of how it can be delivered there. So the date necessarily is based upon the actions that are allowed in 21. So I think it connects the dots.
So then what you're saying is the date of that notice better be the exact same date here, other than the way it's been practiced is that today the contract goes in to first place because the other contract is terminated.
It's never been that way though on that. You always had to get, it's always based on the notice. In that one, it's
Right,
not
and
when it goes.
so there was, the only written notice that agents that were realtors could use is the communication piece that Texas Realtors provides, which this is basically mirroring. So to have it document when the amended effective date is, purpose of the form. So where I'm just concerned is that they find out that the first contract's gone today, and then the agent doesn't notify the other side until tomorrow because they have to do something tonight. Does that change the date till tomorrow? The effective date's very important.
It does.
We know.
Yeah, because and that would be the date that they get notice according to the paragraph 21.
So then they better know that that date has to be the same.
Yes, and I think that it does because it says insert the date that when notice is delivered in accordance with 21. So in that fact pattern, they didn't get to it in time and it's the next day, or it could be a couple days later. It would be triggered by the date that they would give notice in accordance with.
So the date in this form would not stand in that example.
No, it would stand because that is the date of notice. If they put in the incorrect date, it needs to be.
But we're connecting it to delivery in paragraph 21. I mean, at least that's how I'm reading
Which
it.
is the notice.
A notice, and whatever we said, we took out faxes, when they do that. So in your example, if they didn't email until tomorrow, the date would be tomorrow.
If they use the form. Okay, have fun teaching that one.
Yeah, and if you do by mail, that would be interesting there. But it makes sure that oral conversation is not enough. It has to be in accordance with what requires it in delivery mail or electronic transmission, which most of the time would probably be email these days for now. Okay, with that, the next thing we have is Brian's comment.
Wasn't extra phone already. Didn't we talk about this earlier?
Adding the line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We already did that.
Time is of the essence. So do we want to, let me see exactly their phone numbers. Well, time is of the essence, I think it's in 7, right? 7, no, it's in 6 too. Okay, so this is a big, we skipped over, oh, this is 5. Okay, so time is of the essence. This is a big issue. This isn't a little issue. This is a big issue that has been around for a long time. It's part of my main, what I call my main soapbox issue with paragraph 9. But there's a question of our contracts aren't what we call times of the essence by their very nature. Unless you write, or contracts in general, are not times of the essence, unless the one you have a provision that writes it in expressly or potentially some other circumstances. And what does that mean? What does time of the essence mean? It means that at least for the deadlines that have a time period attached to them, if you miss the time period in the times of the essence contract, it makes it a material breach. It makes it something that you have to strictly comply with. And what's the big deal about a material breach versus non-material breach? So let's say it's a deadline that's not times of the essence. Just because you missed the deadline doesn't make it material, and material makes it where the other side can stop performing and say, you're in breach, I'm done. and have these additional rights. They can terminate potentially, they can go seek all these other remedies where if it's not material, well, maybe you can, maybe you can't. You have to look at these circumstances, and the law has this long line of things to look at the restatement and others that courts look at. There's 5, 6, 7, 8 factors that are pretty legal oriented to get down to the minutia. How much was one party harmed? Who was the cause of it? What's the likelihood that you can enforce your rights a different way to get the amount you're harmed from the person themselves, and all these different factors. So times of the essence clauses make it black and white, as black and white as law can be. Miss a deadline, it's a breach that you can then exercise your remedies of stop performing and exercise your remedies, most of termination. And so if we look at where this really presents itself black and white is in our closing date, right? And our closing date right now doesn't have a times of the essence clause. However, there's case law out there that says, yeah, even without times of the essence, with how our contract is drafted, it effectively makes it like it's times of the essence. And it does that by saying if either side fails to close, the non-defaulting party can exercise the remedies in paragraph 15. What does paragraph 15 say? One is say you can terminate the contract and keep the earnest money, or you can exercise specific performance. You can exercise other remedies at law. There's a very express, remedy or route you can take from this closing date, paragraph 15, terminate. My concern with that is this committee as a whole, and I always say this as a whole, has taken the position that we don't intend it to be that way. We don't intend it to, if the buyer's ready to close, at the closing table, they're happy, the U-Haul's out there, they paid everything they needed to, the money's sitting there, a title, but title's attorney didn't draft the documents in time and everybody let the file fall. Should we punish that buyer by letting the seller terminate the next day? That's what this case that I was Cat 4 versus Moody Maine case that sets up that almost exact scenario. In that particular case, just to give you a more concrete example, the title commitment required the funds to be paid for with a cashier's check or by wire. They brought a cashier's check. Otherwise, good funds. You're allowed to close TI regulations, but that title company, which was a little incestual with being, I think, tied in ownership of the seller too, but they said, no, we're not accepting that cashier's check. We need a wire. So the buyer said, no problem. I get royalty. I think their attorney teed up wire is going to go out first thing tomorrow morning. And the seller said, sorry, you missed the closing date. I'm terminating. And the court ruled.
24 hours.
Yeah. The court ruled in favor of the seller, saying the seller had that right. It's not times of the essence expressly, but the language ties it in. And there's a couple other cases. A great thing I believe Brian sent in with the analysis that we looked at in prior meetings, but it's something that we need our contracts to mean what they say. And in my take always was similar to the case law says this, and this is how it's been interpreted. And now that's in the Houston Court of Appeals. There's a couple of the Court of Appeals that have looked at it, but we don't have a Supreme Court decision saying that's the ultimate decision across all of Texas. It's guidance and it's how it's been interpreted. And so with that, we need to make some decisions on if we don't mean it to be black and white like that, we need to say something because courts have interpreted it as being black and white. And with that, this whole time is of the essence issue of what about the rest of the contract, all these other deadlines? There's I believe, New Mexico example that Brian sent in that makes it, times of the essence of the contract. And if you look at the commercial contracts, I believe Texas Realtors commercial has it, it's times of the essence for everything. Now, I have concerns about doing that personally too. But what if there are some of these deadlines, like we truly don't want the closing date to be black and white in that situation, which is an argument both sides. We should change it. Or fireplace. I usually use a fireplace law example. Other than a contractor, you're supposed to leave the artificial fireplace laws. What if you forgot to leave those and you took them with you, but you can get them back the day after closing? Are we now going to say because you didn't leave it, you had to have it there and make that a material breach? It can get silly in the arguments as it goes down the path. So I think, I'll see it over to Brian after that to fill in the gaps, but we need to look at that as a bigger picture. What do we really mean with my defaults here? And do we want it clear, or do we want some flexibility? And then draft around that at the end.
Well, and first off, I think today the discussion should be that, are we in agreement that we should make the contract clear one way or another? And there's an ambiguity now with a couple court cases that there are a lot of people in the industry don't agree with the cases, but there are court cases out there. The Supreme Court has not yet ruled on it, so it's possible there could be some discrepancy. I've always been of the mind that the TREC contract form is a form that is a form designed for people to use who are not sophisticated. And by that I mean, I'll have, how many times have you been in a deal where, something had to be done and you found out the seller went on a cruise and you can't get them to do it, because this is not something that they do every day. It's a few times in a lifetime type of transaction, and they don't necessarily dot the I's and cross the T's like a real estate professional would. As a result, I think we've tried to draft the contracts in a way where the objective is to obtain the substantial purposes of the agreement in some form or another. We do not draft them as gotcha contracts where you better watch out, you better jump through that hoop, that hoop, that hoop, that hoop, or else you're gonna get the contract terminated. We try to have a little bit of flexibility in how we do the contracts, while at the same time keeping the importance of the party's obligations to perform. If we do want to make something time is of the essence, we've made it clear, haven't we? In paragraph 5E, with the payment of the option fee of the earned money, we put it in bold. Time is of the essence with respect to the payment of the option fee of the earned money. Strict compliance with the deadline is required. We don't have that everywhere in the contract. I would say that that's probably something that the court overlooked in the opinion. I think the purpose of TREC is to try to find a framework where people will have a successful closing and not have ways in which the contract can be terminated. In the Capcor case, that was an example. At 5 p.m., the guy came with the cashier's check, and they said, nope. He says, okay, I'll get you a cashier's check. I'll get you the wire first thing in the morning. They said, oh, sorry, too late.
That's just wrong. That's just wrong.
And hey, but it can go both ways, right? The seller is supposed to deliver possession, closing and funding. Oh man, I didn't get everything out. I can't turn it over to you till the morning. Okay? Does that give the buyer the right to terminate? And the whole purpose behind the time of the essence clause is it gets to whether the party has the right to terminate the contract. Is the breach of such a substantial nature that it goes to the very essence of the contract? That's why time is of the essence. If you don't perform by this time, it defeats the whole purpose of the contract. Is that what we intend? Probably not in most instances. But the way this court interpreted the TREC contract form, they said that is what they said. The TREC contract is a times of the essence clause. Now let's say that somebody defaults, but it's not a material default. Can they be sued for damages? Of course they can be sued for damages. The question is the remedy. Is the ultimate remedy of terminating the contract available to somebody? And the court's the goal is to say courts want to honor contracts. They want to keep contracts together. They want to, the parties have the intention to enter into a contract to cover does not want to throw away an entire contract agreement of the parties for something that is an insubstantial breach. You can sue $100 for the fireplace logs. I don't know how much they go for. Probably much more than that.
Yeah.
Much more than that. You can sue for the fireplace logs, but you can't terminate the whole darn contract over the fireplace logs. That's the whole thing there. And so the question is, I think one way or another, we as a committee need to get together and decide whether we believe it should be time of the essence or not. But I think it behooves us to be clear one way or another. So that's the initial thing. Do we want to attack this so that we can reach a consensus of the committee? But, you know, and if everyone says, hey, we want it to be time of the essence. And Ron, you'll remember back in the day, we used to have the provision in the contract that said if the mortgage company isn't ready by the designated closing date, you could have what, was it 14 days?
There was an extension.
Yeah. It was automatic, and that was abused. That was abused. Mortgage buyers say, I'm not ready. I got to close tomorrow. Don't worry about that. Your contract says you got another 14 days because of the lender not being ready. We got to avoid that.
In a situation too where sellers are held hostage, how long? The buyers know they can't close. They may have a hope at the beginning, and then sellers left in the position of, can I go back to the market tomorrow? Can I sell? There's other buyers out here, and that's where I see a lot of problems. And there's not a black and white answer because of the way our contracts work.
Yeah, and by the way, when I've coached people on drafting an agreed extension, you know, I said, don't just put the new date in the amendment, because then you're going to be in the same position you were before. You know, get something out of this. Say, the new extended closing date, time is of the essence. Okay, put something like that in your amendment. And so we could say, we'll give them an option. Check the box. Time is not of the essence with respect to the party's obligations at closing. We could do that. We could like I got an example. Was that New Mexico?
It was.
I think it was. New Mexico has a built-in time frame. You could say, well, it is a breach, and there will be damages if you don't close by the designated date. But you still have an extra 2 days, 5 days, whatever it is that you want. It could be an automatic extension fee, something like that. But if you don't close by the extended date, it's a termination. Many different ways you could do it, many different options. But one way or another, we ought to say time is of the essence if we want to, or time is not of the essence under these circumstances.
And two additional thoughts there. The notice and opportunity to cure. That's one example there. It's an automatic 2 days, passive damages where you can say you have to give notice of the breach, what it is, and the other side has so many days to cure that breach. The language right now that I believe the court hung its hat on is in paragraph 9 in particular, we have a direct roadmap saying if you miss the closing date, then you can exercise these remedies, including terminating the contract, which effectively made it terminate. Time of the essence.
And that, I don't think it was intended.
Yeah.
But
and whereas like the fireplace laws doesn't say if you fail the fireplace laws, you can exercise your remedies in paragraph 15, but arguably it's just a step removed because paragraph 15 is default. It is a default. You have remedies for default, and it's just being intentional. It's a big enough issue for a lot of this, and especially the closing dates, to get our heads wrapped around. It's not, like I said, a meeting, today to hammer something out. It's get our thoughts on what do we intend first and draft around it to make it happen.
Tony,
Well, if the whole idea today is just kind of get our heads around it, I don't know that I have a lot. I mean, I got opinions on it, but so the whole framework of it is, what y'all are saying is, do we want to button up this contract a little bit more language to let agents and or sellers, buyers, these are hard deadlines, particularly the closing date. And then we come back again here at this committee and decide, is that a good idea? So first, we want to let them know we want to clean it up a little bit to comport with any prevailing case law or to clear up any ambiguity that's out there. And then part two would be, now which way do we want to go? Do we want the language clear enough this way or want the language clear enough that way? My overall, sometimes, kind of talking about today, sometimes a little, I know, don't throw anything at me. Sometimes a little ambiguity is good. Once you go, because it makes people, if you can leverage people or push them one way or the other. I mean, like I notice a breach. That means every time something goes wrong, everybody's got to call and tell them, go get your lawyer. Because the real estate agent can't help them write that. They don't know what constitutes a breach. And half the lawyers don't know what constitutes a breach. So that invites a problem. But we're here even talking about this because sellers and buyers or title companies or mortgage companies can't get it done by the deadline. So while I conceptually love a checkbox idea that you said, Brian, if you don't check the box that time is of the essence, everyone thinks it's a soft deadline and no one moves towards it. And then you don't know is it soft for 3 days, soft for 4 days? Can I come back 5 days later? Can I come back 8 days later? Now, having said that, working backwards, a little ambiguity where everybody thinks that the closing is the hard day, it kind of may not be. Might just need to remain the status quo.
Let me give you the other side of that is.
I thought you did in your first 20 minutes.
When there's an ambiguity and the seller, the day after closing, the seller says, okay, can I sign this new contract? Can I go to this new contract? I said, well, maybe yes, maybe no. There's some ambiguity in the law. And that keeps the seller from being able to do something else.
But isn't there also, and this is you guys at title, that unless escrow is settled right then, on return of escrow money and stuff, they can't close, you can't close another deal.
That's not the law. That's what's thrown around a lot, but it's a dispute over earnest money.
Okay, well,
If
they won't close the deal.
If you have the right, yeah, and that's a practical thing and have the risk. And I always generally say this, as it's safe to go put your property back on the market, but you want to make sure that past deal is done before you sign another contract. And we have an example in one of our cases that's specific performance, and that we'll get through a fantastic case that they didn't sue until 3 years later for specific performance after the seller tried to terminate to go take a higher offer. And so you can see these things once they come out, depending on the arguments. If you go sign another offer, you're putting yourself at risk of being under contract with two people. But it doesn't matter. The earnest money itself, if it's terminated, they can still be fighting over the earnest money and be tied up as a legal concept. And you can go sell to somebody else and continue the earnest money fight. But that gets into the practical side. If it's tied up, that title company is not going to close another deal. And you have to, there's in the legal update materials that you better disclose that to the next title company, because it turns out to be a claim, you didn't tell them about it.
Well, no, close it, that's what I'm saying, and you get that ugly.
Title company shop. But it's just an issue. I think we talked on before, and I was in the minority on this, and kind of, I like a black and white date. I like to know that date, because once you get into the ambiguity, is it 1 day, is it 2 days, or 3 days? I sympathize, but it's used as a tool so much. But our contracts are drafted in a way right now where there's a legal case, a case out there saying it's black and white, and we don't say that's black and white. So
yeah,
so I don't know what's that.
Definitely opinions out there. I think you have to keep in mind these are short-term contracts. They're closing in 30, 45 days generally, maybe 60, 90 at the longest, right? These residential deals. So time should be of the essence. And that's the reason why I think we don't have an opportunity, because otherwise you have all sorts of problems and extensions out every time you have a dispute. So I'm okay with going with time of the essence, and when we need to have the mushiness, we can provide the mushiness in some of the clauses. I have no problem with the closing date being time of the essence. You're gonna have to hit it sooner or later, right? And we've had some cases where they've been extended out by oral amendments. But to enforce those, accept those. But you gotta live with the issue.
So on time is of the essence, we do have it in paragraph 5, you alluded to that. And still, even though it says that, people will routinely say things to me in classes like, well, but if you pay the option fee late and the seller accepts it, then they still get the option. There's all kinds
They
of.
got the 7
Well,
days.
there is a concept in law of ratifying the breach, right? And accepting it and excusing, waiving, ratifying, all these different concepts.
So
that
if it's
come in.
paid to the title company, how does the seller say, I didn't want you to accept that? Why did you take that money? I didn't want it. It just because, and it's still time is of the essence, but I don't know. I think sometimes just putting time is of the essence may or may not help us is what I'm getting at. Because it's already there and it's still problematic.
Yeah, and for being, I guess, clear in law versus clear to the parties, those are two separate things that they can marry together best we can.
So I think if the goal is to get everybody thinking about it, we're there, but we're not gonna solve it today.
On that one, I like, what the realtor forums actually have in commercial, which is, there's not, you tender late, it's okay as long as you do it before the termination comes at you. So if the seller doesn't object, that option money hasn't been received yet by the escrow agent, they can terminate. But if they don't do anything.
And that's because it's tied to it together as earnest and we're taking this much out of it, kind of a different price.
Yeah, it's a different, but the concept is still the same. I need to terminate, the failure to deliver the option. But the result in the option is that you can take the position that there is no option. Because that's our.
Right, because the seller only has the right to terminate here if they don't get the earnest money.
Right.
They don't have the right to terminate if they don't get the option fee. The buyer just loses the right to have the option to terminate.
Right. And I think this is a different question, right? It's along the same lines, but I mean, we can make a decision there about what we do, like tender option.
Maybe we come armed at the next meeting. And have this as a thing of really think through some of the things, look at the big deadlines, think about the big deadlines in the contract. And
And I think really, there's one big deadline, and that's the closing date.
Right.
I think everything else,
That option is pretty serious.
well, I mean, but we've already addressed it.
Yeah, true, true.
But the one big hole, which is the one big hole you always see, is the closing date. And if you want to say time is of the essence, I mean, I don't think that is what we've ever done or thought in this committee. But if you want to, put it big and bold, all caps, and that gives the agent a talking point with their customer. This is the day you've got to close. Are you ready to sign this contract?
Which is an easier date to give than having a soft deadline and then the agent practicing law saying, you're okay with 3 days, you're okay with 5 days, you're okay with 8 days, and then get it wrong again. But I like the idea of clarity, actually. I just like the time is of the essence.
And I don't mind having it blended where it's soft, you get 2 or 3 days, and then it's hard. And if you want that extra 2-3 days, maybe you have to pay for it.
Like rent's due on the 1st of the month, but it's late after the 5th.
Yeah.
And you have a late fee. So there's always the incentive for the buyer to perform on time, or else they're gonna have to pay a little extra money for that 3 day extension.
So where would that statement go to make the entire contract time? Yes.
We'll have to build that out.
I mean, is it in the beginning? Is it at the end?
it can be anywhere. I think the commercial contract at the end, if I recall correctly, at the very end, it can be literally anywhere.
But we also have to look at mail delivery and offer notices. Because that time it's not quick. Right? And if you're talking 2-3 day deadlines in some of these cases, 5-day deadlines, what does mail take? 7 days to probably
Yeah.
get it down.
Yeah, that's true.
And email is instant.
Well, look, one, give notice, send it, right? But I'm talking about receipt of it.
Well, let's march forward with that on the next one. It's a real big topic that if we can solve would be great. The next, I think that's it for 6, and then 7 are the additional comments. And because of the time we have here and the fact we have the forms, if we have anything too in-depth, we can defer. Landon Moreland, delivery of restricted, this is good. So in the HOA, excuse me, in paragraph 6, when you have restricted covenants that must be delivered, or any of the Schedule B items, the exception documents, right? You have to deliver the title commitment, the survey, and the exception documents within a certain amount of time. And there's questions that are pretty common here. Does the inclusion of a hyperlink to the document and the title commitment satisfy delivery in paragraph 6B? And let's say the title company doesn't hyperlink the documents, but instead references them only in Schedule B by the book and page number. Or in the absence of hyperlinked documents, our sellers or listing agent required to provide searcher actual copies of their restricted covenants. And you see this in different parts of the state being done different ways. Hyperlinking for the small title agent and without latest technologies, it can be burdensome for them to do. And at the same time, there's still a lot of small counties that have cardstock plants where they're having to go make copies of documents that they don't necessarily have right there in the plant, so it's an expense for them. The other more modern plants and bigger shops are, hyperlinking, making it really easy, and their software does it without much work. So the practice is varied across the state, and what our contracts require is delivery of the exception documents as one of the 3 items before the deadline starts to run for the objections, title objections. I don't know of any case law particular on point with the hyperlinking, but just the law according to John is if it's delivered in hyperlink, that is effectively provided. It's right there, it's delivered to you. If it's not hyperlinked, I don't think that is delivered. There's no way you can view it without getting the actual documents. In the absence of not having any reporting information, it's pretty clear that's not delivery of the documents itself. So it's a question, I think, of clarity that he has for wanting answers to that. But this kind of goes into the thing. Should we clarify better?
Put that in our notes. Well, let me give you an example. If I say, or the contract says you must deliver the restrictive covenants to the buyer, and the seller says, hey, Mr. Buyer, you go across the street over there in that box are the restrictions. So, it says you have to deliver it to me. I don't have to go over there and get it. So a hyperlink may not be delivery. It's telling you where to go to get it. So I think it's a good idea that we clarify that. And maybe we put that could be part of our notice.
Or notice group, okay. Oh, we didn't come up with a name for this. Notice working group.
The NWG.
Oh.
Is there a case on that?
There were cases on that. You're wrong.
We can look at that in between.
Well, it's also, like when we put a seller's disclosure in documents, it's not considered delivered. That is a hyperlink, but, or a PDF, and it's not
In the
considered
MLS,
delivered.
that's what we teach the agents.
It is not
Because
considered
you
delivered.
stuck it in the MLS and said you can go find it yourself, is not the same
That's
as
not
delivery.
And I think that may be a little different as opposed to the title company sending out a doc saying, here it is, and the hyperlinks are the documents as opposed to just
It's
it
kind of
sitting
that
out
same
there.
concept, you still have to go get it as opposed to being delivered. That's what Brian was saying.
So it would be something we can definitely dive into there. Going to Eric Killian, more signature / initial blanks. So this is a pretty common request we have when there's too many buyers or sellers to fit in our blanks.
To afford a house, it's couples now rather than.
Nick, Andrew Nagoon, what's, expiration clause in contracts? So this, I think the expiration clause was also part of the subcommittee, right? Or maybe we can see it's back to the subcommittee or drawing the blank on the other one. So this expiration clause and
It's termination.
no,
No, it's an
what is-
expiration of the offer. In
yeah,
commercial, they'll say this is good
Yeah.
until.
yeah, so it kind of goes along with the reinstatement, but different way. So yeah, it expires within so much time. I mean, if you can.
Just
look
as
at
our
that
offer,
in
you have
between.
3 days to say yes.
So yeah, for the Tony, Diane, and Candy.
Good.
Oh, just in between meetings with the working group for the expiration clause. That's
Right.
something we think we should have and what it would look like.
3 days, come back in.
Yeah, so there's several forms, I think, out there in different states.
That's what I was gonna do, is go pull some other ones. Kind of get some inspiration.
Yeah, it's pretty basic one.
It's very commercial. It's very basic on commercial. Everybody knows it.
So we've
Every
had
time I
several
do
requests.
get a trek contract, I do an addendum that has times of death and that very period terminates if you don't accept it by such and such date, so there's no questions.
It's not hanging out there. A lot of agents don't pull them back. I mean,
So you get an offer and that's what you send back?
I attach an addendum that has it.
I can say I don't.
She's an attorney.
Let's see, Hanan Lowell, a third-party warranty language in new construction. So they would like language about getting a third-party warranty included.
Where are
I'm in,
you?
page one
Where are you?
fifty-six.
Did you skip page 155?
Did I?
Yeah, you just.
Oh, I did. I just skipped over it. Okay, so Luann Langley, it's about biosolids and wanting disclosure of, I think disclosure 20, related to biosolids. And this actually is a big issue. I went and Googled what that was, and it's all over the news up there. But it goes, I think, more to the legislature issue than that to our disclosures. David would like to see the next key in top of page 1 of the contract bold in all caps instead of at the end. Take that under consideration. Hanan Lowell, this is the third-party warranty language in the new construction contract. Right now, we just have the language about transferring, doing all transferable warranties. In there's nothing about getting a third-party warranty on the construction itself. So
It's not something the seller's gonna pay for anyway, so it's just something the buyer can get over on their own,
there's quite a few, I think, builders that are providing the third-party
a regular warranty.
or regular warranty through a third-party.
Warranty on it.
Foundation a lot of times.
And they have to do it early, get the inspections early on in the process, whether it's at various phases. But has that risen to the level in your practice enough to consider the?
I hadn't heard, it was an interesting read, but I hadn't personally experienced that in our world. Interesting what they went through, honestly.
For a lot of small builders and for spec homes, even with a couple specs that I've been involved in, it's been when you're at the reputation of big builder, the buyers really like that. And some of the small builders are just proactively doing it, especially if it's a spec, because you have to do those early on, the inspections early on to be able to get it. And so I've seen it quite a bit. I'm not sure it rises enough to add to our contracts, but I think it's a good thought. So maybe keep that on the radar there. Pam, let's see, seller's temporary lease, return issues.
She wants a timeline for it on this date at this time.
Somebody had maybe
5 p.m.
I see people write that in all the time.
We
They'll write in 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7
They do.
o'clock,
For clarity.
midnight, and then they just pick a date. Write the time and the work.
So we want to defer that to be able to spend time actually drafting at the next meeting.
Like the next one is more of a software issue.
Yes. Trans- And then indemnity language is the next thing, wanting to put specific indemnity language in there. I'm personally not in favor of adding that in there. Any strong feelings about adding indemnity language?
The concern I had, I'm gonna try to close that one, is describing who's responsible for what in the seller's temporary lease. It's always been concerning to me, trying to understand exactly what is the tenant's responsibility and what is the landlord's responsibility. For example, let's say the water heater just gives out during the lease. Whose obligation is that?
The new owner.
Is it?
Yes.
No, the tenant makes
No,
repairs.
that's not how it's worded.
That's not how it's worded at all. Not how it's worded.
It says the tenant.
Except
It's
it's required by
the
law.
seller, the seller.
Health and safety.
Did they were, what's
Well,
the seller?
Having hot water is a luxury, right?
Yeah.
It's really not clear. You have to go through
There's a paragraph on
there
the
is a
temporary
paragraph.
residential lease. that
Repairs
says
and maintenance.
It's a casualty.
Yeah.
Question
Both
is it a
environment-
casualty?
Now, the water heater just
Stop.
died. I
Too
mean,
bad, it was your
it led a
house.
good life, but it died.
So it's not a
Except as otherwise provided in this lease, tenant shall bear all expenses of repairing and maintaining the property, including but not limited to yard trees and shrubs, unless otherwise required by the property code. Tenant, that's the seller, shall promptly repair at tenant's expense any damage to the property caused directly or indirectly by any act or omission of the tenant or any person other than the landlord's agents or invitees.
What they're trying to do is saying the seller's really, they
So-
transfer title, but it's really still theirs, haven't given it up yet.
So does that, do you look at the first sentence that the seller has the expense of repairing the property?
Yes.
Putting in a new water heater?
Yes.
Or, that's just reasonable wear and tear. I'm just telling you, I don't think it's all that clear in paragraph 14, what happens if where is the responsibility for repairs during the seller's occupancy? If something just fails through no fault of the seller, does the seller have the obligation to replace the HVAC?
It says tenant shall bear all expense of repairing and maintaining.
Yeah, because we've had a seller have to do that.
It's been that way for decades.
Yeah.
This lease has not been changed for a long time.
The problem with it is a lot of times, I think what you're focusing on is who makes the decision as to repair people, the scope of the repairs. Do I just patch it or do I go through and actually replace it? You got all those questions that pop up.
A lot of problems.
But that's why you should carry at least.
So maybe keep that one in consideration and,
You don't have to use it, at least.
Well, I think what also Pam's talking about is it doesn't say when it terminates, when the lease terminates. Is it 12 o'clock or is it?
right,
Yeah,
and we're gonna look at
that's
that, we're gonna
on
look
the
at
list.
that for the next one.
If it doesn't give a time, it's always midnight.
Not that she's having, but it's an argument.
See Courtney, trying to request an update seller disclosure notice or an additional disclosure regarding waterfront property. And it's slippery slope that we've opened up here, a lot of requests that are what could be really good things, but where do we draw the line? In this one, she brings up a lot of good issues for waterfront properties, but in some we're trying to stay away from ourselves. That's this committee or commission.
John, if we could go back on time for a second, we were talking about closing date as well. You know, you have a closing date, you sign all the papers at 4 o'clock and the buyer's van's in the front yard. Seller isn't out yet. He says, I have until midnight because the closing date's today. Is it clear? Should it be clearer?
That one is the closing and funding for
Yeah.
transfer
So it all
possession.
happens 4 o'clock. You know, it's in the money's in the bank, check is written out by the title company or wired to the seller.
Yeah, but if the title company's funded it, they better be out.
Yeah, because then it
Well,
triggers.
I've also had a situation where we've had an agent, seller refused to give the key after funding, and title company confirmed funding and said until the money's in the bank, we're not using the key. And couldn't get a hold of the broker because of the 1-800 number, and our people couldn't get in, and agent wouldn't have any communication with us. Until my client has their money on Monday, we're not releasing the key next closing.
We run into that a couple times a year.
Yeah.
I had to sit in closing, waiting, because the
Where
man,
it's
the
funded,
seller
but it's
was
not
mad
in
at
the bank.
everybody.
And they refuse to give the key.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter, we can show wire.
Yeah, the wire's there, but it hasn't hit there.
So what's the definition there?
Those are great questions.
Uh-huh.
On how we clearly go back and say, hey,
This is what it means to be funded.
And there is, I believe there is case law on that. I wouldn't quote it right now, but I believe there is case law on that funding point when the wire is left and when it's received there, so we can provide a little better. Yeah, I can provide a better answer after looking at that.
And then one more thing on time, and then I'll be quiet, because in paragraph 5, when it comes to those 3 days, there's tremendous amount of abuse going on with buyers, maybe putting their option money down, but they know they have 3 days, so they file and they have inspections. Well, they have nothing at risk. And there's nothing in the contract unless the seller instructs to put in special provisions, which we don't want to do, that the buyer cannot do inspections until they have deposited their earnest money and option fee. You know, and it's out of control right now.
That's not a bad upgrade right there.
Yeah.
On paragraph 7A, said, where it says, a buyer gets access to the property at reasonable times after all option fee and earnest money has been
We
paid.
need that.
They'll just stop paying on the check. Yeah, you know that's true.
Okay, I'll put it on
Another
the
part of the thing that
list.
we can look at as part of the bigger
This
deadline
list.
issue. We've addressed that several times. We've always fallen on the side of not doing it, but we're looking at all the deadlines
Maybe
together.
he's really worried about not paying an option. Make an argument, you don't have an option. You bought it.
Yeah, you don't, if you don't pay the out.
Yeah, but I also stopped paying on the earnest money check. Come get me.
Right to over sleep.
I know, but
Call the DA.
run another check down there at the same time.
Okay, so then Tracy Shores, who's with us here today, this is in the non-realty items addendum, asking for improved formatting to specify items section. Right now, it just says describe, right in front of me here, a blank, and then it's going to be formatted in a way that whether it's a description or model number, serial number, location, or other relevant details. And seeing a lot of like vague terms, all contents, all appliances. And this sort of better way to format to get better information.
Formatting working. LWG.
We do, yeah. Might be something to look at here too, and recently, I know State Bar has, I think blanket bills of sale sometimes when it's all that, everything in there, but there's always a question on what's there, how to do it, pictures, model numbers, or so much, but maybe we look at as part of the style group, if there's, any way to make that more clear.
do you prefer the style group?
Style group.
I like this.
Do I need a SWG?
And to help people from not getting something in there, or maybe even like the thing of describe some better parenthetical or something to describe there. So if y'all don't mind looking at that. Since Bill 1968, why does truck not provide the rep forms stipulated produced by law? We've been through that.
Well, we thought about it and we didn't do anything.
Right.
we don't want.
Jennifer Parker, let's see, she's the specific issue she's asking about.
Where are there additional options?
So this is where the option fee is paid to the seller, and then the title company is refusing to give a credit for it. I think that's a title company issue more than a contractual issue for us to address. Because that broader thing of whether it should go to title or
Well, we are
the
already
person.
saying this option fee will not be credited.
But in the contract, it said credited, but it went to the seller like it used to all the time, and now they're not credited.
Oh, no,
The title
here,
company
I'll
might
tell you what it
additional.
is. She's using the old form.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
because in the amendment, it goes to the seller still.
I'm saying she doesn't have that last sentence. I don't think.
I think the title company is just saying, we didn't get it, so we don't want to.
The
credit it,
title
and
company
then it's
told
wrong.
her that they couldn't confirm or deny whether the seller had received it, therefore they would not give a refund back to the buyer, the credit back to the buyer.
Chad, let's see, make this, yeah, so there's specific fact pattern. Expenses defined terms. I'm trying to think of a way to make this be loan. Talking keeps telling me that's the.
They weren't reading the up to fees part.
In bottom line, the buyer's expenses is a defined term in the contract. What you can and can't be used for in terms of the contribution. It's already spelled out there.
It's like the
Title
council
company keeps
says.
telling you the down payment is also considered an expense.
Yeah.
So contact an attorney and confirm that you're correct.
Amy, information discussed about changing this. Here's the Nevada section, talks about home warranty, so this goes back to that.
She's asking for
Warranty
us to put the
section.
name of the home warranty company in the contract. To direct the traffic to that specific company.
Submitted by a home warranty
But then,
company.
yeah, exactly.
Well, it is the buyer that paid for it, so
Right.
I
but-
understand why she's saying that,
but
because
the
otherwise they
request
call
is
you.
to- Yeah, but the request is to put it in the contract. I'm the buyer and I want it from ABC Home Warranty Company and I want it put in here. But that's where I'm gonna get it from. The seller's gonna pay for it. Or the buyer's gonna pay for it. But
Right, and I think why that came out, and I don't know her, is because there's some title companies that don't ask the buyer. They just sell whoever they're affiliated with. I'll just put a home warranty in that they have affiliation with.
wow.
Also bad.
Huh?
Also bad.
Yeah.
But that's what happens. All of a sudden they go, how did you pick this one? They did.
Yeah.
So,
How did an agent representing the state like so far as they allowed the title company to make that decision and they were involved in it is my question.
Yeah.
but that's, I think, why this came, because if I'm a buyer's agent, and I'm talking to you as a buyer, we've decided this, let's just tell the title company right now what it is.
I think it came to us because she's a rep for the.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
So we'll go on to the next one. From Archer wrote in, it's another request for different disclosure about historic property disclosure requirements. Options of new disclosure form were added to the existing seller's disclosure. And it goes into things that would be really good potentially, but it's.
I directed them, I introduced it to CTX.
So we'll go with our same thing we've done
That's
there.
still like a 5% rule. Property.
He said that anything that was over 50 years old fell into specific things that would become a disclosure requirement for historic.
Really?
Is he from Austin?
Yeah, he's in Austin.
That's why. No, I mean, they have a
It's
50-year rule in Austin, that anything over 50 years old can be considered historic.
Even though it's not,
Then it's.
it's
even if
not tagged historic, it could be considered.
You're
Right.
Historic.
Okay.
I mean, Dilbert, you know, a critical process. Historic.
The next one, Lana, I believe, it's a request related to leases, but I think this is for the Texas Realtors more than about Texas Realtor forms.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it for 7. And when we go to 8, discussion regarding recent court cases. Is that the supplemental?
No, the attorney's fees.
Attorney's fees, we did not address that one yet. So in the supplemental materials, I have it right here, yeah. So this is where she thinks the attorney fee section is too broad. That applies to, right now, a prevailing party in any legal action related to the contract. It thinks it needs to be more narrow. I actually take the position that I like it broad.
I do too.
And because right now, agents aren't parties to the contract, you narrow it more and they're sued and brought in. This is a common provision to rely upon. I think if you're suing for something related to the contract, there's a lot of cause actions that don't allow you to get fees absent a provision like this. And it is prevailing party, meaning the court has to make a determination whether you are the prevailing parties and that you're entitled to it. So I actually like it being broad, personally. Alternative thoughts.
I like it broad, but I think crafting it narrow is going to be a nightmare. You can get them for this, but not this, but maybe this, but not this, but not this circumstance, but this circumstance, but not that circumstance. Blown option, but not a blown closing. Like I think that's a nightmare.
Consider that there. I think that's it for agenda 7 then. Agenda 8, there are some fantastic cases here. We're short on time. There's one I want to spend a minute on. I'll go through the others in short order, starting with the one on 166. We have Five Hills Investors LLC versus Fort Hood Homesteads LLC out of the Court of Appeals in Austin, their district. This is one where Five Hills executed a contract to buy property. They were the buyer, and they assigned it over to Fort Hood. And the assignment said contract is valid until a certain date. So in the assignment said contract is valid until blank date. Day after the original closing date, seller informed Five Hills that their spouse, they were going through a divorce, the spouse wouldn't sell. And then the original buyer said, okay, fine, and accepted the termination. And the person that buyer assigned it to said, wait a minute, I now have the copy, you have the right to accept that termination. And it came down to an issue that the clause in the assignment of the contract is valid until that X date, whether that related to the assignment or whether that related to the underlying contract, and how that was interpreted, and because it was an ambiguous term. The court sent it back to the trial court for further proceedings, finding there was a fact issue there that needed to be discussed. And so it's really a lesson in careful how you draft, more than anything, because that one term of contract was valid until X date. It wasn't specific whether it's assignment or the underlying contract. That's interesting what the trial court did here. I'd be more interested to find out more of the lower court proceedings, but how they ruled it. That's the big takeaway. Be specific with your language. Next one, Dorado Saldivar Mendo in Marcelina Castro versus Rhino. Let's see, 169.
Looks like 167.
Same.
Balance operating company versus Dorset.
No, I think that's
167.
Yeah, it's a part of that same case, the Five Hills case. The next one, Mendo and Castro versus Brown, individually and trustee at Baynor Trust. This is also a third district here in Austin. It's a lease purchase case where the contract for deed, executory contract or contract for deed. The claims were dismissed ultimately because the statute of limitations have run. But it's a case that's a reminder about the perils of executory contracts. It goes through and, several of the requirements and things that were done or not done, and the reasons why we have the what we call executory contracts or contracts for deed law out there. But it really highlights, if you read it, you have to be super careful not to have a contract, and executory contracts are, if it's 180 days or more, and the deed doesn't transfer during that time period. So it could be like lease purchase. And you had a lot of the original change in laws because you had a lot, especially around the border communities, people paying for 10, 20, 30 years, miss one payment, and the landlord says, oh, you're done. I'm not going to sell you property. And you have the equity built up or anything like that. The law now converts these things automatically from a lease purchase to an equity built up. You have to foreclose, just like you would under a normal deed of trust or a courts. So just your case to read, the reminder of why. Don't do it. Almost no attorney in Texas will touch those. Partners, THF Partners and Wiley Harris versus Gonzalez and EBGL Holdings. This was an interesting case that we thought it might originally have tied to more to some of our contracts, but this is where they executed a contract in a non-refundable option money agreement. And it turns out this non-refundable option money agreement they signed was a form that they had drafted. It wasn't one of ours that they tried to tailor or something like that. But the $30K was paid by the buyer to the seller. It was said to be refundable if a tenant failed to execute a lease. And they ended up closing date had passed, neither side enforced it, but the documents provided to the buyer later showed the different rent roll and that the tenant hadn't executed the lease. And so the seller, but the seller refused to get the $30K back. And so they had to interpret what that agreement actually meant. The jury found in favor of the buyer for that $30K and $65,000 in fees. And the appellate court found evidence the buyer's failure to close was excused. Because the other side said, hey, you failed to close buyer. So I was excused from my duty to perform. The court found evidence that buyer's failure to perform was excused by the other breach and ruled that the option money agreement was unambiguous and forced it to get the money back because the lease hadn't been executed. So this is another one to be careful on how you draft. And then a little bit of that prior breach issue coming in. So if miss the closing date, nobody does anything about it. What's the party's obligations?
Yeah, I was surprised that the buyers didn't argue that there was no option here, no contract, so the money simply had to be given back to them because they tendered the money, but then allowed for it to actually come back. Most times you have to tender the option money. That's it. It has to be given consideration. So here, I don't know how they worked that out. It seems to me that they should have argued that it was illusory. They didn't have a contract. They just needed to refund their money. But they didn't argue that point. Because the other case law dealing with options, you don't tender, you have an illusory contract. So
Interesting case.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of weird. I don't know if it's one of those cases that just have bad facts. They had facts of good justice.
Right. The next one is a really, really good case. This is a Langston Williams Jr. in Magnolia Christian Church versus Rex Bowers. I highly recommend reading at least the portions of this case that apply to title objections in paragraph 16, and also discussion about specific performance that's in there. And this is one where the buyer waited for over 3 years to file suit for specific performance. And there's an argument that it's later because they filed the wrong court, and they eventually filed the right court more than 4 years after the original thing. So it's a question whether the statute had run. But this is where the document reflected a lawsuit between the seller and his third party over ownership. And it also reflected a need later on to produce entity docs, that the title company need entity docs to show that the person signing had authority. And it came up in a couple of different ways. First, with the document reflected the lawsuit. The lawsuit eventually took care of itself, where the court dismissed it. But it impacted the case because the court did a big analysis on deemed objections that we have in Schedule C. Our language right now says in A, so let's see this up for a minute in our contract. 6A says you have to provide a insurance, a title insurance policy, subject to these exceptions that are listed out. Right? You don't have to give these exceptions for things in a private neighborhood. And, go through that list of 9 different things. Then we have in D that we can object to different exceptions that show up there, and that show up in B or C. And the ones that are in Schedule C are what we call deemed objections. We don't have to make a formal objection to them, and the seller is required to clear it. And where that comes in here, the court really parsed through the difference between having to provide a title insurance policy and Schedule C deemed objections. And we look at this in terms of the requirement for the resolution. What this came out to be is, do you need to then object to it, number one, right? Because it's in Schedule C, you have to, how comes in, you have to get this resolution. And you don't have to formally object, it's deemed. But they took it a step further, saying, well, I'm looking at D that says, if I have to incur an expense to cure it, then I don't have to. And then the buyer gets to elect whether you just terminate the contract, go on, or they waive it and close. Right? They have so much time to do that, to a certain degree, depending on how you're looking at it. But the court said, no, we don't look there. One, we're looking at the obligation. You breached the contract, seller, by failing to provide a title insurance policy. Right? Yeah, under A, you got to provide it. The C, we don't look through these other issues in C or the deemed objections. We're looking up here under A. And it was really with a fine-tooth comb that they did that. I'm not saying it very well right here, but the seller's paragraph 6 argument fundamentally misunderstands the purpose of the exclusions and exceptions. The title policy had to cover certain items that were enumerated in the contract itself, and the lawsuit resolution was not one of those items. Right? So the seller argued that would have had to cause them to incur expenses. They didn't have to do it at all. But the title company wasn't going to issue a policy without it being done. Right? So yeah, you'd have to incur an expense, but that's not, you can't get out because of that, because under A it's still required you to provide it. I'm not catching that email very well, so maybe wrong up there, but it really is good how they set that out. The court held that duty to clear Schedule C items did not arise under seller's duty to cure timely objection because of buyer under 6D, but instead under seller's obligation under 6A. I don't know, takeaways, court put Schedule C items in a separate category than 6D objections.
Think of it this way. Schedule B are those items that are exceptions to the title that will be contained in the policy. Schedule C is the section that gives the requirements for the title company to issue the policy at all. You have to satisfy those things because the seller has the obligation under 6A to give a policy.
Free of any Schedule C problem.
Right.
Well, Schedule C is the requirements to give the policy.
Right.
The seller had the duty to give the policy, so it's the seller's obligation to satisfy all the Schedule C items.
And sometimes Schedule C can become Schedule B, right? And the issue is subject to those, but in this case, it's not that.
Yeah.
It is something that they're just required to close. But it really highlights our language and how much they looked at it and really picked it apart in a way that I hadn't really considered before, being that distinct and black and white. But I liked it.
What I did like about this case is that it leaves open the length of time for 6C to to sit out there without a party terminating.
Was that because they left the blank?
No,
Because it said that, but they left blank all of the objections and they left blank the part that says you have to object earlier than this. Or
no. So there was no objection under 6C. For 6C, there's already basically considered those objections automatic. Those are automatic objections. Nothing is waived in 6C.
60.
I'm sorry, 60. Buyers never waive
Schedule C items.
Buyer never waives Schedule C items. So seller has to satisfy those.
Yeah.
But seller takes the position, it costs me money, I don't have to satisfy those. Court says no, that applies to objections, but it doesn't apply to Schedule C items.
I see.
But if he refuses to do the Schedule C items, it just sits out there, and if buyer doesn't terminate.
The thing is though, they missed the point. The operative obligation is the obligation under 6A to give a title policy. They didn't give a title policy. They couldn't give a title policy because they didn't satisfy the Schedule C requirement. But the operative default was the failure to provide a policy.
Right? So my concern here was the length of time that they take to actually bring this item to claim that the contract is terminated. Because really what this says, the contract never terminated. It's sat out there.
Which is that missed closing date, and neither side took any action to terminate it
Right.
afterwards.
And that's the concern I have. Is there should be some provision in here that says if this doesn't close because of failure to close to satisfy 6C items, then the contract terminates at some point. I think that's a consideration. This is just lingering out there forever.
And that goes to discussion we're having on the automatic termination versus not, and all those things that we kind of started the meeting with, and then circle back around, which we can think of.
And I don't care if it's 90 days or how long, but it seems to me that we ought to close that loop somewhere.
Yeah, 4 years.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what it is.
So, a great case. It's hard to sum it up because the court did do a pretty thorough analysis, and it's not often we get case law analyzing our exact contracts. So it's really good. And I think that's all the cases we have. Our next meeting we have scheduled for July 10th and October 9th. And then we just have the minutes to.
So, John,
Oh, yes, thank you. Well, I appreciate all the reminders today. My brain is not working the quickest on the sinus medication. So the BRAC, the Broker Responsibility Advisory Committee, met, and I missed being able to watch the meeting, but this has been a theme that's been coming up about transaction coordinators over the last several meetings, and it's becoming a bigger and bigger issue with the more that transaction coordinators are being utilized. Transaction coordinators is not a defined term anywhere in our rules and TRILA, but it's a term that's sometimes used pretty loosely. They can maybe be a licensed person that's assisting with files, and to a certain degree, maybe from contract close, or maybe even for just everything. And a lot of others are not licensed, that are just assistants helping out with things. And
then there's AI.
the lines are being blurred a lot from unlicensed activity to licensed activity. With some of these transaction coordinators are doing work for multiple brokers. Agents that a lot of times brokers don't even know their agents are using transaction coordinators. And those transaction coordinators are licensed against broker over here. And so it raises issues of confidentiality, of disclosure, of harm potentially to both brokers who may not know that their agents doing work for others. And there's a discussion that's been started on how to get our heads wrapped around. And BRAC has met, and several commissioners have been on here, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Lerner in particular have raised concerns about this practice. And at their last meeting a few days ago, they are looking at a whole gamut of things, but one of which is a disclosure form for some language that would potentially come out of our committee at some point to get our heads wrapped around this, or some language in the contract advising the parties of the nature of these transaction coordinators, and maybe some authorization language, the whole gamut of different things that can be done. I think it's premature right now for our committee to take up without more guidance from the commission. Right? Because right now there are no rules governing transaction coordinators in general. Right? We have licensed activity, unlicensed activity, and for us to craft anything without guidance or a rule or some direction, I think it's been the cart before the horse, where we get some directive or rules or something from the commission. But it is percolating out there. I'm going to go back and listen to the whole meeting and see there, or highly recommend everybody to do that. But no, that's going to be on the radar, but for the commission and likely us on this committee.
So you don't just want to add a line on our broker information page?
Let's do it. I do see that the issue. Everybody needs, as an industry, get their head wrapped around, because it's being done a lot.
I saw it in, I'm not in all the residential brokers here, but I'm seeing the same concepts in showing agents. Like I show up to look at a property on outside New Braunfels, and it's an agent showing me, got paid. I asked, I was being inquisitive, took a depot, and they're like, I get paid $75, and I go to different brokerages and I show the properties, and there's like a whole service I found online. You can just sub them out, and they show you.
Show me.
But you're not with that broker. So you just talk about everything. You're talking about it. You don't know a whole lot, but you're like, yeah, this is this, and you're commenting, but you're showing a property, and you're a sub of a sub of a sub. And I'm being facetious, but your agent just didn't want to drive over there, so she subbed you out. But you're not even with that brokerage.
Right, now they're
So
saying.
who are you representing for the seller?
Well, they're saying the form has to be signed, the IBS has to still be signed, even though she already has the agreement, but she's asked me to be the agent to open the door. I have to have the agreement.
I don't know who they is, but you can't show property that you don't work for the broker of that has the listing agreement.
Well, now you need, under Senate Bill 1968 now, you have to have it effectively kills sub-agency on the buyer residential purchase side.
And these are actually a couple different issues that we've batted around in BLC as well, and some other working groups that we've had.
Yeah.
So it kind of goes to the heart of, when you are working for a broker, can your broker authorize you to work for another broker in some limited capacity? And so far we've said yes, as long as that's authorized, but it's a conversation that we can have.
What also has now just started coming up, and this is open houses, lead, because of the showing agreement in the information record service, that I opened someone else's, the question came to me. And because of the law, now that we have to have those forms, sign-in forms with the law be there that could be used, that correct issues or something, because now you're getting people not showing open houses. I mean, it's like if I'm at KW and you're at JB, I'm only going to KW houses, and it's affecting the buyers' agents. They're not being able to do what they want to do. So they're asking if we could put the law somewhere on the sign-in, because it is legislation, which would appease all that paperwork to be something at an open house.
It's a representation or non-representation agreement there, and that's part of what we look into, whether we need or not. Texas Realtors had at least a form at one point that it looked like a sign issue. That would be the non-rep form, but you look at the issues there, that's a binding contract. The law requires a contract. And we have a sign-in form, and all of a sudden you have 17 people signing the same contract. It gets into so many different issues, and I think the position we've taken is we're not taking the leap to do representation or non-representation agreements as a commission, because that gets into the private business dealings of the brokers that should have it. And really the practice was done wrong so long. Why were people there doing things? If you're there with your client showing them, it should be your client, right? And if you're doing an open house, you were always there on behalf of the seller. You didn't have the buyer up front, right? You were there as a sub-agent of the seller, and they were there trying to get buyers.
Right.
And so that practice is rightfully being questioned. A lot of agents that just run autopilot, not really understanding the agency aspect of it. or
Oh,
have
I
to sit
agree.
down to do that. So-
But I mean, I just noticed, I don't know how others are, but in open houses around here, people aren't going to open houses because they don't want to sign a form. They'll walk in and see a sign.
Oh,
and
you
they'll
can't get around,
out.
yeah, you can't get around that, so
I think
that's.
we've gotten in the weeds. I think that.
There's a lot that the worker responsibility
And I think
advisory
brokers-
committee has to work on.
I think that's
Yeah.
one of them.
So-
I think it is one of them.
Do we look?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is the anticipated, assuming that the forms go to and are approved on May the 4th, what would be the anticipated timing that they would be mandatory for June?
Well, the earliest would probably be the beginning of June. That's a conversation we'll have. I know that there's been a few commissioners at the last meeting who expressed some concern is probably too strong a word, but just questioned the timing of it because there is a lot going on right now. And so whether it would be wise to try to push out a mandatory effective date. But the earliest would be June, beginning of June.
But sometimes they do like a 60-day, you don't have to use it, but it's mandatory after that, don't they?
Yeah, so like typically what it looks like is if it was a May adoption, it's like July 1st. The earliest it could be just for, posting requirements would be June. But typically we try about, a little over a month and a half.
Okay.
To make that effective for mandatory use.
In the May 4th meeting will be in Houston. So, in the Houston area, or making sure down there, they're doing the road show. So.
Where is it gonna be? At the Marriott on 610
You want to?
side of the gallery.
It'll be at the start.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're good?
Time I could get.
Thank you.
We'll do a quick look at the minutes here.
It's Chelsea's last name.
Do I have Chelsea's last name? Yep, sure do.
610.
That would be why.
It's 2/8.
I'm 2H's, all right. And I didn't list everyone here, all the guests here. But you let in.
With the style group.
No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Just kidding. We don't
Which
have
one
to
is
choose that in there. I'm just having on the
No, no.
for it.
Because I talked to the style group last time.
Diane,
Later.
2N.
The SW. I'm sorry, where's?
Right at the beginning of number 4.
In 5B.
And we already voted on 5, right?
Well, 5B, my E is missing on my name. I'm not all there.
I don't wear glasses anymore.
I think we all read all
Everything
this
else is
already.
Yeah, because we voted on 5, on the whole paragraph, or section 5, didn't we?
Yes.
But we probably won't read here. But that's why we have that.
On G, was the or their agent just supposed to be placed 1 time or 2 times?
It's 2 times.
Oh, it's twice in there?
Well, it's already in
It's
there
already
the
in there.
second time.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
there at the second.
It's already on the last sentence, it's just not on the first.
First, okay.
Mhm. He means that thin wording.
How come she not happy for 7 years? She kept it quiet.
Good, Brian?
Yeah, he took a picture.
Got it. There's our motion.
Adoption on February 9th.
Yeah, they proposed, or proposed by the picture for adoption. And it's not.
Providing access is not interesting. Unless there's some sort of statutory. Like certain.
Each time it's not February 9th.
Adopt the
It's-
proposed by the commission.
It's May the
4th.
fourth.
Well,
No,
you either say
that's-
for proposal.
Yeah.
Those were
That's a
proposed.
start.
Wow. Gotcha. That makes sense.
That was before the meeting.
Yeah, that's when, okay, gotcha.
I see what you mean. So we don't then move the thing down.
Is
These
these
forms
fees
of
supposed to
the
say
board.
differ or weird?
No, we're just recommend that they.
They were proposed in February,
But they're different now.
That's why it says with changes.
with a couple changes.
With
A couple.
Well, not to the point that we have to go back to.
Yes. I didn't think we could do that much.
On substantive. Conditions.
Good.
minutes.
They are so- It's cheaper than Sullivan.
I don't know if it's expiration working group is good or if it's.
You talking about the reinstatement?
That's, we did a reinstatement / expiration.
I'm sorry, I picked it up.
Style work group. We're good. All right.
Okay, we'll adjourn officially at 4:20. Calvin, we had a motion to approve first, I guess. Minutes to be approved.
Yeah.
Okay, so get a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Second.
Second, here we go. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no. Okay, motion passes. And with that, we'll adjourn the meeting. 4:20.